When Sima Yu returned to the tent, Wu Lingyu was already waiting for her on the bed. After she settled down and got under the quilt, Wu Lingyu asked her, "Why did you think about abducting her and leaving together?" "I am pretty certain that Bai Xiaofei probably couldn't bear her, that's why he's been dragging on and not returning to the divine realm with Black Tortoise. With her by our side, it'll be much easier to persuade him." Sima Yu replied, "When she is standing by the sea, the melancholy on her face seems like the entire world has been devastated. Since it is so uncomfortable, why not pursue her own happiness? She has grown up under various rules and regulations since she was a child, so I will advise her along the way. Let her have some of her own thoughts, I'll leave the entire decision-making to her." "You're so kind." Wu Lingyu hugged her. "If you want me to say, that Bai Xiaofei is also not brave enough. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you?" Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. "Well, it's better when you have thick skin. That's how I managed to chase my wife, right? You don't know how many times I'm so thankful that I was thick-skinned from the very beginning." Wu Lingyu casually arranged a barrier to isolate the tent, and then began to show how thankful he was. Early the next morning, when Sima Yu woke up, the others had already packed their tents, and they could go on their way after they had packed up. "When we get here, we can only fly over by ourselves," the one family said. Sima Yu thought about it for a while, then called Little Rock out and said, "The sea beasts here are not low-level, and ordinary flying beasts can't stand it. You have to work hard." Little Rock transformed his body and said, "It's not hard work, I'm happy that I'm finally useful. Come on up." Sima Yu greeted Wen Shi and the others to go up, and the two elders of the Wen family looked incredulous until Little Rock flew up. They could actually sit on top of a golden rock and fly through the skies. Were they dreaming? They took a peek at Sima Yu. They had heard from their young miss that she was very powerful, but they didn't expect that she even had such a contracted beast. How strong was she exactly? They flew far across the sea, and from time to time some sea beasts appeared in the sea, which had no effect on Little Rock. Just when they were about to approach a small island, the spirit beasts in the sea suddenly attacked, no longer trying to suppress their aura like the sea beasts they had encountered before. Moreover, there were quite a few sea beasts attacking. Sima Yu guessed that Black Tortoise was behind it. Little Rock flexibly dodged those attacks, and angered those sea beasts. The two elders of the Wen family looked at the dense horde of sea beasts below and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Thankfully, it wasn't just them who came, otherwise it would be difficult to go back alive today. Bai Xiaofei should be on the island in front. Wen Shi said, pointing to the cloudy island in front. Yu, there is a barrier in front of me, I can't get past it. And there is a strong pressure here, I can't hold it anymore. Little Rock said. Little Shi, is this the coercion of Black Tortoise? Although Sima Yu asked Fu Shi, but she was 90% sure. A pressure that can make the golden rock feel unbearable, there will not be much in this world. Fu Shi nodded, and flew into the air to transform. The sudden appearance of the azure dragon made the spirit beasts below quiet, so Little Rock didn't have to dodge those attacks. He exhaled a dragon's breath at the barrier blocking the way, and the barrier slowly showed faint ripples in the air. After Fu Shi shot out a few mouthfuls of dragon breath in succession, he stopped as he realized that he did not completely break the barrier. It turned out that it covers the entire island. Sima Yu said thoughtfully, this barrier is quite strong. Black Tortoise's shell is thick. Among the four of us, his fighting prowess is the worst but his life-saving skills are the strongest. Fu Shi said with disgust. Azure Dragon, you bastard, you actually speak ill of me behind my back. A frantic barrage of words came along with a white light, passing through the barrier and attacked Fu Shi directly. Bang! Splash! Fu Shi flicked his tail, and by the time he looked at the white light, it had already been smacked into the sea. The spirit beasts in the sea had all dispersed at some point. Azure Dragon, you grandson. It's been agreed that you are not allowed to swat me with your tail. Black Tortoise's rumblings had no confidence at all. Soon, a small tortoise the size of a hand flew out of the water and arrived before the crowd. Sima Yu was curious about Black Tortoise. In her memory, Black Tortoise should be mature and stable. Why did he not fit this image ever since it appeared? Was it because he was too excited? Fu Shi ignored him, turned into a human figure and stood by Sima Yu and said, you haven't removed your thing yet? Aren't you capable? It's not like you can't break my defense. Black Tortoise said, but he still opened his mouth and let Little Rock lead the crowd in. After entering, Sima Yu discovered that a man dressed in black stood on the shore at some point. Little Rock descended the ground and transformed into a human form, just like Sima Yu sighed. Black Tortoise also transformed into a human form, looking like a composed and elegant old man. However, judging from his character, he's most probably a mischievous old man instead. Azure Dragon, who are these people? I know the little girl from the one family, who are these two people? This little girl is quite good looking. Black Tortoise looked at Sima Yu with a smile. Bai Xiaofei's eyes fell on Wen Shi from the very beginning, his brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was thinking about how she got involved with Azure Dragon and the others. Sima Yu smiled at Black Tortoise, and as soon as her thoughts moved, Crimson Flame appeared beside her. It's actually you. Black Tortoise cried out in surprise when he saw Crimson Flame, and ran to hide behind Bai Xiaofei. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Black Tortoise was actually afraid of Crimson Flame. Since you have returned, why are you still dawdling here for? Crimson Flame reprimanded with a sullen face. I've only returned not too long ago. I was seriously injured before, so it's not been too long. Black Tortoise protested in a low voice, and I made a divination and saw that you'll come to me, so I thought that I might as well just wait for you here, lest we miss each other. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Sorry Black Tortoise, but even she didn't believe a word he said. He was obviously lazy, and his master was reluctant to leave, so he simply lazed about and waited here. Crimson Flame knew Black Tortoise's temperament better than her, and snorted coldly, you made a divination? What, did you use your tortoise shell? I've already said to stop using such terms with me. I'm going to get angry if you do this again. Black Tortoise protested. Alright, we don't have that much time to let you create a fuss. If you have nothing else to do, we'll leave. Fu Shi was still worried about White Tiger and urged Black Tortoise. As soon as when she heard this, she subconsciously looked at Bai Xiaofei. Thinking of him leaving soon, her heart was sour, and she lowered her head to hide the tears in her eyes. Black Tortoise looked at Wen Shi and then at Bai Xiaofei, and said to him, we should go, and Bai Xiaofei bowed his hands towards the crowd and said, we have nothing to do here, everything has been packed and we can go on the road at any time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a familiar vibration in the air, and previous chapter. Next chapter. Pursuers from the four palaces came out of the spatial tunnel, and when they saw Crimson Flame and the others, they attacked without saying a word. There was the barrier erected by Black Tortoise between them and those people attacked the barrier. Hundreds of masters attacked together, and the barrier also started to look vulnerable. Humph. Do you think that your great-grandfather's barrier can be broken by your abilities? Black Tortoise's eyes turned red when he saw the people from the four palaces. He didn't forget that they were defeated by the four perils. Usually, Sima Yu would always place Wen Shi within a protective circle, but this time she did nothing and went to fight with Wu Lingyu and the others. Bai Xiaofei was not familiar with them, but he also knows about the grievances between the four divine beasts and the four perils. If it weren't for his concern, he and Black Tortoise would probably have gone up to seek revenge from the people in the four palaces. Wen Shi's strength was not low, but her strength was still not sufficient to go against those from the four palaces. She knows the strength of Sima Yu and her entourage, so she was not worried about them. Bai Xiaofei's strength was not as good as Sima Yu and the others, but his cooperation with Black Tortoise was very good. However, he had never experienced such a strong battle before. Wen Shi looked on anxiously from within the barrier. Seeing that he was attacked by people from all directions, she finally couldn't bear it. Ignoring the clan elder's obstruction, she took out her weapon and flew over. The two elders had no choice but to come out together. Bai Xiaofei already felt a chill approaching behind him, but he didn't have the extra energy to deal with it at this time, so bang dash. There was the sound of the collision of spiritual weapons. He repelled the person in front and shouted at her, what are you doing out here? If it means watching you get hurt, I can't do it. Where you are, that's where I'll be. Bai Xiaofei was in a hurry, but now is not the time to scold her. Be careful. Miss. The two clan elders rushed over when she was injured. Sima Yu heard the movement here and felt that the time was almost right. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of ancient battle spirits appeared, directly relieving all the pressure. When Shi's body fell, Bai Xiaofei turned around and hugged her, seeing, Sheer, don't worry, I'll take you to heal now. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu followed, watching him feed her the medicinal pill in a panic. Sheer, don't sleep, open. Brother Fei, I really didn't say I wanted to kill you. It's all Master. Master, and the others. As soon as when she spoke, she felt the blood in her chest well up. I know, even if everyone is on my opposite side, you won't. Brother Fei, if I could go back in time, I would have left you at that time. Unfortunately, Sheer can't follow you in the future. No. You just said, where I am, that's where you'll be. In the next life, I don't want the next life. I want this life. You know, I didn't leave because of you. I'm satisfied already, to hear what you just said. Sheer, you can't sleep, you can't leave me, Sheer, you can't. Sima Yu saw that the two of them were almost done talking, so she interjected, if you're just going to stay there and block the way, then you will really lose her. Bai Xiaofei stood up abruptly and said, can you save her? For now, yes. If you're going to continue blocking the way, then there won't be for long. Then come quickly, please save her. Sima Yu walked over, first took out 2 medicinal pills to feed her, then turned her over, used a pair of scissors to cut off her clothes, took out a silver needle and tended around the wound until the bleeding stopped. Alright. Sima Yu got up and said, you can wash the blood off her body in a while. That's it? Bai Xiaofei looked at her. She didn't do much, would she be alright? It's just some trauma, the effect of the medicinal pill is enough. Bai Xiaofei wanted to say that the sword hurt her heart, but seeing Sima Yu's determined look, he was afraid that she would say that she was angry and would not heal when she. Sima Yu saw that he was nervous and did not dare to offend her, which was far from the cold and arrogant appearance when they first met. Don't worry, I saved her life anyway. Since I saved her in the first place, I won't let her die now. She was also in danger before? Yes, when we first arrived in this continent, she was chased by a group of men, what, and then she almost blew herself up. I stopped her halfway as she was about to blow up. Sima Yu said, if she wasn't lucky enough to meet us, she'll most probably be dead by now. She just recuperated and recovered not too long ago, and now, she's been saved by me again. She is really miserable enough. Bai Xiaofei didn't listen to what she said later, only the words that when she was about to explode flashed in his mind, thinking that he really almost never saw her, nothing was more important than her. Sima Yu saw that she had fanned most of the flames, so she turned around and went out. As soon as she went out, Black Tortoise stopped her. Previous chapter. Black Tortoise pulled her to a side where Crimson Flame and the others were all at. Yu, is when she alright? Black Tortoise asked with concern. Don't worry, she really just suffered a little skin trauma. Sima Yu assured, it just looks dangerous, but it's nothing. That's good. Black Tortoise felt relieved, and he felt a lot more relaxed. You don't know, my contract master's life was not very good, he suffered a lot when he was young, and because of my strength limitations, I can't help much. That girl, she, can be said to be the only light in his life. Even after so many misunderstandings, that kid's heart hasn't changed. If something really happened to she, this kid might not be able to take the blow. It's obviously because you find it troublesome, yet you use the excuse that Bai Xiaofei refuses to leave. Fu Shi snorted. Oh, there are 2 reasons. Black Tortoise tapped the shell on his back, ignored Fu Shi, and continued to pull Sima Yu to ask, did you arrange today's affairs? Why do you say that? Sima Yu smiled and did not deny it. Obviously. Since you have so many ancient battle spirits, why didn't you take them out before? They came out as soon as she was injured, which means you are paying attention to the matters over there. Am I right? How would I know that the people from the 4 palaces will be here at this time? Sima Yu came up to Black Tortoise after speaking, and whispered, but you guessed right about one thing. How, isn't this a good way? It's really not bad. Black Tortoise patted Sima Yu on the shoulder approvingly. I was worried about how to resolve the misunderstanding between them. I didn't expect you to get it right as soon as you came. Although this medicine is a bit violent, it's not enough. The effect is immediate. Not bad. So, when she's injury is healed, we will leave here. If you have something to do, do it quickly. It's nothing, but have you determined the location of White Tiger? Black Tortoise asked. Sima Yu looked at Fu Shi. She never mentioned the position of White Tiger before, but only said that White Tiger has not appeared. Fu Shi shook his head. Master's divination only mentions the position of Black Tortoise. As for White Tiger, you have to use Black Tortoise's tortoise shell. It said that mine is not a tortoise shell, Azure Dragon. Do you want to fight? Black Tortoise waved at Fu Shi and threatened. Have you hit me before? Fu Shi rolled his eyes at him. Let's do business first. As soon as Crimson Flame opened his mouth, Fu Shi and Black Tortoise became quiet. Fu Shi glanced at Black Tortoise, who reluctantly stretched his hand to the shell behind his back, digging, and finally took out a small tortoise shell. Fu Shi took out other things for fortune-telling, squatted on the ground and began to do a divination. Sima Yu couldn't understand how they calculated these things, so she simply came to Wu Lingyu's side and waited with him for the result. Fu Shi tried it over and over again, until Black Tortoise lost his patience. My shell is very accurate, are you not strong enough? Black Tortoise cried out. Fu Shi slumped to the ground with his butt. He spent a lot of energy just now doing the divination. Seeing him like this, Sima Yu asked, Little Shi, didn't you manage to do a divination? I did, but the result. Fu Shi sighed heavily. How can it be? Could it be that something happened to White Tiger? White Tiger hasn't made a contract with his contract master yet. Fu Shi dropped the explosive news like a bomb. I calculate that White Tiger's condition should be fine, but there is no contract, so he can't return to his place. Can't we not make a contract? Sima Yu asked curiously, don't you just have no contract master? I was dead back then, and I sealed my power and inheritance in the Divine Dragon Order. So my current body is both a contract master and Azure Dragon. Fu Shi explained, but White Tiger and Crimson Flame are the same, which requires a contract. Only when the Lord comes to balance can we return to our place. That is to say, White Tiger has not met his master now. So what we have to do is to find his master. Sima Yu understood, you should figure out who his master is, right? We'll go directly to him and let him contract White Tiger, won't it be fine? Theoretically, it's like this. But in reality, it's not that simple. Why? Because his contract master is still a little baby. Fu Shi closed his eyes and said helplessly, we have to find that little baby now, let him cultivate, and when he has the strength, we can go to contract with White Tiger. Pfft, then don't we have to wait for hundreds of years? Not necessarily. Fu Shi said, the divination says that the master of the contract of White Tiger is a person who has transcended the tribulation. There may be other possibilities. This matter still needs you to come out in person to do it. Me? Sima Yu blinked, what do you want me to do? According to the divination, you and him have a relationship of master and apprentice. Fu Shi said, this requires you to find him, accept him as a disciple, and guide him to cultivate. Then tell him how to establish a contract with White Tiger. Black Tortoise continued his words. Unexpectedly, Fu Shi shook his head and said, you can't tell him about White Tiger. White Tiger's position is now blurred, and only his contract master can find him. Outsiders can't interfere. Therefore, this matter depends on you. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Why do I have a bad premonition? Now that everything else has been decided, now we can only wait for Wen Shi to recover from her injury. When Sima Yu and the others had almost wrapped up their discussion, and when they returned, Wen Shi had already woken up. Seeing Sima Yu coming in, Bai Xiaofei, who was sitting beside the bed, stood up and gave her a big bow. Thank you Yu for saving Xi'er twice. Bai Xiaofei, Wen Shi and I are friends, and we should save her. I saved her life. In what identity are you thanking me for? I decided to marry Xi'er, and now I thank you as her fiancé. So, the misunderstanding has been cleared up, and the old hatred has been sorted out? If there was still some hesitation before, after this incident, I already know what I want. Wherever Brother Xiaofei goes, I will go wherever I go. Even if there are endless dangers in the future, I will not regret it. When she raised her head and said firmly. That's right. Then you lie down obediently now, and let me change the medicine for you. If you get better soon, the two of you will be able to be together sooner. She said it very innocently, but it made Wen Shi blush, lying on the bed and did not dare to look at her. Previous chapter. Next chapter. With Sima Yuyu's medicinal pill, Wen Shi's body recovered very quickly. After she recovered, the two clan elders went back to the clan. It was not a trivial matter for Wen Shi and Bai Xiaofei to leave Azure Song Continent, they had to report back to the clan. They didn't have to worry about their safety on the way back. It used to be dangerous because it was controlled by Black Tortoise and outsiders were not allowed to come in. Now that they had come to an agreement with Bai Xiaofei, this danger will naturally no longer exist. Black Tortoise found a sea beast for them and asked it to take the two out. Then, without waiting for the Wen family to reply, she and Bai Xiaofei held a simple wedding. When the Wen family came, their wedding was already over, and when she had her hair twisted up into the hairdo of a married woman. The temperament she exuded made her seem like a completely different person. The patriarch of the Wen family and his wife were so angry when they saw her like this, they dragged her and Bai Xiaofei to the cabin and talked for a long time. When they came out, their faces were still ugly, but they didn't ask Wen Shi to go back with them. Wen Shi and Bai Xiaofei sent the Wen family away and walked back hand in hand. Black Tortoise leaned on Fu Shi and couldn't help but burst into tears. How many years have passed, I finally saw him smiling again. His frozen self is beginning to thaw. You're stupid yourself. Fu Shi. She pushed him away and patted the place he was leaning against in disgust. Since things are almost settled, then prepare to go to White Tiger. Crimson Flame said. When he mentioned White Tiger, he couldn't help frowning. He didn't know how long things will take for White Tiger, and he didn't know what will happen. Even with the Black Tortoise's shell, it was impossible to calculate the whereabouts of White Tiger. It was highly likely that it was covered by heaven. This was beneficial, because people in the four palaces can't find it, and they can't hunt and kill it. Likewise. Well, it's time to look for it. But before we leave, we have to do something to disturb the sight of the four palaces. Fu Shi said. Chasing them, they have to do a little preparation work, so that the people of the four palaces will not follow them to trace the whereabouts of White Tiger. A few days later, the group left the island. After a few more days, the four palaces came to the island. One of the men in black circled the cabin twice, and then began to calculate their positions. After a few calculations, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. How? The leader came over and asked. We can't find it out. They made a cover-up, and the result of each divination is different. We don't know which one is right. It's even possible that these are all wrong. Can't you think of a way? The leader grabbed the front of the divinator's clothes and shouted loudly. That divinator had been attacked in the first place, but now he was struck again and he was so weak that fainted. After searching around, there were no clues, so the people in the four palaces had to withdraw their troops and go back. Without a specific goal, four palaces could only send more manpower to the continents mentioned by the divinator, and at the same time increase manpower in other continents. This relieved some pressure for Declivity Palace and others in the Divine Realm. Black Tortoise had already reunited with Divine Vermilion Bird, the Azure Dragon, and the situation was very serious now. The most urgent task at hand was to quickly find White Tiger. The Divine Vermilion Bird and others must not be allowed to meet. As for the people from Declivity Palace and other forces, it would not be too late to take care of them after the four divine beasts have been destroyed. At this time, Sima Yuyu and her party had already arrived at Mean Continent, where White Tiger was located. Jun Bai's divination on that day showed that White Tiger was in this continent, and there was no clue other than that. Fu Shi used Black Tortoise's shell to calculate more accurately, but it was only a rough range. And what Sima Yuyu had to do is to find that person in such a large area, accept him as a disciple, and teach him to cultivate. Not only that, but she couldn't tell him about White Tiger, so he could only grope for himself. Who knows when he will find White Tiger? Thinking about it makes her feel a little disheartened. Sigh, they still had a long way to go. You should go in and search. Fu Shi said to her when they were outside an academy. You're asking me to be a teacher? The corners of Sima Yuyu's mouth twitched. No way, right? Since he needs to have a master-disciple relationship with you, we naturally have to move closer to this. Those who don't know how to cultivate don't have to come here to learn. Fu Shi explained. There are relatively few sects and many academies in the main continent. If you want to find people who have not cultivated, it is better to go to such a place. I just did a divination with Black Tortoise's shell, that person will meet you in the academy, so come on. We will buy a courtyard next to us, and you can come out to find us at ordinary times. Fu Shi patted her shoulders, soothing Sima Yuyu looked at Wu Lingyu, he shrugged and said, I believe you will be a good teacher. Sima Yuyu. She pouted, not very happy. If it weren't for the dire situation now, she would have thought they were trying to make fun of her. She closed her eyes and felt the situation in the academy, then looked back at everyone and said, just wait for my news. After that, she walked towards the gate of the academy, but was blocked by the guards at the gate. N/O/vel/B/4/4. You're not a student of the academy, you can't go in. One guard said. I'm not a student, but I'm about to become a teacher here. Sima Yuyu said calmly. What? The two guards looked at each other. When did the academy have such a teacher? But when they passed it again, they found that there was no one in front of them, and the scene just now seemed to be their hallucination. Sima Yuyu was walking on the campus, looking at the students coming and going, guessing which one was the one she was looking for. And her appearance also attracted a lot of attention, especially the eyes of men. She was already good-looking, and with her temperament, she unconsciously attracted the attention of others. Some students were more daring, and went up to chat directly. This classmate, I haven't seen you before, what grade and class are you from? Sima Yu blinked and said, I'm not from the academy yet, but can you tell me how to get to the headmaster's office? Are you looking for the headmaster? I can take you there. Thank you. Sima Yu smiled at him, and he felt that he was floating. The other students were secretly resentful. He took Sima Yu to the headmaster's office. While chatting on the road, Sima Yu learned that they would be recruiting new students in a few days. Since she said that she would lead that person to the entrance, then she must have not started to cultivate yet, and this new student met the conditions. Sima Yu followed the student to the headmaster's office. Someone was talking inside, and they waited outside. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Do you have anything to do with the headmaster? I'm here to apply to be a teacher. Sima Yu said, the next time you see me, I might be a teacher. What? The student's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. He wanted to ask her why she came at this time, but Sima Yu didn't intend to ease his confusion. Thank you for bringing me here, I have to go in already. The student wanted to say that there were still people in the office, but the door suddenly opened and a teacher came out. This way please, the headmaster invites you in. Sima Yu entered the office, and there were 3 or 4 teachers sitting inside. When she saw her coming in, they all looked at her. Is there something wrong with this girl coming to the academy? An old man sitting behind the desk looked at her kindly. Sima Yu remembered the old headmaster of Dongchengguo Academy, who was dressed in white just like him, with white hair and beard, looking very immortal. She saluted the headmaster and said, I'm here to apply for a freshman teacher. I don't know if you still lack teachers here. You? Little girl, how old are you? The headmaster didn't speak, and a round-faced man sitting beside him asked first. I'm over 200 years old. Sima Yu said honestly. When you are more than 200 years old, you want to be a teacher? We have more students here who have not completed their studies at the age of 4 or 500. Since I said that I can be a teacher, I naturally have this ability. Oh. Then you show your strength now. If you are qualified enough to be a teacher, we will hire you as a teacher. It's just to play with us. Not only will you not be a teacher, but we will also hold you accountable for trespassing in the academy. The old headmaster said, all right. What do you want to test me? Come up with the test. Aren't you going to ask us what to test you? You can choose whatever you want. What a big tone. It's good for young people to have self-confidence, but too much is being conceited. The round-faced teacher said. Only a person with strength can say such things. Sima Yu said. Can you refine 8th-grade medicinal herbs? The round-faced teacher asked. Sima Yu didn't talk nonsense, she directly took out the pill furnace and medicinal materials, and started refining pills in front of them. That round-faced teacher was an alchemist. Just looking at Sima Yu's movements in refining medicinal materials, he knew that her level of alchemy was not low. However, he was still shocked to see that Sima Yu took less than half of the time to refine the 8th-grade medicinal herb. An 8th-grade alchemist who is over 200 years old, no wonder she has such confidence. Do you know how to do arrays? Another teacher asked her. Sima Yu smiled at him, her body slowly disappeared under their gaze, and then slowly appeared again under their shock. This hand made everyone uneasy. They just watched her disappear, but they didn't feel any fluctuations. If they hadn't been staring at her, they wouldn't have noticed that she had just disappeared from the room and reappeared. Are you going to test me on other subjects? Sima Yu asked. What else do you know? Refining armaments, taming beasts, seeking spirits, and medicine and poisoning. Sima Yu replied. If they hadn't seen her show her skills with these 2 hands just now, they might have believed that she was just dabbling. I take the liberty to ask, how high is your cultivation base now? Sima Yu casually arranged a barrier, and then released part of her aura. Although only part of it, it still shocked everyone. And they saw that she didn't fully reveal her strength. It should be said that she has reached a level that they have never touched. Headmaster, have I been hired? She looked at the old headmaster and asked. I have another question. The old headmaster did not have the excitement that he had seen a genius. Instead, he asked with apprehension, why do you want to come here to be a teacher? When he asked, the other teachers also quieted down. This question was very important. Why would someone like her with such caliber come here to be a teacher? I'm looking for someone, and my friend thinks that he and I have a master-disciple relationship in this academy. Sima Yu said, so you don't have to worry about me having any bad intentions. Then what kind of teacher do you want to be? That means she was hired. Cultivation then. Sima Yu thought that Fu Shi had said that she would lead that person to entry, and that would be the best way to cultivate. No, those who can enter the academy already have a certain cultivation foundation, so how do you lead him to the entrance? Cough, I'm going to teach alchemy instead. She looked at the old headmaster with a smile. Is it all right? Yes. The old headmaster didn't ask much for such an extra teacher. He has already seen that she was a strong exponent who will not stay in the academy for a long time. She will leave here when her business was done, so she was the same as any teacher. He pointed at the round-faced teacher and said, this is Dongli, the head of the alchemy department, and he will arrange all your affairs for you. Senior Dongli, I'll be in your care. Sima Yu saluted towards Dongli. Since you've been assigned to me, let me familiarize you with the environment. Just right, when the new students arrive in a few days, you can take their class. Dongli led her away. Sima Yu obediently followed and left. Headmaster, why did you promise her? Someone asked. It was too dangerous for such a person of unknown origin to be placed in the academy. Do you think she will leave the academy if I don't agree? If she wants to stay here, do any of you have the strength to stop her? The old headmaster glanced at the person who was talking. Instead of being on guard all the time, it's better to agree and let her be here on the bright side. Well, you can leave already if there's nothing else. Dong Li took her around the alchemy department before bringing her to a vacant courtyard. This courtyard is close to the back mountain, a little far from the teaching area, and a little small. You can stay here for a while, and I'll change it for you when we have a bigger courtyard. Dong Li said. Sima Yu looked at the courtyard. It was not big for a teacher, but she never had any requirements for these. She lived in all sizes. No, that's it. It's better to be far away from the teaching area, quiet. She felt that the environment was just right, and it was not easy to find such a quiet place in a noisy academy. That's good, you can tell me what you want at any time. Dong Li said, took out a stack of papers, and said, this is the introduction and rules of our college, you can take a look at it when you have time. As a teacher, you can't just try to pull a fast one over the new students, can you? Sima Yu took it over, sent Dong Li away, then cleaned the room, and started her teaching career here. Sima Yu never thought that she would become a teacher one day. When she accepted MOC as her disciple, external factors accounted for most of it. If MOC's adoptive father hadn't died because of Sima Lu Xian, and if he hadn't followed her out of the ghost town, she might not have accepted him as a disciple. Now that she thinks that she is about to have a large number of students, her mood is a little delicate. Thinking of the clueless white tiger contract master, she became helpless. Over the past few days, she had read through the school's introduction and rules over and over, and had a general understanding in her heart. Azure Wind Academy is a clear stream in the academy. Other academies are entangled with various forces, and students have become the reserve army of those forces. Only Azure Wind Academy abides by the school rules and is unwilling to rely on those forces. If it was just an ordinary academy, it would be fine, but its strength was superior to other academies in all aspects. Sima Yu can imagine that Azure Wind Academy will be regarded as a thorn in the eyes sooner or later. For example, those forces that it has rejected, such as other academies. NOV/LB/JNN. After getting familiar with the situation of the academy, they finally ushered in this year's selection of freshmen. She had nothing to do, and when she was wandering around the academy, she consciously turned to the place where the freshmen were selected. The teachers in the academy all know that there is another teacher who teaches alchemy in the academy, and they all know that she is mysterious and powerful, very young and extremely beautiful. So the teacher in charge of the assessment recognized her when they saw her, and greeted her, asking if she had anything that she needed. Ceci. I'll just take a look, you can continue. Sima Yu said. She went to sit aside, and quietly watched the teacher organize the test talents who wanted to enter the school. Looking at those immature faces, she remembered the first time she saw Ouyang Fei and Bei Gong Tang. At that time, the two of them also stood in the team like this, and it was not until it was detected that they were multi-element spiritual power that everyone's attention fell on them. The events of that time are vivid in my mind, as if it were yesterday. At this time, several beast carriages came rushing from the back, and they didn't stop when they reached the front of the line. Those in the queue scattered when they saw the carriages rushing over. The carriage didn't stop until the glass ball. Those young people were very angry at first, but when they saw the sign on the carriage, they could only hold their anger in their hearts and dared not speak. The teacher who was conducting the assessment was annoyed, and when he saw the people who got off the carriage, he didn't have a good expression. Seventh young master, if you come to participate in the academy assessment, please line up at the back. The teacher said. A boy who looked around 18 to 19 years old got off the carriage. He raised his chin, looked at the teacher proudly, and said, "What did you say? It is your honor that this young master is here to study with you. It's all right to ask me to come over with the big sedan chair, but I actually want this young master to queue. School rules, everyone who comes after must line up. Seventh young master, please." Ha ha ha, the rules of Azure Wind Academy are really big. When this prince comes, do you have to queue up too? A man of the same grade came down from a carriage behind him, staring at the teacher with wicked eyes. The corner of his mouth was smiling, but it made people feel cold all over. This person was definitely not a person to provoke. However, Sima Yu didn't pay attention to such a person at all, her attention was all on the guard standing next to the carriage. Have you ever seen a monarch-level powerhouse be an ordinary bodyguard? And even the drivers were such powerhouses. Looking at this suspicious lineup, these people were not good people. Fourth prince, why did you come to a small academy like ours? The assessment teacher spoke with a respectful attitude, but there was still no smile on his face. This prince is naturally here to participate in the selection of new students. The fourth prince walked up to the seventh young master and said, "Do you think this prince should also line up?" Sima Yu looked at the teacher, thinking that they should give the royal family a face, but the teacher nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, please go to the back of the line with the fourth prince and seventh young master." Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. The teacher in this assessment shouldn't have seen the strength of those guards, or he simply refused. Could it be that the teachers of the academy are so strong? Or is the relationship between the two parties so bad that there is no need to sell face to each other? She rested her chin with her left hand, tapped lightly on the table with her right hand, and continued to look down without making a sound. The fourth prince's face suddenly fell, and he stared at the assessment teacher coldly. "Do you dare say it again? Fourth prince, since you plan to study in our academy, you should understand the rules of our academy. So please wait in line at the back," the assessment teacher said. Presumptuous. The guard beside the fourth prince shouted loudly and couldn't help but struck towards the assessment teacher with a palm. The assessment teacher didn't expect that they would do it when they said they would do it, but he couldn't react in time. He was hit and flew up, and after falling to the ground, he vomited a mouthful of blood. You are just an academy teacher, you don't even take the fourth prince or the entire royal family in the eye. Today, we will teach you how to behave well for the academy. The seventh young master said, you guys, go and tell, what is the way of the king and minister. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had done it just now began to condense spiritual power. Sima Yu's eyes sank, and the man's action was obviously going to kill the assessment teacher. The assessment teacher also found out, but he found that he was imprisoned by an unknown force and could not move at all. Not only him, but the teacher who was assisting the assessment was also imprisoned, and he could only watch the spirit power attack the assessment teacher. The students present were stunned. They didn't expect that a good selection would suddenly turn into this. Everyone thought that the assessment teacher was bound to die, and they didn't want him to remain the same after his spiritual power dissipated. Everyone was astonished, especially the fourth prince and his guards. Today's events were originally planned by them, and they also knew that they secretly dispatched experts. All they have to do is to provoke a conflict with the academy. They didn't want the assessment teacher to be rescued under such circumstances, and they didn't feel that someone would take any action at all, which made them not worried. They thought it was the headmaster who shot, but the headmaster didn't come out at all. Were there other strong men in the academy? The fourth prince gave the guard a look, and the guard attacked again, and his strength was stronger than the last time. Seeing that he was about to meet the assessment teacher again, a breeze blew, and the spiritual power was dissolved. Then everyone turned their attention to the woman in white sitting behind the table. She doesn't look very old, was it really her? Who are you? How dare you stop me from enforcing the law? The guard hollered. Enforcing the law? Sima Yu put down her left hand, looking directly at the fourth prince. Didn't you guys fight just now to teach the teacher a lesson for the academy? Why is it now law enforcement? May I know which law you are enforcing? Who are you? The fourth prince looked at Sima Yu vigilantly. She was sitting there just now, but they didn't notice her. She was able to suppress her own existence so low, it seemed that she was not a person to be provoked. But when did Azure Wind Academy have such a person? Will this person become a variable in their recovery of Azure Wind Academy? I'm a teacher who just arrived at the academy. Sima Yu replied, is it too much for you to kill our teacher at the gate of our academy? Presumptuous. The fourth prince taught a person who didn't understand the honor, and you actually took action to protect each other. I think you and him are in the same group. You didn't take the fourth prince or the royal family in your eyes. The seventh young master shouted. Pfft! Hearing those people's words, Sima Yu burst out laughing, her contemptuous eyes seemed to understand everything, which made the fourth prince and others very unhappy. What are you laughing at? Do you know what the crime is for laughing at the royal family? The seventh young master asked. I don't know what the charges are, but I know that no matter what we say or do today, we will all be charged with such charges. Sima Yu said, 18 of your monarch-level powerhouses came to be guards, secretly 3 high-ranking powerhouses are in battle, don't say that every prince travels in a battle like the fourth prince. I think, even the emperor travels with so many strong protectors. By the way, this seventh young master, beside you your bodyguard is also such a strong man, are you also a prince? What nonsense are you talking about? The seventh young master shouted, and another guard beside him attacked Sima Yu at once. The two were not far away, and the spiritual power arrived at her almost in the next second. However, she just disappeared from the spot. Where's the person? The students exclaimed one by one when they saw that Sima Yu was gone. The fourth prince and the others and the teachers of the academy were all surprised. Sima Yu disappeared without warning, and there was no sign of any movement at all. They had no idea where she was now. What? A scream came, and a figure fell from the sky outside the gate of the academy, and then the other two fell from all sides. When the fourth prince saw the 3 people, his face instantly turned ashen. Before he could attack, Sima Yu's robe fluttered down from the sky. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Someone exclaimed. Sima Yu landed in front of the assessment teacher, looked at the fourth prince and said, Fourth prince, are you going to line up or go back? She didn't say who the 3 people on the ground were, the fourth prince knew. The 3 venerable powerhouses were found out by Sima Yu in this short period of time. If he were smarter, he would know how to choose. Their plan was exposed, and the opponent's strength was terrifyingly powerful. With such a person around, it would be impossible for them to succeed today. If this woman does something to herself, no one can stop him from dying. This prince has never been in line in his life, let's go back. The fourth prince flicked his sleeves, turned around and got into the carriage, and left with his people. Without the arrogance when he came, he left quite embarrassed. After they were all gone, Sima Yu turned to look at the assessment teacher and asked, are you alright? The assessment teacher had already stood up, and he bowed towards Sima Yu. Thank you teacher Yu, for helping me. These children couldn't see it but he knew. Just now, it was Sima Yu who blocked the space around him with the spatial lock, which saved his life. You're welcome, since we are colleagues, we should help each other out. Sima Yu said with a smile. Teacher Chen, today we have completely offended the fourth prince's faction. Another teacher said worriedly. Sima Yu drove the fourth prince away directly, and the academy and the other party were torn apart. Regardless of whether Teacher Yu appears or not, it will definitely tear its face today. Teacher Chen said, look at the people he brought, no matter what we do today, they will do it. If we dare to confront the 4 if the prince attacks, those people will attack the academy in this name. The reason why they chose today is that if they can affect these new students during the battle, the family behind them may also trouble us. It's all over the place. I know, alas. There is nothing to worry about, there is always a solution. You first organize them to continue to select new students. Teacher Yu and I will go to the headmaster to talk about this. After Teacher Chen finished speaking, he handed over the selection of new students to other teachers, and left with Sima Yu. As soon as they left, the little guys in line were all boiling with excitement. Sima Yu was so cool just now, her immortal aura moved their hearts, and she had garnered their admiration, each and every heart would fly to her. Teacher, was that teacher just now a teacher in the academy? Will she teach freshmen? Someone shouted out in excitement. That's the teacher of the alchemy department. He said that he brought you new students. You line up one by one. If you want to make alchemy, you must first be able to practice and have the talent to become an alchemist. Alright, stand, come, the first. Sima Yu and Teacher Chen entered the academy and hurriedly walked to the headmaster's office, where they found out that the building where the headmaster and the others worked was wrapped in a barrier. They had just lifted the barrier when they went. Seeing that Teacher Chen was injured, the headmaster and others were also surprised, and only when they asked about what happened at the gate of the academy. I'll just say, why did those old guys come to us at this time, and they used the conversation as an excuse to isolate us from the outside world. It turned out that they had such a cheap scheme. Dong Li said angrily. Hold us here, and let the fourth prince come forward over there. After we went out, the two sides had already torn their faces. Fortunately, Yu helped you today. Thank you very much. The old headmaster said gratefully. I'm also a part of the academy now, you're welcome. Sima Yu replied politely. She tried to save the academy, not because she had a deep relationship with the academy. The main reason was that she didn't find the contract master for White Tiger yet. If the academy was gone before she finds him, how would she find the little guy? Headmaster, it seems that they can't hold on anymore. The deputy headmaster sighed, if we're like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive in the cracks. Sima Yu was secretly surprised that the situation in the academy was already so severe. Headmaster, the fourth prince and the others failed to succeed today. I wonder if there will be a backhand? They can't wait, and we have to take action. The head of the array department said. With Yu's move today, they won't make any movement for the time being. The headmaster said, just right, that gives us some time to prepare. That's right, we should also do something. Dong Li agreed. Do you need me to do anything? Sima Yu asked. Judging from their words, they had planned something, but never put it into action. Since she borrowed their territory, she has to do something. You don't have to do anything, your existence is the most beneficial thing for us. The headmaster said. Era. With her around, those people wouldn't dare to move the academy. It's a pity that she can't stay in the academy all the time, or else they need to do something, and she won't dare to mess with it even if she stops there. Since that's the case, then after you discuss it, I'll go back first. Sima Yu nodded to them and left. Headmaster, why didn't you let her participate? Someone asked. She said she was looking for someone here, and once she finds that person, she will leave here. This period of time can be long or short. If we rely too much on her and wait for her to leave, what should we do? The old headmaster said earnestly, we still have to rely on our own strength. Now the eldest prince and the fourth prince are in full swing for the throne, and those forces have already stood in line. But the eldest prince and the fourth prince are not princes of benevolence. No matter who they are in the throne, the other party and those who are neutral will be eradicated. Dong Li said. That's why they can't be put on the throne. But the other princes are usually mediocre, their strength are low, and there is no power behind them. It's not easy for us to support one. It's not easy to do, and we can't wait for the eldest prince or the fourth prince to take the throne. Yard said, Director how about the things you asked you to investigate before? During this time, I investigated the second prince, third prince, and fifth prince. The second prince secretly supports the eldest prince, and his personality is also ruthless. The third prince does not depend on any party, his temperament is weak, and his cultivation talent is mediocre. As for the fifth prince, on the surface, seems to have no intention of contending for the throne, but in fact he secretly accumulates his own power. Moreover, his benevolence and righteousness are also shown on the surface. Old headmaster, such three princes, Although they didn't want to stand on the side of the eldest prince and the fourth prince, the remaining three princes were too bad, and they couldn't choose the taller one among the short ones. NOVLB. The old headmaster closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, we still have a choice. Who? The sixth prince. Sixth prince? He has been guarding the imperial mausoleum. That's really poor, and there is no power around. If we want to hold him to the top, I'm afraid it will be more difficult than the other three princes. We have to protect ourselves now, but we can't forget the fundamentals. Azure Wind Academy supports a good and upright ruler. Since the several princes can't, we can only put our hope on the sixth prince. How about the sixth prince? He has been in the imperial mausoleum for so many years, and we don't know how he is now. I have seen him before, this son is kind-hearted, but not lacking in courage and determination. Well, he came back once 2 years ago, and he entrusted the seventh prince to our care. He and the seventh prince are not brothers, but it's really good to be able to get a safe environment for the seventh prince under such circumstances. I'll go find him myself in a while, and other things will go according to the previous plan, said the old headmaster. Yes. Everyone stood up and responded. Alright, let's go down. Dong Li, you stay. The other teachers left, and Dong Li sat back in his seat. Is the 7th prince still unable to cultivate? The old headmaster asked. Yes, he is already 16 years old this year, but his temperament is like 6 or 7 years old, no different from when he came to the academy. Dong Li replied, the other princes started training at the age of 8 or 9, and the 7th prince only, I'm afraid. If you can't cultivate at the age of 16, isn't that a waste? He just likes you and only wants to be close to you, so you should pay more attention. If the 6th prince can become a treasure in the future, the life of the 7th prince will not be bad in the future. Anyway, most we will take care of him, we can still afford to feed one more mouth. The old headmaster said, the 7th prince likes me? It's more like he just likes the taste of the medicinal herbs. The moment Dong Li thought of the 7th prince, he felt a little powerless. He obviously couldn't cultivate, but he was very interested in alchemy. Seeing that his eyes full of innocence, he was not good at refusing him. Sima Yu came out of the headmaster's office and returned to her courtyard. When passing by Dong Li's courtyard, she saw a youth clad in black leaning on the wall and looking inside. Although Dong Li has a cute round face, he doesn't usually laugh. On the contrary, he was quite strict with the students, and the students were afraid of him. It was a little strange that someone dares to climb his courtyard wall now. The man was lying on the wall, unable to go up or down, just left hanging. But he didn't care, he stretched his neck and looked into the courtyard, not knowing what he was looking at. Suddenly, he didn't support the wall with his hands. He threw himself forward and then swung backwards. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Hey dash, the young man got up from the ground, reached out and touched his butt, and Sima Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Seeing that he still wanted to climb the wall, she said, are you looking for Dong Li? He's not here now. The boy was startled, and when he turned around, his eyes were still filled with panic, like a frightened deer. Sima Yu couldn't help but admire those clean eyes. When did you come here? The boy blinked, trying his best not to look flustered. Sima Yu pointed to the wall and said with a smile, I was here when you were still there. Then didn't you see it all? The boy's face turned red all of a sudden, he looked left and looked again, as if he had done something wrong. Yes, I've seen it all. Are you looking for Dong Li? Sima Yu asked. Yes, I'm looking for him, the classroom, he's not here. I'll come and have a look. The boy stared at her, do you know where he is? Sima Yu noticed that his speech was a bit special, and then looking at his slow movements, she instantly understood that he was a child with insufficient mental development. She slowed down her speech and said, he was discussing matters with the headmaster. Is there anything you are looking for him for? The youth pursed his lips, stared at her hesitantly for a while, then turned around and ran away. Sima Yu watched him run away, did not stop him, smiled and left. How could there be such a child in the academy, with an incomplete mind and no spirit power, but running around everywhere? Sima Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped. No spirit power, no spirit power. In the entire academy, even those freshmen have already started to cultivate, and this young man was probably the only one who does not know how to cultivate. Isn't that precisely what she's been looking for? Isn't it? Could it be that the contract master of White Tiger was a person with a low mental capacity? How would she start teaching someone like him to cultivate then? She looked back at the direction the boy was leaving, hesitated and left. She'd better turn around and ask Dong Li about the boy's situation. She hasn't seen Dong Li for 2 or 3 days in a row, nor had she seen the boy, so she haven't had a chance to ask. A few days later, she went to class. This was the first time in her life that she took a class. Seeing the immature faces below, she suddenly felt that she was getting old. She began to wonder if Feng Zhixing felt the same way when he saw her. The students below were all excited when they saw her. Some of them had seen the events on the day of the selection of freshmen with their own eyes, while others had heard people's versions. Whether they saw or heard, they were all curious about her. Knowing that Sima Yu teaches the freshmen, students of other grades were envious. How lucky was it to have such a beautiful fairy to be their teacher? Hello everyone, I'm your alchemy teacher, Sima Yu. Starting today, I'll teach you alchemy. Before class, let me know about your situation. How many of you already know how to refine? Almost everyone raised their hands. Well, since they already knew how to do it, it will be much easier to teach later. Since everyone have some experience in alchemy, then I don't need to repeat the 3 basic steps of alchemy. Now you come out one by one to refine the 2 herbs. The alchemist's classroom was not arranged like an ordinary classroom. The tables and chairs were surrounded by the wall. There is a pill furnace in front of the classroom, and the medicine was placed in front of it. After she said that, she came to the side, took out a chair and sat down, watching the students refine the medicinal materials one by one. Each student extracted 2 kinds of medicinal materials, no matter if they were successful or not, how pure they were. More than 30 students tried, and very soon, half a day passed. Some people had a high purity extraction, and some even failed twice. Those who had successfully refined were naturally happy, and those who had not succeeded were a little embarrassed. Sima Yu sat in the chair, looked around, took in their expressions, and said, we'll start our classes here every morning, and we'll start refining in the afternoon. Teacher Yu, since we already know how to refine, why do we need to study again? Those who can't refine, just let them practice on their own. There's no need to slow down everyone's progress because of them, right? A woman stood up and said with undisguised contempt. Sima Yu glanced at her, it was the one who had performed the best during the refinement just now. This woman should have been carefully cultivated by a big clan, and she was much better than other students in terms of technique and purity. At the same time, the sense of superiority was much stronger than others. The essence you have refined has reached 50%, which is very powerful at your age. However, there are still some points to pay attention to. There will be some differences between what your master and I will place on, so it will be good for you to listen. Maybe there will be other effects. Sima Yu said, of course, I am more open, you can come to the class if you want, if you don't want to listen, you can go to the alchemy room to practice by yourself. But I'm going to say it out straight, if you don't attend my lessons and don't know what I said because you didn't come to class, if you come to me after class to ask, I won't answer. Hearing her words, a few people showed smiles on their faces. They were all good at refining. They came to the academy to learn more knowledge, not to repeatedly refine and dwell on basic knowledge. Now with her words, they could confidently not come to class in a justified manner. N/O/vel/ and the woman who spoke was a little disdainful when she heard her words. She didn't know why the family sent her to the academy. Her master's refining has already reached the 9th level. Can't she learn from the master in the family? Why come here to waste time with these people? The master said that her refining has been very good, and what she needs now is practice, not theoretical knowledge. So it doesn't matter if you don't listen. And this teacher was so young, how could she be more powerful than her master? Sima Yu knew that she was unconvinced when she saw her expression. Although her talent was good, her temperament was not pleasing. Since she was her own student, she will teach her well, so as not to waste such a good talent. Moreover, she didn't show her hands, and these students probably didn't know what to do. They didn't know what level their teacher was. Come here. She called the woman over, then took out 2 kinds of medicinal materials, lit the fire of the pill furnace, and extracted 2 essences that were the same as hers according to the steps and actions of the woman just now. Wow, the teacher is amazing. All the students were amazed. She only watched them refine once, and she was able to remember the techniques they refined. This was too strong. The woman was even more surprised, because her master had said that their extraction method was not common, and it was very complicated. Sima Yu only saw it once and knew it, and she also remembered the heat and time just now, even her master couldn't do it. Sima Yu didn't say much, and took 2 more of the same medicinal materials, and refined them again with the method just now. But this time, she made some changes, and the purity of the extracted essence has been increased by 3 levels, directly to 80%. She put the 2 essences on the table and said, refining is the most basic of alchemy, but it is also the most important. If you want to build a towering building, the stronger the foundation, the better. You may be better than others here, but there is a sky outside the sky, and there are always people who are more powerful than you. If you have talent, you should study with your heart, so as to live up to the blessings of God for you. The few students who were still proud just now all blushed with shame. Teacher, can you use your own method to extract this medicinal material? A student asked. Of course. She took out 2 more medicinal herbs, extracted them with her usual level, put them on the table, and announced that she left after class. In the classroom, no one left. They were shocked and they looked at the essence refined by Sima Yu. This purity is almost 100%. The teacher is right, we have nothing to be proud of. We actually have such a powerful teacher, we must work harder in the future. Sima Yu didn't care about the students' reactions, she looked at the classroom to the side after she left the classroom and saw the black-robed boy again. The boy found her, was stunned for a moment, and ran away again. When Sima Yu was in class in the afternoon, none of the students skipped class, and they all obediently waited for her in the classroom. When they saw her come in, their gazes were hotter than in the morning. Before, they just heard about what she did when she was selecting a freshman, and they just had a general admiration for her. After what happened in the morning, they had completely fallen for her and worshipped her to the core. And after that, no one refuted what they said to Sima Yu. What makes them most happy was that her class was concise, lively, and interesting. The advice given to them was also to the point, making it unlike all the boring classes they had ever attended. During the time Sima Yu taught them, everyone made great progress. After finishing the theoretical knowledge, Sima Yu took them to the alchemy room. Let them use their points to exchange the same medicinal materials, and let them practice alchemy by themselves. And Sima Yu patrolled the classroom while they were practicing, guiding them one by one on their shortcomings in practice. When someone fails, she doesn't blame them, and encouraged them to start over. Someone blew up the furnace, and whether she was in front of her or not, she could place a protective ring around the student in the first second, reducing the risk of injury to the student. Therefore, with her around, the students could let go and try many things that they had not dared to try before, which greatly broadened their alchemy path. And other students also knew that her lectures were very good, and many people came to listen. Sima Yu didn't object either, as long as it doesn't interfere with other teachers' classes. On this day, she took her students to the alchemy room, and suddenly saw a figure appear in the window of the alchemy room. He was lying on the windowsill, quietly watching the students in the classroom fiddle about. He looked at them so intently that he didn't even notice when she came to him. "You like alchemy very much?" she asked aloud. The youth was frightened and tried to run again, but was grabbed by Sima Yu in the arm in a firm grip this time round. "Don't you want to watch them refine?" she asked. "I can take you into the classroom to see it." The youth turned back and stared at her, but he didn't see her laughing at him like the other teachers, but seriously said to bring him into the classroom. Seeing this, his struggling body gradually stopped. "Let's go, I'll take you in." Sima Yu took him by the hand and went to the classroom. When the people in the classroom saw one more person, they all looked at him curiously. "This is the classmate who came to visit. You don't need to worry about it. Continue refining your medicinal pills and pretend that he doesn't exist," Sima Yu said. The students were just curious for a while. For someone who had nothing to do with them, they still felt that their alchemy was more important, and soon returned their attention to the alchemy furnace. Sima Yu stood in front of the classroom, with the youth beside her, looking at this person and then at that person. He was very excited. What's your name? Sima Yu asked softly, afraid of scaring him again. Yu Sheng, my name is Mo Yu Sheng. After the youth finished speaking, he turned his head and smiled at her. Mo Yu Sheng, there was actually a man with such a name. But it was quite in line with him, his eyes were as clean as rain. Do you like watching people refine? She asked again in a gentle tone. Mo Yu Sheng nodded vigorously. Dongli let me see, the others won't. So you didn't see Dongli for a few days, that's why you went to climb his courtyard? I want to see if he's there. Mo Yu Sheng's pale face was a little red, and it seemed that he was shy. Teacher Dongli has something to do recently. He is not in the academy, so his classes are taken by others. Sima Yu explained. I know, I haven't seen him for a long time. Mo Yu said in a loud voice. What a smart kid. Sima Yu praised. Although Mo Yu Sheng's body was 16 years old and a little taller than her, his pure smile and bright eyes will make people unconsciously regard him as a child. Hearing her compliment, his laughter became even brighter. Where do you usually live? Sima Yu tempted him step by step, to deepen each other's impressions. In the small garden. Where is the small garden? In the big garden. Where is the big garden? Where is the big garden? I don't know. Sima Yu held her forehead. How could she be led into the ditch by him? Do you live alone? Or with someone else? I am alone. Mother said that I have grown up, and I have to do things myself and live alone. If I am obedient now, the mother will wake up. Mo Yu Sheng said with a childlike voice. Very serious, but it made Sima Yu sad to hear it. Would you like to move to my courtyard? In my place, you can see a lot of medicinal herbs, and you can come to class with me, so that you won't miss their alchemy class. No. Mo Yu Sheng shook his head. Live alone. You lived alone when you went to my place, you have your own room, you have to do your own thing, I will not help you. Sima Yu said, your life won't change, but you can follow me to class, watch them refine. Sometimes I also refine where I live. How is it, do you want to go? Mo Yu Sheng hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Sima Yu smiled and said, then I'll go move things with you after class. Alright. After confirming this matter, Mo Yu Sheng watched those people immersed in alchemy intently. Sima Yu didn't bother him, went to watch those students refining pills one by one, and gave them some pointers by the way. After turning around, Mo Yu Sheng was no longer in front of the classroom. Sima Yu was stunned for a moment, and saw him running in front of a student, dancing with excitement. Sima Yu pulled him away in the past and said, we can't disturb her. It turned out that it was going to condense into pill, no wonder he was so excited. Looking at it, he seemed very familiar with alchemy. But how was it possible? He, a person who can't cultivate, can't possibly be able to concoct pills, how can he sense the situation of pills in the pill furnace, and know that pills will be condensed soon? She looked at him suspiciously, but he just stared at the pill furnace. After living together in the future, she will have time to get to know him. The contract master of White Tiger should not be a simple character. Thinking of White Tiger, Sima Yu frowned slightly. Of the 4 divine beasts, why is it the only one whose aura is obscured by the heavenly Tao, and even the shell of black tortoise can't be divinated? Even its contract master is so special. Afterwards, she gave some pointers to those students. When they all finished refining, the class would be over. She grabbed Mo Yu Sheng's sleeve and said, let's go, let's move things, n/o/vel/b /forward. Alright. An hour later, Sima Yu successfully abducted someone to live in her courtyard. Mo Yu Sheng stood awkwardly in the middle of her small courtyard. You will live in that room from now on. Sima Yu pointed to the room next to hers, and there were only 2 rooms here. Mo Yu Sheng walked straight to the medicinal herbs that were drying. I haven't seen any of these herbs before. He exclaimed as he turned his head and looked at Sima Yu excitedly. Just these few herbs made him think that it was a good decision to move here. Sima Yu walked over, crouched down beside him, and said, you like medicinal herbs very much? It smells very nice and makes me feel very comfortable. Mo Yu Sheng said with a smile. Yu Sheng, when did you start to like the smell of medicinal herbs? Mo Yu Sheng tilted his head to think for a while, and said, I don't know when it started. It seems that I feel very comfortable and happy as soon as I smell it. Since you go to look at the students during alchemy refinement every day, do you want to try it by yourself? I can't do it. Mo Yu Sheng pouted, and said somewhat disappointedly, they said that I can't cultivate, and it's impossible for me to become an alchemist in my life. Who said so? Yu Sheng, you can definitely become an alchemist. Sima Yu reached out and touched his head, trust me, you can. Really? Mo Yu Sheng looked at Sima Yu, and seeing the affirmation in her eyes, the loss dissipated, and a pure smile appeared on his face again. Sima Yu nodded, thinking in her heart that he was the contract master of White Tiger, can he not cultivate? Mo Yu Sheng looked around, made sure there was no one around, put his head next to Sima Yu, and said in a low voice, I'll tell you something, don't tell anyone else. Sima Yu smiled when she saw his solemn instructions. I tell you, I often think that I am an alchemist. Mo Yu Sheng said, whenever I see those people refine during alchemy, I would think what would I do if I were an alchemist, but unfortunately I don't have spirit power, otherwise I can try out my ideas. How can a person with the mind of a child be so familiar with alchemy? Was there another soul living in his body? Or did he have memories that did not belong to him since he was a child? Sima Yu was shocked, but a smile appeared on her face. When you can cultivate, you will be able to put your ideas to the test. Maybe what you think is right. I knew you wouldn't laugh at me. I've never even said that to Dongli. Mo Yusheng danced happily like a praised child. Over the past 2 days, she had already knew about Mo Yusheng. She knew that he was the 7th prince of this country, but he can only live in the academy. Now that he had actually told her what he never said to Dongli, does it mean that in his heart, she was closer than Dongli? This was also a big step forward. Why should I laugh at you? This might be your talent in alchemy. As for not being able to cultivate, it doesn't matter. I only started cultivating when about your age. Before that, I was called a waste by others. Sima Yu encouraged. Really? Mo Yusheng couldn't believe it. Although he was stupid, he could see that she was very powerful. Why would I lie to you for? I used to. Sima Yu shared some experiences when she could not cultivate when she was a child, and Mo Yusheng was stunned. So you were like me before? He exclaimed. Yes, if you acknowledge me as your master, I can find a way for you to cultivate. As long as you can cultivate, you may become an alchemist, and your ideas can be realized. Don't you think I'm right? Mo Yusheng hesitated and deliberated again. If you recognize me as a master, I will give you many more precious medicinal materials than these. I can pack all the medicinal materials for your alchemy in the future, how about it? Sima Yu looked at him with a smile, not afraid he was not moved. Seeing Mo Yusheng hesitating and wanting to agree, and his eyes getting brighter after hearing her promise, she suddenly felt like a shrewd human trafficker who kidnapped children. Well then, I'll accept you as a master. Mo Yusheng was finally swayed by her conditions. Where are the medicinal materials? Where are the medicinal materials? Come, show me. Don't worry, since you are going to acknowledge me as your master, there should be some form of ceremony. Sima Yu said. Mo Yusheng became impatient and stared at her with a pout, expressing his dissatisfaction. Sima Yu supported her forehead, accepting such a disciple, she already felt very tired. Even if we do away with most part of the ceremony, the most important part, serving a cup of tea to acknowledge the master should always be drunk by master, right? Mo Yusheng stared at her, tilted his head for a while, then ran to the kitchen, found a bowl, filled it with water and brought it out, then slammed down on his knees in front of her, raised the bowl over his head, and said, Master, please have some tea. Sima Yu looked at his serious face and told herself that this was already very good. She took the big bowl and took a sip of the cold water in it. Then threw the bowl into the spirit pagoda. What a shabby discipleship ceremony. This is your first gift from your master, here, take it to play. The day that you truly awaken, I will give you a serious discipleship ceremony for the master. Sima Yu took out a few medicinal materials for Mo Yusheng, and pulled him up from the ground. Mo Yusheng saw those medicinal herbs, the precious ones were not good, so he took them and went back to his room. Sima Yu thought that his room hadn't been set up yet and everything was in her interspatial ring, so she resigned herself to set up the room for him. In a residential house not far from the academy, Fu Shi and Black Tortoise were playing chess, when Fu Shi suddenly paused with a chess piece in his hand and said with a smile, the master and disciple have finally met, it seems that Yu has found White Tiger's contract master. I wonder what kind of a person he is. Since she has found the person, she will definitely bring him over to show us. Black Tortoise was not curious at all, if it wasn't for the wrong timing, he would have liked to see Sima Yu hard at work. But at this moment, it made him unable to laugh. Looking for someone in the academy who doesn't know how to cultivate, what else can they be other than trash? Thinking of White Tiger, both of them couldn't help but sigh. They thought it was a bad thing to be a waste. When they really saw Mo Yusheng, they knew that things that they envisioned were not the worst, only reality had hit them hard. Is he your little disciple? Fu Shi wanted to cry without tears. Azure Dragon, you are also a divinator now, come and do some divination, did she find the wrong person? Black Tortoise looked at Mo Yusheng's pure eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. Sima Yu was also helpless, I also want Fu Shi to check if I've got the wrong person. After acknowledging Mo Yusheng yesterday, he has been researching the medicinal herbs. She thought of letting Fu Shi and the others meet him first, so she brought him over. Looking at his appearance now, it was clear that he had already given the answer. A group of people looked at Mo Yusheng who was foolishly looking at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, feeling very helpless. This White Tiger's contract master is not only a person who can't cultivate, but also a person whose IQ stays at a few years old. Yu, are you sure you can guide him to cultivate? When she looked at Sima Yu with pity. Sima Yu sighed and said, it's alright, we have no other choice. However, I don't think Yusheng is that simple. What did you find? Bai Xiaofei asked. At this time, he was not as cold as the first time they met. It is estimated that the happy life after marriage drove away the coldness in his heart. He likes alchemy very much, and he also likes medicinal materials. Not only that, he is very sensitive to alchemy. Even though he has no spirit power, he can feel when other people condense pills. He is also very familiar with medicinal materials. Sima Yu said, I don't talk about that. He is a person who can't cultivate a mentally imperfect person, even an ordinary alchemist can't do it. Are you saying that he might be like you, and he also revived his soul? Black Tortoise exclaimed. Sima Yu didn't expect that Black Tortoise would even be able to figure this out. It seems that they all knew about her past. She nodded and said, I'm just guessing, not sure. I can only say that he has a secret about him. Well, maybe these secrets are the reason for his mental insufficiency. Fu Shi said, we can't help you with these things, you can only find out for yourself. It's going to be hard on you. If there's nothing wrong, I'll take him back. After I go back, I'll see if I can find out the reason why he can't cultivate as soon as possible. Sima Yu went out after speaking. Mo Yusheng was sitting in the courtyard, looking and smelling the herbs Sima Yu gave him. Seeing Sima Yu coming out, he stood up and ran over happily, and said, Master, there is a lot of power in this. Sima Yu looked at the medicinal herbs in his hands. She was very familiar with them. She was able to refine the 9th grade medicinal herbs. Among the medicinal herbs, the grades were relatively high, but why didn't she feel any power? Master? Mo Yusheng saw Sima Yu staring at the medicinal material, stuffed the medicinal material into her hand, and looked at him happily. Every time she saw his eyes, Sima Yu couldn't bear to say anything to refuse. She touched his head and said, Our Yusheng is so powerful, you can sense the power in the medicinal herbs. Updates by Calm. Hee. Mo Yusheng was praised and laughed even more happily. Let's go back to the academy. Sima Yu returned the medicinal materials to him. Let's go back and study what this power is, alright? Alright. Mo Yusheng nodded. Sima Yu looked back at the others, and left with Mo Yusheng. Yu is really patient with him. Fortunately, Ling Yu has something to go back to the devil realm for, otherwise the vinegar will drown us. Black Tortoise said regretfully, as if he didn't see the excitement. Fu Shi rolled his eyes at him, turned and left. He was too lazy to deal with this man. When Sima Yu brought Mo Yusheng back to the academy, she saw another black-robed youth at the gate of her courtyard. The young man stood at the door with his hands behind his back, looking at the small courtyard. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned to look at Sima Yu and Mo Yusheng. Seeing Mo Yusheng holding Sima Yu's sleeve, a glint flashed by his eyes. How could he trust someone so much? When Mo Yusheng saw him, he excitedly let go of Sima Yu's sleeve, ran over and hugged him, and said, 6th Imperial Brother, come back and watch Yusheng. Mo came to pat Mo Yusheng's back and said, Well, the Emperor called me back, I'll drop by to see you. Are you having a good time? Yusheng is very happy every day. Mo Yusheng let go of him, pulled him to Sima Yu, and said, 6th Imperial Brother, this is my master. Master, 6th Imperial Brother came to see me. Sima Yu looked at this young man who was about the same size as Mo Yusheng, with the same clothes and a similar face, but this man looked more mature than his peers. Mo glanced at Sima Yu, then bent down and saluted, Thank you for taking care of Yusheng. Are you Mo Li? Sima Yu asked. Yes. I heard that you have been guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. Yes. This time you won't be going back since you came out? Yes. Sima Yu nodded and said, Since you're here, let's go in and sit. I happen to have something I want to ask you. Mo Li seemed to know what Sima Yu was going to ask, and followed her into the courtyard. 6th Imperial Brother, let me tell you, my master is very good, and her alchemy is even better than Dongli. And she also has a lot of medicinal herbs, all of which smell very comfortable. 6th Imperial Brother, master treats me very well. She speaks as gently as mother, and is never harsh on Yusheng. 6th Imperial Brother, let me tell you a secret, master will only stay here for a while. If master leaves, what should I do? Before Mo Li came, he had been listening to Mo Yusheng incessant chattering with a smile on his face. Hearing this, he asked, How did you know? I just know. Mo pouted and said, Master has immortal energy, how could a fairy with immortal energy stay here for a long time? Is Yusheng still able to see immortal energy? Then, look at the 6th Imperial Brother to see if there is immortal energy in him? Mo Li said with a smile. Really, 6th Imperial Brother, you don't believe me? I believe it, I believe everything Yusheng says n/o/vel/b forwards. When Sima Yu heard Mo Yusheng's words, she smiled silently, and said, Yusheng, take your 6th Imperial Brother to the house to talk, I'll go get you guys some food first. There was no place to eat in this little academy. Sima Yu could do without eating but Mo Yusheng couldn't. 6th Imperial Brother, let me tell you, the food made by master is delicious. I ate it last night, and it tastes better than anything I've ever eaten before. While Mo pulled a stool and sat down, Mo Yusheng was chattering excitedly as he moved another stool next to him and sat down, reaching for his sleeve. Mo saw him holding his sleeves and thought of how he was holding Sima Yu's sleeve. Sima Yu prepared the food and let the two of them eat, then went back to her room. When Mo came knocking on the door, it was already late at night. Come in. When Mo heard her reply, he pushed open the door and entered, and what he saw was a picture of a beautiful woman reading a book leisurely under the lamp. He's asleep? Sima Yu raised her head and asked. Yeah. Mo nodded, walked over, sat down opposite her, and said, I didn't expect Yusheng to have another master. Yusheng likes you very much, and I can see that he is very happy after meeting you. Yusheng is a simple child. Sima Yu said, you don't have to worry that I will hurt him. But you really have other purposes for him, don't you? Sima Yu stared at him, and he looked back at her without any timidity in his eyes. Even if I do have ulterior motives, what can you do? She smiled. I want to know, what do you want him to do? Mo asked, his mind is still of a child, and he doesn't know how to cultivate, so he is just a very useless person to you. If you want to use his status as a prince, then I should be more suitable than him. What if you die because of this? Sima Yu asked. Mo looked at Sima Yu. She smiled so softly, but she mentioned death so casually. It was like a poppy flower, which was so beautiful, but it made people cold. As long as Yusheng is safe. What if it kills me? he said plainly, but firmly. If he really wanted to exchange his life for Yusheng's, he would definitely not hesitate. Sima Yu stared at him seriously, smiled, and said, "It's great that he has a brother like you. I didn't come here for his identity as a prince, but don't worry, I won't kill him either. He has responsibilities that he should shoulder, and I'm just here to let him take his responsibilities." Mo Yulai was a little shocked by what she said, but he quickly accepted it and said, "Sure enough. You know he's extraordinary, right?" Sima Yu asked. Mo Yulai nodded. "Looks like you've noticed." Sima Yu said, "What's with him and herbs?" Mo Yulai hesitated for a while, then said, "I don't know either. All I know is that ever since he was a child, he has been obsessed with medicinal herbs, and when he's around them, he's very well behaved." "Only these?" Mo Yulai nodded. His mother said that when he was born, the sky was full of light, and Imperial Father was very happy, but later he found that his mind had been stuck at a few years old, and he became estranged. Later, after his mother died, I went to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. He had a very bad life in the palace. I tried to get the Emperor to agree to let him live here, and I don't know much about the rest. Updates by Com. It is said that the royal family is ruthless. Why are you so kind to Yusheng? Although we don't have the same mother, but my life was given by her. When she is gone, I will naturally take care of him. Mo Yulai didn't elaborate, but Sima Yu guessed it. They have good eyesight. Sima Yu boasted without thinking. She had already guessed why Mo Yulai came back. As long as one combined the selection of freshmen with the situation of the academy, one would be able to know what the headmaster thinks. This Mo Yulai is much better than the fourth prince. Although it would be difficult to choose such a powerless prince, it was indeed their last choice. Mo Yulai came to look at her and said, "Can you tell me, what do you want Yusheng to do? What is his mission?" "The task he shoulders is naturally the life and future of the people in the world." Sima Yu said, seeing him frown, she explained, "The people in the world I said do not mean the people of your country, but the whole world. Your country, your continent, and all other continents." Mo Yulai never knew that there were other continents outside this continent, but when she said this, he seemed to see a magnificent world, and the mean continent was only a very small part of it. "Are you from outside?" he asked. "Yes, I came to this continent for the Yusheng." "How long will you stay here?" "Look at Yusheng's situation. When he can shoulder the responsibility, I will complete the task." Sima Yu didn't know, she felt that the time would not be short. "When you leave, will Yusheng also leave?" "Yes." Sima Yu didn't hide it from him. Once Mo Yusheng made a contract with White Tiger and wakes up White Tiger, even if he succeeded in returning to his place, then it would be time to settle the accounts. Mo Yusheng, as a White Tiger's contract master, naturally wanted to leave with him. She thought of what Black Tortoise and the others said, White Tiger's injury has healed, but he is still sleeping, and only Mo Yusheng's contract can wake him up. If Mo Yusheng had made a contract early, then he would not have the strength himself. When the battle comes, can he only watch from the back? If they had to wait for his strength to become stronger before contracting, would they have to wait for hundreds of years? Alas, a headache. Mo Yulai didn't know what was going on in her heart, and he was still digesting the news that Mo Yusheng was carrying the world on his shoulders. The two were silent for a while. "Sixth Imperial Brother, why are you here with Master?" Mo Yusheng appeared at the door of the room, still rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Aren't you going to sleep with Yusheng?" "Sixth Imperial Brother came to chat with your master and see if you've been good here." Mo Yulai said, standing up, and said to Sima Yu, "Thank you for clarifying the confusion. It's too late, I'll head back first." "Wait a minute." Sima Yu came to him, placed her finger between his eyebrows, and said, "You and I are also destined. I will take care of you during this time in Mean Continent. It would be a pity if a good seedling died. More importantly, only when he awakens can Azure Wind Academy be stable. Now that the academy is stable, she and Mo Yusheng will have a better environment. If Mo Yulai died, it would be a blow to Mo Yusheng." Mo Yulai saw her lightly, and a faint figure appeared in his sea of consciousness, looking at her suspiciously. "That's my soul imprint. During the time I'm in Mean Continent, if your life is in danger, she will protect you, and I would feel it." Sima Yu said, "All right, go back and rest." Mo Yulai was a little excited. When he agreed with the headmaster, he said that his life would be in danger at any time. Although he was fearless, he didn't want to give his life in vain and let those people succeed. Now with her soul imprint, his life was safe for the time being. He saluted her, then went to the door, took Mo Yusheng's hand, and said, "Let's go back to rest." "All right. Master, you should go to bed earlier too." Mo Yusheng told Sima Yu in a loud voice. Sima Yu waited for the two to leave, and took out a medicinal herb. This was the same as what Mo Yusheng said that had power before. She looked at it over and over again for a while, but still couldn't find any power. In the early morning of the second day, Mo Yulai and Mo Yusheng came to bid farewell, and Sima Yu had already prepared breakfast. "Going back to the palace? Let's eat breakfast before leaving," Sima Yu said after she sat down and started eating. Mo Yulai and Mo Yusheng came over, and the three of them had breakfast together. Drinking the warm porridge, he felt that his long-cold heart was also warmed. He finally understood why Yusheng, who was very wary of others, liked her so much. After Mo Yulai had breakfast, he left the courtyard and went to the headmaster to discuss matters. Before entering the palace, they also had to be prepared. Mo Yusheng walked him to the gate of the small courtyard, pulling him by the sleeve, full of reluctance to let him go. After Mo Yulai repeatedly assured him that he would come to see him often, he released his hand, staring at Mo Yulai's back with red eyes. Sima Yu looked at his back, sighed, and said, Yusheng, come here. Mo Yusheng came to Sima Yu's side and she took out a handkerchief and gave it to him to wipe his tears. Are you worried about your 6th imperial brother? She asked gently. Mo Yusheng nodded. 6th imperial brother is in danger. How do you know that 6th imperial brother is in danger? Mo Yulai would definitely not say those things to Mo Yusheng, so this is probably what he guessed. Big brother and the others are very fierce. If 6th imperial brother stays in the palace, they will kill him. Mo Yusheng said. Then do you want to protect your 6th imperial brother? Mo Yusheng nodded fiercely. If you want to protect your 6th imperial brother, you have to become stronger. To become stronger, you have to cultivate. Sima Yu said. Mo Yusheng lowered his head and said in despair, I can't cultivate. I'm a waste. Who said you're a waste? You just can't cultivate temporarily. You forgot about the fact that master couldn't cultivate before? As long as you find the reason why you can't cultivate and solve the problem, it's fine. You can ask the master to check on you. Let's see why you can't cultivate, alright? Alright. Mo Yusheng nodded and followed Sima Yu to the room. Sima Yu delved her divine sense into his body and found that there was nothing abnormal in his body. There was no poisoning, no meridian blockage, and none of the reasons she had guessed before existed. His body was a perfectly normal body. Sima Yu searched his body for a long time, and finally had to give up and withdrew. Master, have you found the reason? Mo Yusheng asked. Not yet. Sima Yu said, let's go to class first, and wait until we come back to see if we can find out the reason, alright? Alright. Sima Yu took him to the classroom. Today, she will give the students some medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were relatively rare, and the growing environment, picking methods, preservation methods and extraction methods were somewhat different. When she was giving her lecture, Mo Yusheng stayed quietly at the back of the classroom, a little gloomy. After class, Sima Yu took him back, gave him some medicinal herbs, and asked him to dry them in the courtyard. She gave all the medicinal herbs that she talked about today, and she re-emphasized that he had to be very careful when he handled them. She thought that Mo Yusheng was absent-minded during class and could not handle it well. Unexpectedly, he handled every medicinal herb very well. After drying the herbs, he squatted beside the herbs and stared at them in a daze. Sima Yu took out the sound stone, contacted Fu Shi and the others, and told them about Mo Yusheng's situation. Are you sure he's fine? Fu Shi asked. I checked it in the morning, and everything's all right. Sima Yu said, not only is there no problem, but his talent should be very good. But he just can't sense the spiritual energy, let alone guide it into the body to cultivate. Then this is troublesome. Black Tortoise sighed and lamented by the side. If they knew what's wrong with his body, they could prescribe the right medicine and let him start cultivating. But his body doesn't have those reasons, what should they do? Can you do a divination? Even if you have a little direction. Sima Yu finally asked. Sai, no, we have already tried it. Regarding Mo Yusheng, except for the fate with of master and disciple between the two of you, everything else is blank. How could this be? Sima Yu was astonished. Actually, there is nothing strange about this. The heavenly Tao has covered up the matter of White Tiger. Since Mo Yusheng is its master, it is normal for it to be covered up by the heavenly Tao. Black Tortoise said, it may also be just him, well, he's strange, isn't it? If there was no reason, it wouldn't be so. In a word, in one sentence, they couldn't figure out anything, so she could only rely on herself and stumble around blindly. Sima Yu cut off contact, put away the sound stone, and thought about Mo Yusheng's situation, but still couldn't think of the reason. She had to ask for help. Why did you call me here? A sulking Hades appeared in the room, sitting on the throne. I have something I have to seek your advice for. Sima Yu said with a smile, there's no one else I can look for, except you. Not knowing if this sentence successfully pleased him, Hades' expression became better and he said, tell me, what matter is it that you can't solve? Sima Yu told him about Mo Yusheng once again, in every detail, even Black Tortoise and the others couldn't divinate anything about him. You're talking about the little doll in the yard? Hades looked at Mo Yusheng, who was squatting on the ground staring at the herbs. Yes, please help me have a look and find the reason why he can't cultivate. Sima Yu looked at him expectantly. I really have to hand it to you. Hades glanced at her, waved his hand and a black mist emanated from his palm, flew to Mo Yusheng's side and enveloped him. N/O/vel/B//in.C/. Mo Yusheng, who was squatting in front of the herbs, didn't know what was going on. He only felt cold, he didn't know anything, and the very next moment, his body tilted to one side and he fell to the ground. Sima Yu glanced at Mo Yusheng worriedly, but did not go up to interrupt Hades. After 2 or 3 minutes, he withdrew the black mist. How is it, do you know the reason? Sima Yu asked. He is a tribulation transcender. Hades said, people like this will have something different from ordinary people. They have their own strengths, so ordinary cultivation methods are not suitable for them. Is Mo Yusheng a tribulation transcender? Sima Yu was astonished. Yup, so you don't use conventional methods to guide him, but to activate the power in his body. How to activate it? There's no difference in their bodies at all. Their power is just sealed by the heavenly Tao, not that it's completely gone. Hades looked at her as if she was very stupid and continued, didn't your power disappear for a while before? Sima Yu remembered that when she first came out, her power was sealed by the heavenly Tao. Later, the people who blocked the ghost clan in Fair Eastern City caused the lightning tribulation, and she returned to normal after being severely struck. Therefore, what Mo Yusheng needs was a stimulation point. As long as that point was stimulated, he will regain his previous strength. Don't ask me how, every tribulation is different. Go and find out for yourself. Hades rejected her silent request, and then left directly on the throne. For someone like him, who dares to ask him to be a puzzle solver, only she has the courage. Previous chapter. Hades just left without giving her any advice. But she was very satisfied with this harvest, at least she knew the reason. If she had a direction, she'll know where to work towards. She walked to Mo Yusheng's side, carried him into his room, put him on the bed, checked his body, and injected some spirit power into his body to drive out all the remaining power that was left in his body. Mo Yusheng felt as if his body had fallen into the ice cellar, but he saw his master behind him. Seeing Master patting his head lightly, he felt that the coldness in his body had completely dissipated. Master. He murmured softly. Sima Yu covered him with a quilt, heard his voice, smiled, got up and went out. She came to the courtyard where the herbs that were drying were, squatted down, picked up a herb and looked at it repeatedly. Mo Yusheng was a tribulation transcender. Ordinary cultivation methods were useless to him, and he has to find another way to do it. What she could be sure of now was that he must have something to do with medicinal pills, and it is very likely that he is an alchemist, which is why he likes alchemy so much. Now, to find a way to lead him to cultivate, it seems that the only way to start was with medicinal herbs. Suddenly, she remembered what Mo Yusheng said yesterday, Master, there is so much power in here. She couldn't feel the power in the medicinal herbs, but he could. Doesn't that mean that he can absorb the power in the medicinal herbs? Thinking of this possibility, she wanted to wake Mo Yusheng and let him try. But thinking that he was just injured by Hades, she let him rest and recover. Mo Yusheng slept until the next day. Sima Yu went to class. Seeing that he hadn't woken up yet, she asked Little Seven and Floey to come out to guard him and went to class by herself. When he woke up, he saw two girls beside the bed, and he sat up from the bed in a frenzy. Updates by Calm. Who are you? Where did you hide my master? He hugged the quilt tightly, trembling with fright. Don't be afraid, we are your master's contract beasts, and we are here to protect you. Little Seven said, your master has gone to class, and you can see her when she finishes class. Little Seven's voice was very soft, perhaps because she was a herb. Mo Yusheng slowly lowered his guard against her, but still huddled on the bed and didn't get off. Little Seven thought about it, took out a big radish she had collected, and said, this is for you to play with. Mo Yusheng saw the medicinal herb and hesitated for a while, but then slowly moved over and took the medicinal herb from her hand. She said that she was the master's contract beast, so she shouldn't be a bad person. Mo Yusheng thought so, and for the sake of the big radish, let's play with her for a while. Yusheng, have you ever eaten medicinal herbs? Little Seven asked. No. Mo Yu shook his head, how can you eat medicinal herbs? Why can't you eat the herbs? Little Seven asked back, you haven't tried it before, have you? Mo Yusheng tilted his head and thought for a while, what she said seemed to make sense. You can feel the power in the medicinal herbs, right? I can also feel the power in the medicinal herbs. Little Seven said. Really? Mo Yusheng looked at Little Seven in surprise. Even Master couldn't sense the power in the medicine, how could she? It's the little group of green mists, right? Little Seven asked. Yes, that's it. You can really see it. Mo Yusheng was so excited that he almost went up to hug Little Seven. Don't get excited, kid. Little Seven patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, I've never met anyone before who can see the power in medicinal herbs. Let's go outside to communicate more. Alright. Mo Yusheng nodded, holding the big radish and went out. Floey saw Little Seven following him out. The two were in a heated discussion in front of the medicinal herbs in the courtyard. Floey silently took out the chair and sat aside, playing with flowers. The day was so boring, so they could only spend time playing. Floey covered her surroundings with flowers, and suddenly heard a miserable cry, which frightened the flower in her hand to be thrown out before it fully opened. Ah, it hurts. Mo Yusheng lay on the ground, rolling around, scratching his body. What happened to him? Wasn't he fine just now? Floey jumped up from the chair. This Mo Yusheng was a very important person. If something happened to him, what face would they have to see you? I just gave him a bite of a big radish. Who would have known that he would suddenly become like this? Little Seven was also a little flustered. Let's call you back quickly. After Floey finished speaking, she contacted her Sima Yu through the contract, and Sima Yu appeared in the courtyard the very next second. What's wrong with Yusheng? Sima Yu was surprised when she saw Mo Yusheng rolling on the ground. I just gave him a big radish. Little Seven said. When Sima Yu saw the medicinal herbs falling on the ground, she didn't have time to blame Little Seven. With a wave of her hand, she wrapped Mo Yusheng in her energy, temporarily relieving his pain. Mo Yusheng woke up a little, saw Sima Yu, cried and said, Master, it hurts so much. Don't be afraid, Master is here, you will be fine. Sima Yu went up to hug him, carried him into the room, and put him on the bed. She checked his body, took off his clothes, took out a silver needle and pierced his stomach a few times. After a few pricks, Mo Yusheng was much more comfortable, but he still felt that there was a force in his body rampaging. Master, Yusheng hurts. His face was covered with tears, and his tearful eyes looked pitiful. Yusheng, the power in your body is the power of the medicinal herbs you feel, and I can expel it for you. But don't you want to cultivate to protect your 6th imperial brother? Now is an opportunity to cultivate. As long as you can absorb that power into the dantian, you will be able to cultivate in the future. Master, Yusheng doesn't know how to. It doesn't matter, I will help you guide those forces, you just have to persevere. Sima Yuyu said, it's just that this process will be more painful, can you persevere? For 6th imperial brother, I can. Mo Yusheng said through gritted teeth. Then I'm going to start, don't resist that power. After Sima Yuyu finished speaking, she began to control the power in his body and slowly guided it towards the dantian, because she had to pass through the meridians and let the spirit power nourish the meridians, so her speed was not fast. Mo Yusheng's body had never experienced this before, and he felt like he was going to explode when his spirit power passed through his meridians. He bit his lip hard and very soon, blood was dripping from his lips. The pain on his body made him want to give up, but when he thought of the look in the eyes of his sixth imperial brother looking at him, he told himself that he must persevere. Persevere, persevere. He stared straight ahead with cold sweat trickling down his forehead, which made Sima Yuyu felt distressed. But he couldn't give up now, otherwise all his previous suffering will be in vain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. After Sima Yuyu led all those powers to his dantian, Mo Yusheng immediately fainted after muttering that it was alright. Sima Yuyu checked his body carefully and after she determined that he was fine, she gave him a pill to let him rest. Yuyu, I'm sorry. Little Seven bowed her head in remorse, today's events were too dangerous, if Sima Yuyu hadn't come back to control it, Mo Yusheng might have been abolished. At that time, the 4 divine beasts cannot gather together, and the consequences were really unimaginable. You were a little impulsive today, but your original intention was good, and fortunately, this matter was all right in the end. I won't punish you. When Yusheng wakes up, apologize to him yourself. Sima Yuyu said. Oh. Little Seven came to Mo Yusheng's bed and stood there, intending to wait for Mo Yusheng to wake up. Sima Yuyu knew she was blaming herself, so she didn't say much and went out with Floey. Mo Yusheng woke up and saw that the first person was Little Seven, he blinked, and then showed a pure smile to Little Seven. Little Seven, have you been watching over me? You finally woke up, how is it, does it still hurt? Little Seven asked with worry. Pain. Mo Yusheng answered honestly. I'm sorry Yusheng, I shouldn't have let you eat the big radish. Little Seven apologized. It's alright, I ate it myself. Mo Yusheng didn't blame her, I think I saw Master before I fell asleep, and Master said that I can cultivate. You can cultivate, but you have to wait until your body is healed. Little Seven said, when you are healed, I will give you my essence, alright? Alright. Mo Yusheng didn't know what her essence was. He only knew that she was very sad when she looked at him. If this would make her less sad, just eat it. Sima Yuyu knew that he had woken up, she walked over to the bed, and asked, how do you feel? Updates by. Calm. My whole body hurts. Mo Yusheng looked at Sima Yuyu pitifully, like a child crying to his mother when he was injured. Sima Yuyu sat beside the bed and checked him, then took out another pill for him to eat, and said, your meridians and muscles have been broken by the spirit power. Although you have taken the pill, your recovery still needs some time. Master, I'm hungry. Mo Yusheng said. Little Seven burst out laughing, you know that you're hungry, it means that your situation is very good. I made porridge for you, and I'll bring it to you later. Sima Yuyu looked at him like this and thought of Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao, who were the same age as him and liked to act like a spoiled child. She started to wonder if they were doing well in Divine Realm or if they were injured. It took Mo Yusheng nearly a week to fully recuperate and heal. This was still under the effect of the various medicinal herbs. During this time, except for class, she accompanied Mo Yusheng in the small courtyard. When Fu Shi and the others learned that Mo Yusheng had the first spirit power in his body, they almost ran into the academy with excitement. In the middle, Mo Yulai came to see Mo Yusheng once. She didn't know what the two brothers were talking about in the room. When Mo Yulai came out, his eyes were a little red, and his steps were a little heavy. Sima Yuyu watched him leave and felt that the things he was carrying were a little heavy. On this day, Mo Yusheng got up early in the morning and rummaged around in the courtyard of the room. After a while, he ran over and said, Master, where's my big radish, and I put it away. Sima Yuyu said. Master, give it to me and I'll take a bite. Mo Yusheng stretched out his hand and begged for it. No. Sima Yuyu refused. Why? Isn't it possible to cultivate after eating that? Mo Yusheng is now more and more able to express his meaning. After Sima Yuyu discovered that his intelligence seemed to have increased. You only got your first spirit power by taking the medicinal herbs, but this is also very harmful to your body. We have to cultivate in a better way, not this way, you know? Sima Yuyu patiently explained to him. Then how do I cultivate? Mo Yusheng asked obediently. Can you sense the spirit power in the air now? Sima Yuyu asked. What is the spirit power in the air? Sima Yuyu later taught him how to meditate. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sense the spirit power in the air, even if he mobilized the spirit power in his body. Sima Yuyu finally realized that Mo Yusheng really couldn't rely on this method to cultivate. She took out the big radish, cut a piece and put it in his palm, and then let him sense it. He finally sensed a power fluctuation. So, she guided him to absorb those powers again. Because Mo Yusheng didn't know anything about cultivation, and his mind was relatively simple, it took her a lot of effort to teach him to absorb the power in the medicinal herbs. Because he was still too weak and could not control himself, she strictly controlled the amount he could take and only gave him one slice each time, and then gave him the rest after he had absorbed it. Knowing that little Seven wanted to give him her essence, she called little Seven over to teach him. The power in her essence was more powerful than these herbs. Mo Yusheng's strength was so weak now that even a drop will cause him to have an accident because he can't absorb it. Little Seven was afraid that something like that day would repeat itself, so she didn't dare to give Mo Yusheng her own essence in private. Teacher, where is your disciple? I haven't seen him in class recently. Someone asked during class. Why, is there something you can't figure out, and want to ask Yusheng? Sima Yu was already familiar with the students, and they occasionally joke with each other. With thoughts that their relationship as teacher and student was not for long, she tried her best to help them broaden their paths so that they could go as far as possible on the road of alchemy. Cough cough, there's no such thing. The student who spoke denied, it's just that I'm used to seeing him come with you every day, but now I haven't seen him for several days, and I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. He probably won't come again later. Sima Yu said, he has his own business to do. After he can cultivate, he can try to attempt alchemy on his own. At that time, why would he need to watch others refine? After class, Sima Yu was blocked along the way. Teacher Yu. A seductive woman stopped outside the classroom. When she saw her coming out, she handed her an invitation and said arrogantly, our master invites you to the banquet tomorrow night. Who is your master? Sima Yu didn't even look at the invitation, is it the eldest prince? That's right. The woman said proudly, our master is hosting a banquet for the teachers of various academies. I heard that you were alright, so I sent you an invitation card to invite you to attend tomorrow. No, I'm not interested. Although Sima Yu hasn't met the eldest prince yet, but for someone who was easily persuaded by the fourth prince to come trouble her, it was obvious that he was someone without a good head on his shoulder. She left, but the woman suddenly took out a whip and attacked her. Those students saw this scene as soon as they came out of the classroom, and several shouted, Teacher Yu, be careful. When the whip was about to touch Sima Yu's back, she disappeared from the spot. The students let out a long sigh of relief. How could they forget that the teacher was very powerful? The woman didn't expect that Sima Yu would disappear from the place without a sound, and looked around vigilantly, trying to see where Sima Yu was, but the whip in her hand was suddenly snatched, and then her body was severely lashed by her own whip. Ah, the whip hit her, and the pain made her cry out. The whipping was not over yet, and before she could react, the whip was drawn from all directions, hitting her without the ability to fight back. Her skirt was torn to pieces, and one could even vaguely see the place where should not be seen. Being beaten like this in this large audience, the woman was ashamed and angry, but she didn't even see the shadow of Sima Yu. Sima Yu had enough and slowly emerged from the space, threw the whip in front of the woman, said only one word, get out. Then disappeared directly from the spot and went back to her small courtyard. The woman got up from the ground, looked at the students surrounding her, hit the ground with a whip, and threatened viciously, whoever looks will have your eyes gouged out. You don't let people see you when you're dressed so coquettishly in our academy? Someone jeered. You better get out of here, don't wait for our teacher Yu to come back and slap you to death. I'm the eldest prince's personal maid, you dare to bully me, take care of your little lives. The woman ran out after she finished speaking. Some people were also worried about Sima Yu. After all, the other party was the eldest prince, so he saved the eldest prince's face, worried that he would retaliate. Teacher Yu is so powerful, even the eldest prince can't help her. This is the power of the strong. Sima Yu returned to the small courtyard. Little Dream and Little Roar were playing in the courtyard, paying attention to Mo Yusheng's movements by the way. Seeing Sima Yu, Little Roar rushed over into her arms, and asked, Yu, why are you so angry? Updates by. Although Sima Yu didn't take that woman seriously, she was disgusted by such a self-righteous person, and she was not in a good mood. Little Roar and her are a soul contract, so she can feel very subtle changes. I met someone blocking the road. She replied, how's Yusheng? He's been cultivating in the room, but he hasn't come out. Little Dream said, I didn't expect him to be very determined. After practicing for so long, he wasn't impatient or anything. Mo Yusheng's mental age was only a few years old. When someone like him is active, they thought he would come out to play after cultivating for a while, but they didn't expect him to come out after cultivating for 2 days in a row. A simple-minded person like him, who has someone he wants to protect, will persevere even more. Sima Yu said, Mo Yulai is very lucky to have a younger brother like him. At this time, there was a wave of fluctuations in the room, and both Sima Yu and Little Dream looked at Mo Yusheng's room with some surprises. He has advanced so fast. Little Roar emerged from Sima Yu's arms. Yu, your disciple is very talented. He is a tribulation transcender, how can his talent be so bad? Now he can cultivate, but where is White Tiger? Shouldn't he be in the academy? Do you want to take him out on a tour? Alas, without direction, she don't know what this White Tiger is going to do. Mo Yusheng advanced successfully. He opened the door and came out. Seeing Sima Yu in the yard, he ran to her and said with a smile, Master, I've advanced. Good job. Sima Yu patted his head and said, keep working hard, and when you become more powerful, you will be able to protect your 6th imperial brother. Master, give me all the radishes, and I will absorb them a little by myself. Mo Yu said and assured, no, you've advanced many levels in a row. Now you need to settle down, or it will be difficult to advance in the future. Sima Yu said, do you have anything you want to do? Mo Yusheng tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, I want to see 6th imperial brother and tell him I've advanced. I'm going to ask the headmaster, can I contact your 6th imperial brother? Sima Yu tried to say, if your 6th imperial brother is inconvenient, we won't bother him, alright? Alright, 6th imperial brother is in danger, must be careful. Mo Yusheng replied obediently. Sima Yu looked at him so well behaved, and felt sorry for his sensible mind. In fact, she could quietly take him to see Mo Yu lie, and no one would find out. But she didn't want him to feel that he had to be sneaky to see his own brother. He couldn't understand it now. Teacher Yu. There was a knock at the door of the small courtyard. Sima Yu went to open the door and saw Dongli, who she had not seen for a long time. Senior Dongli, you're back. Please come in. Sima Yu didn't know many people in this academy, so they were relatively familiar. Alright. Dongli followed her into the yard. Mo Yusheng was happy to see him, and came to him and called him. He still won't hide his strength. Dongli saw the fluctuations in his spirit power, looked at Sima Yu in surprise, and asked, he can cultivate? Yes, he just started not too long ago. Sima Yu didn't say much, and changed the subject and asked him, well, you just came back not too long ago, will you be leaving again soon? I won't leave for the time being. That's fine. The fact that they didn't leave for the time being means that what they were doing secretly went relatively smoothly. What are you doing here today? Sima Yu asked. It's like this. In 2 days, there will be a meeting of all academy teachers. The Emperor has invited you. Dongli looked at her with some embarrassment. The academy does not yet have the strength to directly tear up with the Emperor. Now that the Emperor wants Sima Yu to come forward as the teacher of the academy, it was difficult for the academy to refuse. However, they all knew Sima Yu's strength and did not dare to ask her directly. Invited? Sima Yu frowned. This eldest prince's talent was beaten back, and the Emperor came again? Is this also the handwriting of the 4th prince? It's not just you, the 7th prince will also go that day. Dongli said, I don't know if I know about you accepting the 7th prince as a disciple. In 2 days? Since Yusheng is going, I'll take him there. I happen to take him to see Mo. We'll go together in 2 days. Alright. As soon as Dongli left, Mo Yusheng came up to grab her sleeve and asked, Master, are we going to see 6th imperial brother? Well, in 2 days, I'll teach you how to restrain your aura first. With regards to cultivation, Mo Yusheng was really talented. After teaching him how to restrain his aura, he really learned it within 2 days. Now, when he stands in front of people, no one knows that he can cultivate at all. In addition to this, Sima Yu also left a soul imprint in his sea of consciousness, and made black it turn into a black sash and twirled around his hand. Mo Yusheng didn't quite understand why she did this, but he knew she was doing it for his own good, so he didn't object. After everything was sorted out, Sima Yu took Mo Yusheng to the headmaster. The headmaster, Dongli and the other 2 heads were already waiting for them. When they got there, the group got on the carriage and headed towards the palace. The first carriage belonged to the headmaster and several heads. Sima Yu sat in the second carriage with Mo Yusheng. Mo Yusheng, who had never seen the outside before, opened the curtains excitedly and kept looking at the fresh scenery that whizzed by. Sima Yu had been looking at him with a smile all this while. Master, it's really fun outside, will we come out more often in the future? Mo Yusheng looked at her expectantly like a child. Do you like it outside? Sima Yu asked. I like it. There are so many things I haven't seen before. Then Master will take you to farther places to meet different people and things, how about that? Yeah. When you arrive at the palace in a while, you have to follow me, or your 6th imperial brother, you can't be alone, alright? Sima Yu reminded him. I know, Mo Yusheng has Blackie and her own soul imprint to protect him. She is not worried about his safety, but she would like to keep a low profile if she could. Updates by. The carriage drove all the way to the outside of the second gate of the palace, and had to walk behind it. A lot of beast cars were parked here, and Sima Yu and Mo Yusheng got off the car and attracted the attention of many people. Those who can come to this academy conference were of extraordinary status in each academy, either the deputy headmaster or the outstanding department head, so everyone knows each other. This was the first time they had seen a strange woman on such an occasion, and she even had a teenager by her side. At first glance, the young man was mentally ill. How could such 2 people come to the academy meeting? Looking at the people around her, weren't they the stubborn old men from Azure Wind Academy? Headmaster How, this is an academy meeting. What are you bringing in irrelevant people? Could it be that your academy is empty, so you're looking for someone to make up the number? After a man with a big belly said, everyone around laughed. They were either with the eldest prince or with the 4th prince. No matter which side they were, they had no good feelings for Azure Wind Academy, which remained neutral. Do our Azure Wind Academy still need to make up the numbers? Have you forgotten that one teacher in our academy compares to all of your teachers? Headmaster How had a smile on his face, his voice was not heavy, but he slapped back that person with his words. Hey, Headmaster How, you don't think it's the same as before, do you? Another tall and thin man stepped forward and said, it's still unclear what achievements Azure Wind Academy will achieve this year. Headmaster How, who is this little girl? If you bring 2 people here, the Emperor will not allow you to do these little things. Someone else asked. These people looked at Sima Yu with different gazes, some with scrutiny, some with provocation, some with lust, and had undisguised expressions which showed that they wanted to do something to her. They looked at Mo Yusheng with all kinds of disgust and ridicule. Her eyes sank, and the aura on her body was released, which directly stunned everyone. Pfft. The people who spoke just now were paid special attention to by her. Unable to bear her coercion, they vomited blood directly, took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. The other people looked at Sima Yu in horror. Who was this person, to have such a strong coercion? Headmaster Hao and the others stood beside Sima Yu, much better than the others, but they also felt the pressure. Master. Mo Yusheng tugged Sima Yu's sleeve, and Sima Yu put away the pressure and said coldly, before you ridicule others, see if you are qualified. Yusheng, let's go, your imperial brothers probably can't wait to see you. After that, she dragged Mo Yusheng into the palace. No one dared to say another word, and the entire gate of the palace was quiet. Headmaster Hao and the others all knew that Sima Yu was angry, so they couldn't say anything, so they went in with her. After they left, those people slowly recovered, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and said, who is this woman? She's so powerful. Whoever she is, I almost died this time. He, to even dare to ridicule such a strong person, he is really brave and daring. He doesn't care about his own life. But more than that, just because you belong to the eldest prince's faction, your ass is going to go up to the sky. If she gets angry and kills you all, TSK, you are afraid that you will not be able to resist one move? Those who spoke just now were terrified, but now their opponents are starting to drag them into trouble. Don't be too happy, she came with Azure Wind Academy, and your relationship with Azure Wind Academy is not good. If we are killed, do you think you can escape? You all. Sima Yu was not interested in the conversation of the people behind her. She walked into the palace with Mo Yusheng, and the little eunuch who led the way was trembling. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the emperor and a few princes to greet him. He, the little eunuch, could finally retreat successfully. I am honored to have you attend the academy meeting. Emperor Mo Shao greeted Sima Yu. The emperor invited Azure Wind Academy. As the teacher of the academy, I should come here. Not to mention that the emperor has personally sent me an invitation. How can I not understand the emperor's good intentions? Sima Yu smiled lightly. This made the faces of those who came in behind turn red. She was actually invited by the emperor himself, so they said just now that. Sima Yu patted Mo Yusheng's hand and said, Yusheng, what did we say before? Master, I remember. Mo Yusheng let go of her sleeves, took 2 steps forward, bowed to Mo Shao, and said, Yusheng greets Imperial Father. With the staggering words uttered, Master and Imperial Father made everyone present stunned. Mo Shao looked at Mo Yusheng and asked with some doubts, are you Yusheng? Yes, Imperial Father. Mo Yusheng got up, went back behind Sima Yu, and pulled her sleeve. With so many people, it's safest by Master's side. That fool was standing in front of them now, which already made several princes very unhappy. Especially when they heard that he called Sima Yu Master and even pulled her sleeves so casual. Such a formidable powerhouse, such a beautiful woman, could actually be the master of this fool. Teacher Yu, how can you be Yusheng's master? The eldest prince, Mo Yuting, asked aloud. Sima Yu was really shocked when she saw Mo Yuting, so were Mo Shao and the others, secretly thought that they didn't know before? How could Mo Yusheng also participate? She looked at Mo Yulai, who nodded indistinctly at her. She raised her eyebrows, it was him? Mo Yusheng was a little afraid of Mo Yuting, but when he said that, his body trembled unconsciously. He grabbed Sima Yu's sleeve and hid behind her. Sima Yu glanced at the eldest prince and said, I saw that Yusheng and I have a fate, so I accepted him as my disciple. What, do I need to report it to you? Mo Yuting was overwhelmed by the pressure in her glance, his face flushed red. Fortunately, Sima Yu didn't mean to smear his face as the eldest prince in the public, but after giving him a warning, she withdrew his coercion. Mo Shao turned back and glared at the eldest prince, and then smiled at Sima Yu. I didn't teach my child well, teacher Yu, please don't mind. Sima Yu harumphed lightly, did not speak, and did not intend to continue. The emperor smiled and invited them to go to the venue. Teacher Yu, where did you come from? Teacher Yu, when did you join Azure Wind Academy? Teacher Yu. The emperor talked to her all the way, almost ignoring Headmaster Hao, Dongli, the others, and the rest of the academy. But Sima Yu didn't pay much attention to him. He asked 5 questions and she responded only to 1, but this still did not diminish the emperor's enthusiasm. Later, the emperor also found out, changed his strategy, and began to ask some things. Sit next to him, and Sima Yu was not polite and sat next to him with Mo Yusheng. Mo Yusheng pulled Mo Yu come and was unwilling to come. Yusheng is good, the emperor's position is below. Mo Yu came to pat his hand, but Mo Yusheng didn't let go. I want to sit with the imperial brother. You just sit with us. Mo Yusheng took his hand and didn't let go. Seeing Sima Yu looking over, he looked at her for help. The emperor looked over, looked at Mo Yu without much expression but said, Yu, why don't you sit beside Yusheng? Yes, imperial father. With the emperor's words, Mo Yu sat right next to Mo Yusheng, so the position on this side became Sima Yu, Mo Yusheng, and Mo Yu. The 4th prince, who had always been favored by the emperor, Mo Yusheng, had to sit behind him instead. The eldest prince sat on the other side, with the headmasters of other academies below, and the teachers of each academy behind. Sima Yu sat on the main seat and didn't pay attention to the people below or what they said. She exuded a cold front throughout. However, her strength was too strong, and no one else dared to have any complaints. Sima Yu thought that she was pretty good like this. Occasionally pretending to be cold can block a lot of things. Of course, it's also because she has this strength now. If this was 200 years ago, she would have already been slapped to death by someone. After sitting for a while, she found that Mo Yusheng was a little impatient, so she said to the emperor, Your Majesty, this is my first time in the palace, can I visit it? You want to visit the palace? The emperor was stunned for a moment, I'll go with you. No need, let the sixth prince accompany us. Sima Yu said, Yu Sheng is afraid of strangers. If there are strangers, he will be uncomfortable. Alright. The emperor didn't force it. For such a strong person, the best thing was to follow her will. Yu Lai, why don't you take teacher Yu to stroll around the palace, you must do a good job. NOVLB //JNN. Imperial son obeys the order. Mo Yu Lai stood up and replied, and then left with Sima Yu and Mo Yusheng in front of everyone's eyes. When the three of them left the hall, Mo Yusheng grabbed Mo Yu Lai's sleeve and said happily, "Sixth Imperial brother, how did I behave just now?" "Very good." Mo Yu Lai said with a smile, "Yusheng has grown up." Mo Yusheng leaned over and whispered, "Sixth Imperial brother, let me tell you a secret, I can cultivate already." "Really?" Although Mo Yu Lai was asking Mo Yusheng, he was looking at Sima Yu with surprise. Sima Yu nodded and said, "Not only can he cultivate, but his talent is very good. It's just that the way of cultivation is a little different." Mo Yu Lai didn't know what she meant by being different, but knowing that he could cultivate made him very happy. "After today, more people will come to join you," Sima Yu said. Mo Yu Lai bowed to her and said, "Today's facts are helpless, please forgive me, senior." "Didn't things go well?" Sima Yu asked. "Those who have a bit of strength look down on me, the prince who has been guarding the emperor's mausoleum who has been neglected by the imperial father. The headmaster and the others have contacted some, but they have not responded at all. That's why I came up with this method," Mo Yu Lai said in a somber tone. Now those people all know that he has a good relationship with Sima Yu, and the emperor has also thought of him. This will pave the way and his situation will be much better in the future. "How did you tell the emperor?" Sima Yu asked. "Actually, it's not what I said. I just asked them to talk about what fourth imperial brother did at the gate of the academy that day in front of imperial father." Mo Yu Lai confessed. Imperial father later called in fourth imperial brother to ask. So, Sima Yu's story was actually what Mo Yu said. "Master, sixth imperial brother is very dangerous in the palace, can we help him?" Mo Yusheng said in a childish voice. "If I hadn't helped him, he probably wouldn't be intact now." Sima Yu snorted coldly. Since she was a child, she used others, and this was the first time she was used by others. "I knew that master is the best," Mo Yusheng said with a smile. Seeing his smile, the little bit of unhappiness in Sima Yu's heart disappeared. "Is the emperor dying soon?" Sima Yu asked Mo Yusheng. "Yes, the father's body is getting empty day by day, and he shouldn't last long. That's why eldest prince and the fourth prince are fighting so hard," Mo Yu Lai said. "Do you want to save him?" "Save? I don't have the ability to save." Mo Yu Lai murmured, "If he's saved, it may not be a good thing for the people." Sima Yu knew that this emperor was not very good. She originally thought that Mo Yu Lai would ask her to save him when he spoke, but now that he said that, she would just pretend that she didn't see that the emperor was in bad health. Sima Yu let the two brothers reunite to satisfy Mo Yusheng's wish to see Mo Yu Lai. Looking at them chatting excitedly, she couldn't help but think what would happen to the two of them if Mo Yusheng went to Divine Realm and could not see each other again. When the time was almost up, she beckoned Mo Yusheng and said, "We should go back." Mo Yusheng was very happy to have been able to chat with Mo Yu Lai for so long today. He obediently came to Sima Yu's side and asked, "Master, can I come out to find sixth imperial brother in the future?" "Yes, but you can't come out alone, you have to come with me." Sima Yu also wanted him to come out to see more and gain more knowledge, so she readily agreed. "Really? Master, you are so kind." Mo Yusheng was very happy. "Alright, their banquet is over, it's time for us to go back." Sima Yu glanced at the edge of the imperial garden, stretched out her hand to hold Mo Yusheng, and the two figures slowly disappeared from the spot. The emperor and the others came over, just in time to see them leave, which made the emperor feel a sense of remorse well up within his chest. Wouldn't he have been able to speak to her if he had come a minute earlier? "Yu Lai, what did you talk to her about?" the emperor asked. "Do you know her details?" "I've asked, but she didn't say it," Mo Yu said. "Then what did she say after you've been out for so long?" the emperor asked. "She doesn't talk much, but she talked more when she was giving me pointers in my cultivation," Mo Yu Lai told him. "Did she advise you on your cultivation?" Several princes all cast a resentful look at him. Such a good opportunity was given to this powerless and useless prince. The emperor looked at him, nodded and said, "She is very powerful, and getting her advice is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." "Yes, I feel the same as well. After teacher Yu's guidance, some places where I wasn't sure about are now clear. I feel that I have benefited a lot from this exchange," Mo Yu Lai replied. Updates by. "Let's go to the imperial garden for a walk, tell me how she gave you advice." After finishing speaking, the emperor said to the others, "You are all tired today, so go back and rest." This was to ask Mo Yu Lai to accompany him alone. Several princes glared at Mo Yu Lai and left unwillingly. After leaving the palace, the eldest prince and the fourth prince all gathered together to discuss today's events. Both sides came to the same conclusion: Mo Yu Lai was too dangerous and he must be eliminated. Although there is no one around the sixth prince, he and the seventh prince have had a good relationship since childhood. Now that the seventh prince has acknowledged the woman as his teacher, the girl has not yet stood by his side. Today's affairs can be the best proof that she doesn't even care about the emperor, but asked the sixth prince to accompany them to visit the palace, and she gave him advice. Wasn't it all for the seventh prince's face? That's right, if you let him win Teacher Yu over, wouldn't he have the most powerful help? Not only will he get her help, I'm afraid even the Azure Wind Academy behind her will follow him. Not only that, but there are also several neutral forces. They are neutral now because they don't know who will win this competition. If they know about Teacher Yu's existence, I'm afraid they will make a decision immediately. What was this decision? There was no need to say more, everyone knew it. This was a big threat to them. If you want to solve this threat, there was only one way, and that was to solve the problem completely before the inevitable happened. But who does this person want? Both sides want the other to do something, but they feel that if the other party thinks the same way, then no one will do it. In the end, both sides sent people, which was bound to kill the trouble in the cradle. It was very late when Emperor came out of the palace. The emperor dragged him around and talked a lot. He knew it was a good sign, and he also knew it had placed himself in a very dangerous situation. From the palace to his manor, it was a dark road ahead. Master, do we want to go back another way? His guard followed him out of the palace gate and asked apprehensively. Other roads? Shall we make a bet that there are people waiting for us on every road from here to the manor? Emperor said with a smile. Then isn't it dangerous wherever we go? Even if there is danger, we have to move forward. From the moment we took that step, there is no way back. Let's go, don't make them wait for a long time. Emperor walked forward after speaking. As he expected, there were two groups of people waiting for him on every road from the palace to his manor. No matter which way he went by, he would definitely encounter an ambush. Those people didn't say much nonsense when they saw him, they just came forward and raised their swords. At first, they had all thought he was just a bratty prince who hadn't grown up. He wasn't strong enough, and there were no talented people around him. He should be able to be dealt with pretty simply. However, they didn't expect some people to come out of nowhere and kill the people who came to assassinate him. I didn't expect that there would be someone beside you. An old man appeared on the roof next to him, looking at Emperor with murderous eyes. They had all misunderstood. Emperor had already developed a strong force in secret. If he waited for him to draw Azure Wind Academy over, wouldn't the eldest prince and the fourth prince have no strength to fight against each other? What he didn't know was that these people were sent by Azure Wind Academy to protect him. Originally they asked me to come, but I thought it was a bit of a fuss. Now I feel that this decision was a wise decision. If you don't die today, you will be a scourge when you grow up. The old man condensed his spirit power, turned it into a spiritual skill, and struck at him ruthlessly. The people who followed Emperor were not the old man's opponents at all, and they were all beaten down in a few seconds. Emperor looked at all those who had fallen to protect him, however, there was not a sliver of fear nor panic on his face. He was just a little surprised. He didn't know who was so generous and hired such a strong person to kill him. Was it the eldest prince, or the fourth prince? The old man got rid of all those people, and he appeared before Emperor, and said with a wicked smile, I have set up a barrier here, everything that happens here will not be known, nor will there be anyone who will be able to save you. After speaking, he used his spiritual skills to attack Emperor. Emperor was imprisoned by his coercion, unable to move on the spot. He could only helplessly watch the attack getting closer and closer to him. Bomb! The old man's spiritual skill was bounced back the moment he was about to touch him. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been injured by his own spiritual skill now. Who's there? He shouted as he looked around vigilantly. Emperor's body emitted a soft white light, and a faint shadow loomed in the white light. It turned out to be a soul imprint. I want to see, how many times can she protect you? After that, he was about to attack again, but suddenly found a same but solid shadow next to Emperor. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at the old man and said, you are indeed a bit powerful, no wonder you can touch the imprint of my soul. Who are you? The old man saw that although Sima Yu was young, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. Who am I? Shouldn't you have already guessed? If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't be invited out today. Sima Yu said. You are that woman named Yu. The old man was shocked. Of course he heard about Sima Yu, otherwise, how could the eldest prince invite him to come forward, just to be safe? But they still underestimated her strength. Not only did his own barrier not stop her, she could appear so silently. Not to mention, her soul imprint was so strong, so, how strong was she exactly? Thinking of this, he didn't have the confidence to face Sima Yu, and he wanted to withdraw. As soon as his body floated back, he found himself trapped. Boundary? He didn't even feel the existence of the barrier at all. Since you're here, just stay. Mir, make it a quick one. Sima Yu's voice was a little lazy, but in this laziness she killed a strong man. Mir killed the old man, and after he died, she still got the aura she wanted in his sea of consciousness. The one who sent him is the eldest prince. She waved and burned all the corpses on the ground. I've guessed it. Fourth Imperial brother has already seen how powerful you are, and knows that ordinary spirits are not your opponents at all, so you shouldn't send such a strong person at will. Emperor had just experienced life and death, and he was still afraid. His palms were full of sweat, and his shirt was wet with cold sweat. Although he had not lost his momentum just now, his heart was not as fearless as he had shown. Sima Yu looked at him, forcing herself to be stubborn, sighed, and said, let's go, I'll take you back. Thank you. Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. The movement here just now should have attracted the attention of several others with ill will. The person sent by the academy to protect him has already died. If she can send herself back, then the journey will be safe. As long as the current situation was cleared, after tonight, the road behind him will be much easier. Sima Yu sent him home and said, 1 year. What? Mo Yulai didn't know what she meant by this, so he subconsciously turned her head to look at her. 1 year, that's how long I'll stay here for. After 1 year, I will go outside with Yu Sheng. Sima Yu disappeared from the spot after she finished speaking. Mo Yulai was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. She will stay here for a year, that is to say, during this year, she will keep him safe. What to do it in this year. If he can't protect his safety after a year, then she won't care anymore. A year? Enough. He murmured and went back. From tomorrow, everything will be different. When Sima Yu returned to the small courtyard, Mo Yusheng had no idea that she had gone out, nor did he know what kind of danger his beloved 6th imperial brother had just experienced. He was still cultivating, because Master said that when advanced, he will take him to see his 6th imperial brother. Well, when he advances and can manage his own flames, he has to tell his master that he wants to try his hand at alchemy. He used to watch others practice, but if he could try it himself, he could definitely succeed in alchemy. A year passed by in the blink of an eye, and Sima Yu felt that this year seemed to be extraordinarily long. Perhaps it was because of White Tiger's concerns that she couldn't really relax and enjoy life. Boom. The sound of an explosion came from the alchemy room again, and after a while, Mo Yusheng came out with a sad face. Failed again. Mo Yusheng glanced at Sima Yu and felt that he had no face to see his master. He obviously refined it according to what Master said, and he also thoroughly studied every step of alchemy. Master. He called out in a low voice. NOVLB //JNN. Sima Yu looked at Mo Yusheng, wondering if it was because he started cultivating, his mind was also growing, and now it seemed that he had a mind of a teen. Regarding the fact that he would blow up the furnace, Sima Yu would look for the reason at first, but later found out that the reason was not in the process of alchemy, but in the matter itself. In other words, no matter how familiar he was with alchemy and how perfect the process was, he will never succeed. Heaven will not allow him to succeed. Don't be discouraged, maybe it's because you don't have enough flames now. The flames you cultivate are always a little worse than the flames of contracted beasts or the deviant flames absorbed into your body. Sima Yu comforted. Really? When did Master ever lie to you? Sima Yu asked him. I just thought about it. I will find you a fire-attributed contract beast, preferably one with an innate fire. This way you can try it out when you are attempting alchemy. Let's see if that's the reason. Then let's hurry up and make a contract. Mo Yusheng's loss just now was swept away, and his fighting spirit was relit immediately. As always, it was so easy to coax him. We have to go for a long time, so let's go and say hello to the people we know. Sima Yu said. All right. Let's go. Mo Yusheng pulled Sima Yu away from the courtyard, and Sima Yu glanced at this place where she had lived for more than a year. After leaving today, she probably won't come back. They went to the headmaster and told him that they were leaving. Headmaster Hao was silent for a while, and said, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Thank you for your care during this time. Sima Yu said. We should tell you this. If it wasn't for you, our academy might not exist a year ago. Headmaster Hao waved his hand. Since that day's academy meeting, their situation with Mo Yulai has been much better, allowing them to see a light in the predicament they were facing. When those forces in the back came to support Mo Yulai, they were moved by him and they supported him sincerely. This made him rise rapidly, and became a prince more important than the eldest prince and the 4th prince. It all stemmed from her. You're leaving, will you come back? Dongli asked. Sima Yu shook her head. I probably won't come back. Fu Shi told her that the situation above was also more tense, and they needed to find White Tiger quickly and let him return to his place smoothly. She was now going out with Mo Yusheng. It would be better if she could find White Tiger earlier. If she couldn't find it, she should keep looking for it. It was highly probable that they won't return to the academy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip. When Mo Yulai saw Sima Yu with Mo Yusheng, he immediately had a guess in his heart. 6th Imperial Brother, I'm going on a trip with my master. Over the year, the two brothers have undergone great changes, but what remained the same was the relationship and bond between the two. Well, take care of yourself when you go out, listen to your master, don't run around and do dangerous things, you know? Mo Yulai urged him with a faint worry between his furrowed brows. 6th Imperial Brother, I know. Wait here for me to come back. Mo Yusheng nodded seriously. Well, Imperial Brother will be here waiting for you to come back. Mo Yulai patted his shoulder and smiled at him. Obviously, he didn't know what it meant to leave. He thought he was simply going to contract spirit beasts, but he didn't know. He looked at Sima Yu and said, I'll leave everything to you. I will take care of him. Sima Yu nodded. If she survived, Mo Yusheng would definitely be alive. If even she died, then Mo Yusheng's fate would not be good either. They came out from Mo Yulai's manor and did not leave directly, but went to Fu Shi and the others. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, he was stared at by a penetrating gaze filled with the sourness of vinegar. To be precise, it was Mo Yusheng's hand that was stared at, which was currently holding on to Sima Yu's sleeve. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu in surprise and said, when did you come back? Just. Wu Lingyu pulled Sima Yu over and said, how old is he? How can you let him pull your sleeve? Mo Yusheng was frightened by Wu Lingyu's gaze and hid behind Sima Yuyu. He's timid, don't scare him. Sima Yuyu said, and then said to Mo Yusheng, this is my husband, you call him. Master's husband? Pfft. Fu Shi and the others all laughed at the back, especially seeing Wu Lingyu's black face that couldn't be darker. Everyone laughed even more happily. Mo Yusheng was puzzled for a few seconds, but came out from behind Sima Yuyu, bowed to him in a proper manner, and shouted, Master's husband. Ha ha ha. Wu Lingyu's face was entirely black. Wah wei a dash. A cry of a baby startled everyone, and only then did they think of Bai Yuyan, who was 3 months old. When she and Bai Xiaofei hurried to coax their child. Sima Yuyu looked at Bai Yuyan and knew what Bai Xiaofei and Wen Shi were thinking. If they succeeded, that's fine. If they failed in the end, the four perils will definitely not let them go, so at least have a crystallization of their love. She thought of Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao. She had been away for more than a year, and she didn't know what happened to the two little guys and was missing them so much. Soon, the two coaxed Bai Yuyan, and Sima Yuyu said, let's get ready to go. Black Tortoise, can you give me some direction? Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, and Black Tortoise of the North, if we want to find White Tiger, we still have to go west. Black Tortoise said. Sima Yuyu was stunned momentarily. Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, and Black Tortoise of the North, was this sentence used at such a time? She felt that Black Tortoise was a little unreliable, so she turned her attention to Fu Shi. Fu Shi nodded at her and said, we did a divination for White Tiger, maybe it was because it's closer, it wasn't like there was nothing before. We got some indications that White Tiger's in the west. Is it the west? Then the range is too large. As far as I know, there are several mountain ranges in the west, very large ones. If we have to search them one by one, how long would that take? Sima Yuyu said. There's no other way. There's only this hint. If we can divinate this much, so can the four perils. Fu Shi said. Then we can only find them one by one. Sima Yuyu sighed. Since Yusheng is his fate, maybe he can give us some help at that time. Mo Yusheng listened to their discussion and had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. He only knew that after they finished speaking, everyone looked at him with anticipation, which made him a little scared. Then you pack your things, let's go west. After Sima Yuyu finished speaking, she went to talk to Wu Lingyu in his room. Although Mo Yusheng had become familiar with everyone this year, he was still a little scared. Fortunately, there was Bai Yuyan who caught his attention, making him less afraid while waiting. Early the next morning, Sima Yuyu was fiddling around in the courtyard. Mo Yusheng watched her for a while, and saw her touch the ground, not knowing what she was doing. He stayed in the courtyard looking curiously at her. Master, what are you doing? Do you need Yusheng's help? Mo Yusheng asked. No, just stay there. Sima Yuyu was afraid that he would come over and damage the array that she had just drawn, so she stopped him. Oh. Mo Yusheng, who just stood up, squatted back down again. After Sima Yuyu arranged the array, everyone appeared in the courtyard one after another. Sima Yuyu activated the array and disappeared from the courtyard with the group of people. When Mo Yulai came to the courtyard, he saw only broken stones. He stared at the stone array for a while, until Headmaster Hao came to look for him. They have already left. Headmaster Hao said with emotion. Well, it's gone. Mo Yulai said, I don't know what kind of danger will be waiting behind, I hope Yusheng can come back safely. He will come back. Headmaster Hao looked at the stones, he has teacher Yu by his side, so there will be no problem. I trust her. He believed in her, and they all believed in her. But even she was not 100% sure about this matter. When Sima Yuyu and the others came out of the array, they happened to be in a mountain range. They didn't know where they were exactly, so Little Roar went to bring a spirit beast over, and asked the situation clearly. This place was called Tempest Mountain Range. It was the closest mountain range to Azure Wind Academy, and it was also the largest mountain range. If White Tiger was in the west, it was more likely to be in this mountain range. However, they stayed here for half a year, and they generally went all over the mountain range in a carpet search, but they didn't get any news of White Tiger. Not to mention White Tiger, there wasn't even ordinary tigers, so after half a year, they left Tempest Mountain Range and continued westward to the next mountain range. The next mountain range was also relatively large, and the range here is no longer under the rule of the Mo Empire. In view of their previous experience, they first directly asked if there were any spirit beasts such as tigers this time, and only after confirming that there were, they searched for them in the mountains. 5 months later, they left again disappointed. The next 2 mountain ranges were the same. A group of people were discouraged. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Forget it, we won't continue westward. Black Tortoise sat down on the ground, looked at Mo Yusheng and asked, Yusheng, where do you think we're going next? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Mo Yusheng shivered and said in a low voice, Yusheng doesn't know. Don't be afraid, just tell everyone, if it were you, where would you go next? It's alright, you can just say what you think. Sima Yuyu said to him gently. Mo Yusheng looked around, then pointed in a random direction. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched in unison. That's the direction we came from. I didn't know, sorry. Mo Yusheng said apologetically. Then, do we have to go back? Wen Shi asked while holding Bai Yuyan. Go. Bai Yuyan was already 2 years old, and it was the time when she began to learn to speak. Everyone turned their attention to Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu thought for a while, then looked at Wu Lingyu, saw that he had no objection, and said, since that's the direction Yusheng pointed to, let's go back again. I remember that when we came from the mountain range in front, we passed a small mountain range in the middle. At that time, because the mountain range was too small, we didn't go down. Wu Lingyu said. Others also remembered that there was indeed such a mountain range, but they didn't go down at that time because the mountain range was really too small. In fact, there were only a few mountains in a mountain range, and the total amount was only a few dozen kilometers. They all felt that White Tiger would not be in such a small place, so they did not go down. Since we are going back, even if it is such a small place, we should take a look. Bai Xiaofei said. Well, there's no direction anyway, so let's take a look. Fu Shi said. So, the direction of the group's travel was to fly back. In order not to miss the small mountain range in the middle, they switched to using flying beasts to rest this time instead of teleportation array. As long as there is a mountain, even if it is just a mountain top, they will go down to take a look. Their actions have no rules, because they have no direction and can only be like this. Updates by. But even so, they still got nothing. If I find this damn white tiger, I will definitely pull out his skin to make a tiger fur coat. Black Tortoise snorted coldly. Grandfather, don't be angry, there are so many of us, we will always find him. Mo Yusheng said. Everyone was anxious in their hearts. He was the only one who didn't know what the current situation was, and could comfort Black Tortoise with optimism. I'm running out of time. Black Tortoise sighed. Black Tortoise, do you feel something? Crimson Flame asked him. Black Tortoise nodded and said in a rather serious tone, I feel it, but something very dangerous will happen. I think it should be when we got the news from White Tiger, they should have saw something. 2 years is enough for them to find us. Those beasts are coming again. When she subconsciously hugged Bai Yuyan in her arms. What happened on the island last time, the strength of those people, makes her still have lingering fears. Especially now that she and Bai Xiaofei have a child. If anything happens, take the child away first. Bai Xiaofei said. No, I'll follow you. When she said, if there is someone passing by in a while, our child will be there, and will come back to pick her up when the matter is over. It's not safe that way. Fu Shi said, if it is affected, they may not be able to protect the children. Yu, let them go to the spirit pagoda. I don't mind, but if something happens to me, they won't be able to get out. Sima Yu said. Aren't there people from Blood Fiend City? They can live there for so long. If Yu Yan can grow up there safely, there is nothing wrong. Bai Xiaofei said. Alright then. Sima Yu nodded. If she dies, the spirit pagoda will also have an accident, but it will not be broken. Maybe it will meet other masters in the future, and they will be able to come out at that time. Didn't it have many masters before? Besides, things may not develop to that point. Mo Yusheng didn't know what happened, but he could feel that everyone was different from before, even his master. The front is the small mountain range that we passed by before. Fu Shi looked at the small mountain range, which is the closest mountain range to the previous large mountain range. If there was still no news of White Tiger, then they could only go back to the previous mountains that they had searched before. This feeling of looking around like a headless fly wasn't nice at all. Just as they approached the mountains, many people came out of space. Hundreds of people surrounded them, and this fanfare was much larger than the battle on the small island of Black Tortoise before. Looks like they've put in a lot of effort. Fu Shi mocked. With so many people, even if we want to kill them, it will cost us a lot of energy. Bai Xiaofei said, Yu, please, we'll have to trouble you. Sima Yu nodded and took both Wen Shi and Bai Yuyan into the spirit pagoda. This was what Bai Xiaofei asked before, and he still didn't want Wen Shi to follow her. After all, her strength was too low for these people. Sima Yu still wanted to take Mo Yusheng into the spirit pagoda, but he grabbed her sleeves and said with a horrified expression, Master, someone is calling me over, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Everyone's faces were full of joy. When Sima Yu contracted Crimson Flame, she followed his summons and arrived in the cave. Now they didn't hear any sound, but he did. Wasn't that White Tiger summoning him? Really? Where did you hear the sound coming from? Black Tortoise asked. It seems to be in the mountains ahead. Mo Yusheng said uncertainly. You take him to the small mountain range in front, and leave it to us here. Crimson Flame said. Alright, I'll leave you some ancient battle spirits. Sima Yu waved her hand, thousands of ancient battle spirits protected them in the middle, and then took Mo Yusheng's hand, and the two figures disappeared from the air. Those people also found that Sima Yu and Mo Yusheng disappeared. Their main target this time was White Tiger Contract Master. Seeing that he was gone, the leader said, go after those two people. Since you're here, just stay, where do you think you are going? Fu Shi said, turning into Azure Dragon and taking the lead in attacking. No matter what, they had to drag these people back and let Sima Yu and Mo Yusheng find White Tiger and make a contract with it. Sima Yu came out of the space with Mo Yusheng. At this time, she didn't care whether Mo Yusheng could understand or not, looked at him and said, Yusheng, when you find the divine beast that summoned you, go and contract him, you know? Master, is it White Tiger? If I make a contract with him, will it help you? Mo Yusheng asked. Yes. Sima Yu nodded, do you know where it is calling you now? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Mo Yusheng nodded and pointed to a mountain. Sima Yu did not expect that after they had searched so many places and climbed so many mountains, White Tiger was actually in such an inconspicuous mountain. Let's go over. She pulled up Mo Yusheng, and after a few teleports, she arrived at the small mountain he mentioned. Ordinary and unremarkable, not even a bit of spirit power. If it wasn't because Mo Yusheng said that White Tiger was here, they would think it was just a place for mortals to cultivate when they passed by. Sensing the fluctuations in the air, she let go of Mo Yusheng's hand and said, Yusheng, the enemy is coming, I must stay here, I can't go down with you. You follow the voice of White Tiger to find it and find it. Then contract it. Blackie, Little Roar, you go with him. Blackie was strong. Although Little Roar is usually unreliable, he knows a lot. She felt more at ease with the two of them accompanying him. An attack flew over from the sky, Sima Yu condensed a shield to block it, then made Little Roar bigger, and threw Mo Yusheng on it. Several bursts of spiritual energy flew in, Sima Yu asked the MTO go quickly while she held the pursuers back. Little Roar ran with Mo Yusheng on his back. When Sima Yu saw them leave, she turned and started her offense. Little Roar's speed was very fast, so fast that Mo Yusheng almost flew off, but Blackie was the one that protected him, so he didn't fall down. Thank you. Mo Yusheng said gratefully. Slash. Where is White Tiger? Blackie asked lightly. Let's head to the left. Mo Yusheng said. Little Roar ran to the left and stopped after a while, and in front of them was a cliff. Why do these guys always like to stay under the cliff? Little Roar murmured. Go down. Mo Yusheng said in a sound. Go on. There must be something set up by White Tiger here, and I can't fly in the sky. Little Roar said. Little Roar looked back and saw that Sima Yu held back most of the people, but there were still people chasing after him. Seeing that they are about to catch up, it is too late to go back and go around at this time. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jump. Blackie said. It's so high, you can't even fall to your death. Little Roar roared. Blackie came out of Mo Yusheng, formed a figure behind them, and then kicked Little Roar's ass. Hold a piece of grass, big black dog, wait for me. Little Roar's unwilling voice came from below, slowly getting smaller. Blackie looked back at the chasing people, his body turned into a black mist, and he flew towards them quickly, wrapping them all in the black mist. When he left, only a pile of bones remained. After the first group of people were eliminated, the black mist slowly slid down the cliff. Little Roar went down with Mo Yusheng, unable to fly in the sky, it could only helplessly wait to fall to the ground. Mo Yusheng fell off his back when Little Roar fell. If he just fell to the ground like this, he would definitely fall and become a puddle of flesh and blood. If this person died, how could he contract with White Tiger? He rode his legs in the air, and for the first time felt that his short legs were a bit of a hindrance. He tried to get close to Mo Yusheng, but he was about to fall to the ground. He hugged him hard, and turned his back down, ready to use himself as a meat shield. The expected pain didn't come, and it felt some force drag them up a moment before they landed, and when they landed again, they lost their previous strength. Huh? Are you alright? He let go of Mo Yusheng, got up from the ground, waved its paws, and twisted its buttocks. Hey, he really wasn't hurt at all. Blackie descended down the cliff and condensed into figure at the bottom of the cliff. Seeing Little Roar like this, he couldn't help but show his disgust. He looked at Mo Yusheng and said, there are more and more people coming from outside now, and Yu is almost unable to stand it anymore. She will definitely use lightning tribulation in a while. You hurry up to make a contract and leave here. Where is White Tiger? Little Roar asked Mo Yusheng. Mo Yusheng pointed to the cave behind it. Let's go in, come up quickly. Mo Yusheng knew that the time was pressing now, so he climbed up on Little Roar quickly, preparing to enter the cave, but found that they were blocked by a force. I can't get in. Little Roar stretched out his paw and poked at the obstacle in front of him. Blackie tried it, but he was also blocked, so he said to Mo Yusheng, come and try. Mo Yusheng slid down Little Roar's back and came to the front of the cave, a little afraid to go. You're a big man, what are you afraid of? Go. Little Roar slapped his paw behind him, he stumbled forward subconsciously, and then went in like this. Blackie and Little Roar were not surprised, they said to him, since you are the only one who can go in, you can only go by yourself. Go, it is waiting for you inside. Mo Yusheng was still a little scared. Little guy, what are you still doing, hurry up. You can't stand it anymore, if you are late, how can you help her? Not only is it too late to help her, it is estimated that you will die if you don't even see her for the last time. It's all over. Little Roar roared out in anger. As soon as Mo Yusheng heard that Sima Yu would die, his body jolted, and no matter how scary the cave was, he turned around and ran inside. This guy really can't move forward without any nudge. Humph. Little Roar scoffed. You stay here, I'll help you. Blackie said. Why do you want me to stay here for? I'm going too. Little Roar protested. Can you climb up? Blackie gave him a look, filled with naked contempt. You. Little Roar went up to bite him, he had already turned into a black mist and went up the cliff. You, big black dog, wait for me, and I'll settle the account with you later. The kick just now, as well as the contempt at this moment, will be counted back in folds. Blackie returned to the cliff and saw that Sima Yu had called out all the beasts and the remaining ancient battle spirits. But the other party also came with reinforcements, and at a glance, it was bleak. It seems that this time, apart from the absence of the 4 perils, the people from the 4 palaces were almost all here. Well, let's cut off the wings of the 4 big beasts first. You, there are too many of them, we can't stand it anymore. Little Seven shouted. Sima Yu wiped the blood from her lips, looked at those people with a sneer, and said, it just so happens that I haven't advanced to the Emperor yet, so let you accompany me on my advancement. You protect me. The beasts knew that she planned to advance at this time, so they came to her side one after another, forming a protective circle around her with her in the center, and gave her time and space to advance. Sima Yu released all the power she had suppressed before, because she had been preparing for a long time, and everything came naturally, and it didn't take long for her to be enveloped by the light of advancement. She's trying to advance into the ranks of an emperor. Those people shouted when they saw the light of her advancement. Don't worry about her, White Tiger has not yet contracted, so go to White Tiger's contract master first. Yes, Palace Master. Palace Master? Sima Yu looked at the emblem of the Veracity Palace on his body and smiled, just right. Don't go anywhere either, stay here with me to overcome the tribulation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The tribulation clouds in the sky came very quickly. In just a few minutes, the entire sky was dark, and the day almost instantly turned into night. Fortunately, there were no spirit beasts in this mountain range, and there were no people nearby, otherwise, they would be dragged by her to go through the tribulation along with her. Sima Yu flew in the air, looking up at the dark tribulation clouds, secretly thinking that these people were really strong, otherwise her lightning tribulation would not have been upgraded to such an extent. This was almost the same as that of her grandfather's. Grandfather's lightning tribulation was because he violated the restrictions of the heavens, and the heavens wanted to obliterate it, so that lightning tribulation was so powerful. But she was different. Her soul has the aura of the chaos world, and she has been taking the chaos river water for a long time. When she advances, she doesn't feel any hindrance from heaven. So this lightning tribulation was just an ordinary lightning tribulation. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But with such an ordinary lightning tribulation, the people who were gathered here together were strong, and they had caused an ordinary lightning tribulation to go up by an unknown number of levels. Those people felt that they were locked by the lightning tribulation, and panicked. Don't worry about tribulation lightning, go to White Tiger's contract master. Even if he doesn't die today, we will kill him. The Palace Master of Veracity Palace shouted. If the contract master of White Tiger don't die today, their families will die. They had to make sure he didn't survive the tribulation, it doesn't matter if they died, but they couldn't affect their family members. So, many people ignored the lightning tribulation and ran towards the top of the mountain one by one. Little Purple, Little Fire, stop them. Sima Yu yelled, as she attacked those people. Little Purple waved its paw and a bolt of lightning flashed out while Little Fire directly turned into a streak of fire and swept forward horizontally, but anyone who was struck by Little Purple's lightning or swept over by Little Fire lost their lives. But there were too many people and some people managed to get past them and rushed to the top of the mountain. There is a flight restriction here, so we can't go down. Then jump down. Anyway, find a way to get down. So they thought of various ways to go down, some people jumped directly, some people pulled others along with them, and some had people carrying another on their backs. Others called out flying beasts and a large group of people were preparing to go down together. Seeing that they were about to fly under the cliff, Sima Yu suddenly shouted, Cloud Spirit. Cloud Spirit was still brewing the clouds but because she felt that they were dangerously close, so Sima Yu couldn't wait, so she had to let the tribulation lightning down. The overwhelming lightning tribulation fell from the sky, and one fell on the flying beast on the edge of the cliff, striking the flying beast and the person on its back. Sima Yu took her beasts back into the spirit pagoda when the lightning tribulation started, and when she came to the edge of the cliff, she closed her eyes and jumped down. She had a strong body and she would not necessarily fall to her death if she jumped down. And there was Little Roar below to meet her. Little Roar saw Sima Yu come down, and immediately sent a gentle force to support her and she landed safely. Yu, I can't get in there. Little Roar pointed at the cave and said. If even you can't get in, then I'll stay here. You go back first. She took Little Roar back into the spirit pagoda and stood outside the cave. As long as she saw someone coming down, she would attack first. Then some people came around from behind the mountain, apparently knowing that the road at the top of the mountain would not work, so they came by this way. Sima Yu hardly cared about the power of tribulation lightning now, she only concentrated on dealing with those people. A lot of people from the other side came. Fortunately, with the help of tribulation lightning, she was able to prevent them from approaching the cave. The battle outside was in full swing, but everything in the cave was not affected. This cave was not very deep, Mo Yusheng walked for a while before reaching the depths of the cave. A little white cat was lying on the straw in the cave and seemed to be sleeping. Mo Yusheng wasn't afraid either. He walked over, touched White Tiger's head, and said, Are you White Tiger? Were you the one who called me? White Tiger raised his eyelids slightly, saw Mo Yusheng's pure eyes, and snorted at him. Huh? Aren't you White Tiger? The master said that White Tiger is very powerful, but you only look like a kitten. Mo Yusheng raised White Tiger suspiciously and looked at it seriously. White Tiger didn't care about his silly appearance, turned his head over and bit on his finger. Mo Yusheng felt a pain in his finger, and subconsciously flung White Tiger which was originally in his hand to the ground. White Tiger got up from the ground and licked his lips with his paws, which was stained with Mo Yusheng's blood. It saw the blood melt into its body from its hair, and felt the force that was imprisoning him in the body swept away, and his whole body felt comfortable. Roar. It roared up into the skies and the resounding roar reverberated all around. Mo Yusheng was close to it, and the shock made him dizzy, and he couldn't even remember where he was or what he did for a while. So he didn't know how White Tiger made a contract with him. After he sensed the connection with White Tiger, he realized that they had already established a contract. The power of the contract roamed in his body, and he felt pain everywhere in his body, not because of the contract, but because something hidden in his body was about to break out. Arg! A painful shout came from the cave, followed by a roar and the sound of running. Sima Yu looked back and saw a white spirit beast carrying a person and ran out of the cave. Yusheng! She shouted, but Mo Yusheng was no longer sober, did not hear her voice at all, and did not notice her. Roar! White Tiger stood at the entrance of the cave and roared at the people who were coming. The power in his voice blinded those people, and then it flew into the air with Mo Yusheng. Bomb! A tribulation lightning struck Mo Yusheng, causing Sima Yu to suck in a mouthful of cold air. How could his fragile little body withstand such a tribulation? Seeing that White Tiger was still alive, she breathed a sigh of relief, at least Mo Yusheng was still alive. Bomb! Another tribulation lightning struck Mo Yusheng. Mo Yusheng, who was lying on White Tiger just now, suddenly stood up, and purple flames ignited around him. This is soul flames? Sima Yu looked at the flames on Mo Yusheng's body in surprise. Seeing that another person was about to attack him, she immediately condensed her spirit power and struck at those people. Standing in the air, Mo Yusheng closed his eyes and his hands drooped down naturally, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The purple flame made his pure aura enchanting, and his whole person changed. Yusheng! She called out in a daze. Mo Yusheng actually opened his eyes, but those eyes were no longer as clear and clean as before, exuding a majestic and charisma from the inside out. The soul flame on his body was burning, forming a protective circle, which also resisted the falling lightning tribulation. Mo Yusheng smiled at Sima Yu and said softly, Master. Previous chapter. Master, I remember. Mo Yusheng put away the flames on his body, flew to Sima Yu's side, stretched out his hand to her, and said with a smile, Master, where is my discipleship gift? Sima Yu. She swatted off his hand and said, what kind of timing is it? Let's do business first. There were still so many enemies here, and there was a lightning tribulation happening just right above their heads. This person still had the heart to tell her this. Mo Yusheng withdrew his hand, but was not angry. He curled his lips and said, Master, you said it yourself, when I'm normal, you'll give me a formal gift. Wasn't your mind not complete then? You can remember all this? It's not that I don't have a memory, I remember everything the Master said to me. Mo Yusheng smiled as before, but he still looked silly. Let's talk about it after this tribulation is over. You stay by the side of White Tiger. Sima Yu arranged a protective circle to protect him, and then used her spirit power to attack the approaching person. Mo Yusheng looked at the protective circle and laughed silently. Does the Master still think that he was Yusheng from before? It's the first time in my 2 lifetimes that I've been treated like this. It feels really special. He smiled and shook his head, unfortunately, now is not the time, otherwise I can really tease Master. Well, it's better for Master to watch, as she usually raises her eyebrows at me. He took a step forward and walked out of Sima Yu's protective circle. At the same time, purple flames ignited on his body again, and those flames blocked the tribulation lightning. A lightning tribulation wasn't detrimental to them who were used to being struck by lightning, and with little purple's protection, this lightning tribulation was of no use to her either. So, the next scene unfolded, 2 people started the berserk mode under the protection of tribulation lightning, leaving all those who came to assassinate here charred. White Tiger was also struck several times, but it seemed that he actually seeked out the bolts himself. After the lightning tribulation was almost fully utilized by them, Sima Yu stopped. She called out her beasts and asked them to clean up the scene, and for those who were not completely dead, they would go up finish the deed, so as not to cause them future troubles. She and Mo Yusheng went back to the cave and found a random place to sit down. I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. Sima Yu looked at Mo Yusheng and said, what's going on with you, tribulation transcender? Are you not reincarnated? Why is there such a strong power in your body? This is originally my body. Mo Yusheng said, I survived the tribulation, my body became smaller, and I appeared in the palace of the Mo's dynasty. The real Mo Yusheng died. In order not to lose her favor, the imperial concubine then quietly let someone bury the dead prince and made me the 7th prince. So, your body is not only 16 or 17 years old? Sima Yu glanced at him and couldn't help sighing. Why is Master sighing? I originally thought it was a little fresh meat, but who knew it's actually an old bacon? Sima Yu said solemnly, shaking her head. The corners of Mo Yusheng's mouth twitched. He was suave and full of vitality, how could he look like an old bacon? Then what is your real identity? Sima Yu asked. I'm not from your domain. Mo Yu said in an astonishing voice. Not from our domain? That's right. Mo Yu nodded, I'm the Pill Emperor in our place. I don't know what happened to me and I became a tribulation transcender. Now in this place, I've become the contract master of White Tiger. You are the Pill Emperor? No wonder you are so interested in alchemy. Sima Yu said, I never imagined that I would become Pill Emperor's master one day. Master, your alchemy skills are really good. When we have a chance to discuss, you have to teach me alchemy well, and you can't fool me like you did before. Mo Yusheng said. You have regained your identity and strength, and you want me to be your master? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. You've been my master for over a year, and I haven't learned anything yet. Mo Yusheng said. When things are over, won't you go back? We'll talk about it later. Anyway, I don't have anything to worry about over there. I can go back whenever I want to go back. Mo Yusheng said freely, when the time comes, I'll take you to our place to have a look. Alright. Sima Yu replied. By the way, since you have recovered your mind, why don't you go back and have a look before you leave? Mo Yusheng hesitated for a while, then said, well, I'll go back and see 6th Imperial Brother. No matter what other people were like, he was still grateful for the care he has given to him over the years. At this time, a white figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, which was White Tiger who had turned into a human. You are Divine Vermilion Bird's contract master. White Tiger looked at Sima Yu, sized her up, and praised, you are really good. White Tiger, how are you? Sima Yu stood up and looked at him. In the previous battle, she saw him being struck several times, and she didn't know if his body could bear it. I got some injuries, but it's alright. White Tiger said, also, my name is White Emperor. Oh. White Emperor, this name was really domineering. You just went to get struck by the tribulation lightning on purpose, didn't you? Yeah. I have a seal of heaven in my body, part of it depends on the blood of the contract master, and part of it depends on lightning tribulation. White Emperor explained, I can't do anything without lifting the seal. You've been sealed by the heavenly Tao. No wonder we couldn't figure out where you were even if we used Black Tortoise's shell to divinate. Sima Yu knew it, so it made sense. She actually wanted to ask him why he was sealed by the heavenly Tao, but considering that they were not familiar with each other, it was not good for her to ask rashly. They rested in the cave for a while, and the rest came. Although everyone was injured a little, they were still alive. My gosh, the entire area beneath this cliff is filled with corpses, how could you guys still sit here and chat? Black Tortoise complained when he came in. Seeing White Tiger, he went up and hugged him, patted him hard on the shoulder, and cried out, well, you, White Emperor, do you know how hard it was for us to find you? I almost lost my poor life. It's not what I wanted as well. White Emperor himself was helpless, however, if it wasn't for heaven sealing me up, how could I have lived in such a place for so long? It's also fortunate that I learned divination, otherwise I don't know when we will ever find you. Fu Shi glanced at White Emperor, his tone was indifferent, obviously resentment against White Emperor. Let's go out and get rid of the corpses here. It's not good for people to see such a pile of corpses outside, Crimson Flame said. Alright, since the four of us haven't seen each other for a long time, let's go and see who is better now. Black Tortoise agreed. So, the 4 divine beasts went out, leaving the 3 contract masters in the cave staring wide-eyed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Bai Xiaofei looked at Mo Yusheng and saw that his breath was completely different from before, and said, this is a contract that has made him mentally mature. It's not that he had matured, it's that he had recovered his previous identity. Sima Yu told Mo Yusheng's story again. Bai Xiaofei was amazed after hearing this. Sima Yu called Wen Shi and Bai Yu Yan out of the spirit pagoda. Wen Shi rushed to Bai Xiaofei's side and asked nervously, how are you? Are you alright? Where are those people? Don't be nervous, Shir, the battle is over. Bai Xiaofei took her hand and said, we're all fine, don't worry. Hug. Bai Yu Yan ran to Mo Yusheng and opened her small hand towards him. The previous Mo Yusheng's voice was as clean as a piece of white paper, and it was also very good to Bai Yu Yan, so Bai Yu Yan's favorite person besides her parents was him. Over the past 2 years, he has had the closest relationship with Bai Yu Yan and often played with her. Bai Yu Yan didn't know what happened just now. Such a danger was completely incomprehensible to her at a young age. She didn't even know that they were not in the same place just now and now. In her little world, now was no different from before. Therefore, she didn't feel that Mo Yusheng was any different from before, and she came to hug him as soon as she came out. Mo Yusheng smiled and picked Bai Yu Yan up with his long arms, pinching her nose like before, to tease her. He teased for a while, returned Bai Yu Yan to Wen Shi, then came to Sima Yu's side and looked at her with a smile. What? Sima Yu recuperating and healing her injuries, and she couldn't hold on anymore after being stared at by him like this. Master, you said before that you wanted to give me the discipleship gift. You said just now that the business was important. Now that the matter is over, shouldn't you give me the discipleship gift? Mo Yusheng said in a deep voice. You are an esteemed pill emperor, and in your place, you are someone who dominates one side. Why do you always think about a mere discipleship gift from me? Sima Yu was speechless. That familiar face was no longer as silly as before. She was happy for him, but she missed the silly him before. She took an interspatial ring and threw it to him, and said lightly, I'll give it to you, don't disturb my recuperation. It's all because of you, so let me be quiet. Mo Yusheng probed his divine sense into the interspatial ring, saw the treasures piled up inside, smiled, and said, Master, take care of your wounds, your disciple will be quiet now, so I won't disturb you. He put away the interspatial ring and didn't particularly care about what was inside. He insisted, but to maintain his relationship with her, not for her gifts. When her spirit power was almost recovered, the 4 divine beasts came back, along with those of Sima Yu. This means that the corpses in the mountains and valleys have been cleaned up by them. Now that everyone was together, the 4 divine beasts have all returned to their places, and we can go to the 4 perils to settle their accounts. Fu, she said. It's really time to go back to take revenge. Black Tortoise knocked on his tortoise shell. If he didn't go to take revenge, he would be too old to walk. Don't worry. Everyone is injured, so it's better to heal up before going back. Crimson Flame said. The 4 of them went back. As soon as they appeared in the divine realm, the 4 perils could sense their aura, and they would come to kill them at the first moment. If they go back with injuries like this, they were courting death. Then stay here to recover from your injuries, and I'll go back first. Mo Yusheng said. Then let's go back to that courtyard to recover. Sima Yu suggested. Alright. They were all hurt a little this time, so it's better to find a place to recuperate. So, Sima Yu set up a teleportation array and returned directly to the imperial capital. Mo Yulai thought that he would never see Mo Yusheng again, but he didn't want to see him again when he was in the most difficult time. The imperial capital 2 years later was not the same as it was 2 years ago. The eldest prince was abolished by the emperor in the battle, and now only the 4th prince and the 6th prince were fighting more fiercely. Especially recently, the 2 sides have reached an elevated stage. The emperor was in poor health for the past 2 days and fell into a coma. The 4th prince slandered that the 6th prince had poisoned the emperor and led people to kill him in the prince's palace. As long as the 6th prince was killed, he will become the emperor. He has checked it out in the past 2 years. Mo Yusheng and that woman have already left here, so there was no need to worry that someone will protect him. Mo Yusheng and Mo Yulai looked at each other, not admitting defeat in each other's eyes. Mo Yulai, do you think that the contacts you have accumulated in the past 3 years can really compare to the 10 years I have been preparing? The first 2 years were just reserved for you to deal with eldest brother, otherwise you thought you could survive until now? Mo Yusheng looked at Mo Yulai as if he was doing charity. Mo Yulai also knew that there was a certain gap between the 2 sides, but if it wasn't for a faction in his camp who suddenly defected, he wouldn't be so passive. As long as you are killed, everything will be over. You see, your people are almost dead. Since we are brothers, I will give you a chance to kill yourself and have an easy death. Mo Yusheng said. Mo Yulai snorted coldly, even if I die, I will not let it be easy for you. Then see if you have the strength. Mo Yusheng hollered and was about to start. When Mo Yusheng came over, he saw such a scene. There were corpses all over the floor. Mo Yulai was injured and stood in the middle. His body was shaking, and he was about to fall down. 4th Emperor brother, if you want to usurp the throne, you don't need to do that, right? Mo Yusheng's voice came, which surprised everyone in the courtyard. They followed the sound and saw that Mo Yusheng appeared on the roof at some point. Mo Yusheng, you're not dead yet? When Mo Yusheng saw him, he looked around subconsciously. My master is busy and has no time to come and play with you. Mo Yusheng flew to Mo Yulai's side and said, 6th Imperial brother, are you alright? N/O/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. I can't die yet. Mo Yulai smiled at him. Hearing that Sima Yu didn't come, Mo Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at Mo Yusheng and said, Mo Yusheng, aren't you a fool? Mo Yusheng saw Mo Yulai's injuries, his eyes darkened, and he said, 4th Imperial brother, I will give you a chance to commit suicide and have an easy death. Ha 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 ha, Mo Yusheng is too good to you. The 2 of you have always had a good relationship. Since you sent yourself here to seek death, then I will fulfill you. When he attacked, Mo Yusheng waved his hand and flew away. With your strength, are you too embarrassed to do it? Let your people come, you trash. Mo Yusheng snorted coldly. Mo Yusheng was shocked by Mo Yusheng's move, and shouted to the people behind him, quick, kill him for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Mo Yusheng, not only was he not stupid, but his strength had become stronger than him. It seems that it was really good to have such a great master. Fortunately, his master didn't come today, otherwise. He must kill him today. The people behind him received the order, and the 2 condensed their spirit power to attack Mo Yusheng. Mo Yulai stood in front of him and said, your target is me. 6th Imperial brother, just watch from behind. Mo Yusheng held him down, making him unable to move, and then he saw Mo Yusheng wave his hand. Those people were brought out by him and blown away by the strong wind. Unfinished spiritual skills were also disrupted. Mo Yulai was startled by his move and stood there dumbfounded. Mo Yusheng smiled at him, 6th Imperial brother, just stay here to see how I clean them up. Mo Yulai nodded subconsciously and watched his figure move around the courtyard like a ghost. When he stopped, those people had turned into corpses. Mo Yusheng tossed the lone survivor, Mo Yusheng, in front of him and said, 6th Imperial brother, I'll give him to you. Mo Yulai recovered from the shock and looked at him in astonishment. If you have anything to say, wait until these things are dealt with. Mo Yusheng urged. Mo Yulai nodded, and without hesitation, took out a long sword and pierced Mo Yusheng's heart directly. When the rescuers came in, Mo Yusheng was already dead. 6th Prince, we're late, please punish us. Those people knelt down in unison. You guys were also being held back. Mo Yulai didn't blame them, he stepped forward and helped the leader up. How is Imperial Father now? Your Majesty, he has been. The 4th Prince asked someone to attack the Emperor an hour ago. Imperial Father. Mo Yulai knelt down towards the palace with a sad face. 6th Prince, what we need to do now is to quickly stabilize the situation. The emperor's body is still in the palace, and all the ministers are in a panic now. Let's hurry into the palace. Alright. Mo Yulai got up from the ground and glanced at Mo Yusheng. Go ahead. I'll find you when you've settled. Mo Yusheng smiled at him. Only then did everyone realize that the originally stupid 7th prince was no longer stupid. Mo Yulai really had a lot of things to say to Mo Yusheng. When he got what he said, he nodded and left with his entourage. After that, Mo Yulai did very well. The 4th prince was already dead and Mo Yulai was alive. Soon, the person who poisoned the emperor and killed him was found out. It was the 4th prince who did it, so the ministers and various forces had acknowledged Mo Yulai to become the emperor. Mo Yulai also had a lot of means, and in just a few days, the whole situation was under control. On this day, he was reviewing memorials in the imperial study, and he felt a ripple in the air, and when he looked up, he saw Mo Yusheng coming out of the space. Yusheng. He put down the brush in his hand and looked at him happily. 6th imperial brother. Mo Yusheng came to him, looked at the pile of memorials, and said, being the emperor is really busy. Imperial father was unwell a while ago, and has accumulated so much work. Mo Yulai said, why do you have time to come here today? He sent someone to invite him before, but he said he didn't have time, he didn't expect him to come here at this time. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Mo Yusheng said, let's go to the imperial garden for a walk. Alright. Mo Yulai didn't bring anyone and went to the imperial garden with him alone. Because of the previous battle, the imperial garden was damaged by quite a bit and it had not been fully repaired yet. Are you leaving? Mo Yulai asked. Yes, after leaving this time, I may not come back in the future. Mo Yusheng said. Are you going to do something very dangerous? That's right. But if I don't come back, it has nothing to do with this. Even if we win a big victory, I won't come back. Mo Yusheng said. Why? This is your home. Mo Yulai was puzzled. I'm not the real Mo Yusheng. Mo Yusheng said, I'm just a passerby who borrowed his identity. He told everything about his own tribulation, and seeing Mo Yulai's complicated face, he said, when I finish the above, I may go back to our side. The only one who can't worry here is you. Fortunately, you have succeeded now, and it will be better in the future. You. Mo Yulai opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had previously felt that Mo Yusheng had changed too much, and it shouldn't have grown so dramatically over the past 2 years. You have to be careful. If you want to come back in the future, come back. As long as I live, this place will always be your home. Thank you, 6th imperial brother. Mo Yusheng laughed, took out an interspatial ring, put it in Mo Yulai's hand, and said, these are some things I collected before, and I will give them to you. You are the Pill Emperor, you must have collected very good treasures, 6th imperial brother will not be polite with you. Mo Yulai pretended to be relaxed and said, since you are leaving, let's have a good drink today, take it as a farewell. Alright, I haven't had a good drink with 6th imperial brother yet, n/o/vel/b/jn.c/jn.c/om. Let's go, let's get the wine. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were playing chess, Crimson Flame and the others were talking together, it seems that they were discussing the strategy. Wen Shi was teasing Bai Yu Yan, while Bai Xiaofei stared at their mother and daughter with a smile. Everything seems to be harmonious. Sima Yu was holding the white chess piece in her hand, and was about to make a move when she suddenly stopped, and people were stunned, as if her mind was gone. Yu? Seeing her stunned, Wu Lingyu called out softly. Sima Yu did not respond. The movement here attracted everyone's attention. They gathered around and asked, what's wrong with her? Crimson Flame had a contractual relationship with her, and he knew the reason as soon as he sensed it, she has entered a state of sleep. Asleep? How could she suddenly fall asleep? It wasn't that she fell asleep, it was someone who made her fall asleep. When Crimson Flame said this, Wu Lingyu understood and looked at her worriedly. But Bai Xiaofei and the others didn't know it, so they looked at Crimson Flame and asked him to clear their doubts. Crimson Flame briefly explained Xian Qiuhe's matter, and everyone understood the relationship and became worried. Xian Qiuhe looking for her in this way at this time will definitely not be a good thing. Sima Yu felt that she was dreaming again, but this dream was so clear that she could think clearly about everything. She was playing chess with Lingyu, and she must have been pulled in by Xian Qiuhe when she fell into a dream. She came to the bottom of a cliff and looked up to see her family and friends. The elders of the Sima clan were all arrested, Shiman Feng and the others were there, and Fatty Chu and the others. Everyone was pinned to the cliff in the shape of a cross. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. When Sima Yu saw the people on the cliff, her heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. What do you mean by this? She tried her best to suppress the rage that was about to erupt. What do I mean, don't you understand? Although Xian Qiuhe's voice was nice, it was cold and dangerous, not as warm as before. Don't understand? She knew what he meant too well. What do you want? What do you think I want? Xian Qiuhe's gloomy laughter came from all directions. You didn't take what I said earlier to heart. If you aren't going to absorb the remaining powers, your family and friends, I will kill one a day. I have already absorbed one, and there is only one left. Sima Yu said. I know, that's why I didn't kill these people directly. Xian Qiuhe said, look at you, who asked you to be so affectionate? If you hadn't had a good relationship with them and couldn't bear them, how could they become your weakness today? Sima Yu didn't answer him. Seeing the crowd of people trapped on the cliff, she felt a deep remorse in her heart. Pfft. A long sword pierced straight into the heart of a man on the cliff. The man groaned, then lowered his head, and there was no trace of life. Xian Qiu He. Sima Yu yelled, trying to stop him from continuing. But soon the second person also died. Yu, don't worry, although these two are from the Sima family, I know that you are not familiar with them. Xian Qiu He's voice came again, but next to them are your grandfather, father, mother, your friends, your brother and sister. If you don't come back, there is no guarantee that the next sword will be inserted into their hearts. Sima Yu closed her eyes, the anger in her eyes was undisguised. Xian Qiu He, if you dare to touch them, I will never go to that place for the rest of my life, so that you will never get what you want. If you don't believe me and kill them, I'll blame myself and will kill myself to comfort their spirits in heaven. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Yu, you don't need to be so angry. Xian Qiu He said, since I informed you, I will naturally give you time. After 10 days, you must appear in the divine realm. If not, if you delay one a day, I'll kill one. Yu, I'll wait for you to come back. Xian Qiu He. Sima Yu woke up screaming, and all she saw was the crowd surrounding her. Yu, are you alright? Fu Shi asked worriedly when he saw her pale face, leaning in Wu Lingyu's arms with a dazed look. Yu? Wu Lingyu's voice rang in her ears, making her come back to her senses. Something has happened to father and the rest. Sima Yu came out of his arms, looked at him and said, Xian Qiu He caught the Sima family, Feng'er and Fatty Chu, he killed 2 of them and told me to return to the divine realm within 10 days. 10 days, so tight? Wen Shi exclaimed. Yes, fortunately, we have found White Tiger, and everyone has recovered almost from the injury. I will go back first and leave Crimson Flame here. As long as I don't absorb the last remnant energy, he will not kill me. So, during this time, Crimson Flame will be fine. Sima Yu said. If she was killed by Xian Qiu He, Crimson Flame, who had a contractual relationship with her, would not be able to escape. If he dies, one of the 4 divine beasts will be missing. You should also move faster. I'm afraid the 4 perils won't give you too much time to breathe. Sima Yu continued, I will keep in touch with you through Crimson Flame. Sima Yu said. We're fine here, let's go back with you. When the time comes, you can go to Xian Qiu He, and we'll go to the 4 divine beasts. Fu Shi said. Alright. Then let's look for Yu Sheng now and go back directly. Mo Yu Sheng and Mo Yu Lai came to the imperial garden to drink. They dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only the 2 alone. They all know that this may be the last time the 2 of them meet. Just as the 2 of them had drank a jar of wine each, Sima Yu and her party walked out of the space. Mo Yu Sheng only glanced at them, then stood up, and said to Mo Yu Lai, who was already drunk, 6th imperial brother, it's cold out here, let someone take you back. Mo Yu Sheng, are you leaving? Mo Yu Lai got up from the ground and stared at him, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. Be careful. Mo Yu Sheng patted his shoulder, flew to Sima Yu's side, and the group flew into the torn space. Mo Yu Lai looked at the slowly closing space, raised the wine jar in his hand and took a big gulp. Gone, this time he was really gone. Your Majesty, would you like to go back? An eunuch came to Mo Yu Lai's side and asked. Go back. Mo Yu Lai threw away the wine jar in his hand, and left the imperial garden swaying along the path. Sima Yu and the others arrived at the divine realm on the 10th day. As soon as they arrived in divine realm, they were lucky enough to meet a group of people from the 4 palaces. These people were really a bit unlucky, they just came to make their rounds but they happened to meet the 4 divine beasts that came back, and in the end, nothing was left of them after they met the onslaught of the 4 divine beasts. You should go to the mausoleum left by the Emperor of Qingdao first. Let's go back to the Declivity Palace to see the current situation and discuss how to deal with the 4 palaces and the 4 perils. Fu Shi said, I'll also get Master to divinate on the whereabouts of your family when we go back. After we found out where they've been held captive, then send someone to rescue them. Alright. Sima Yu also agreed with this arrangement, as I said before, I will contact you through Crimson Flame. I'll be with you. Wu Lingyu heard that Sima Yu didn't intend to bring him along. Don't come with me, take Yu Guang to the Chan Manor to see if the 2 children are still at the Chan Manor and see if they are alright. Sima Yu was worried about the 2 children, and if others went, they might not necessarily be able to help much. Wu Lingyu knew she was worried about her 2 children, but he couldn't help worrying about her. Don't worry, at this moment Xian Qiu he probably already knows that I am here, so he won't let anything happen to me. Sima Yu said, go and see Xiao Dao and Yao Yao first, and then go and help me save my family and friends, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. Although Wu Lingyu was not very happy, he couldn't really ignore her relatives and friends who had been held captive. Alright then. You have to be careful. I know. When the group arrived here, they separated. Sima Yu followed the map in memory to find the mausoleum left by the Emperor Qingdao, Wu Lingyu went to the Chan Manor, and the 4 divine beasts went to Declivity Palace. Perhaps it was because she returned to the divine realm within the stipulated time, and Xian Qiu he did not come to her again. And she went to many cities and searched for a long time. Even if there was a little throne, it took her a month or 2 to find the mausoleum. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The mausoleums of Emperor Qingdao were all built similarly. Because she had his aura, Sima Yu didn't spend much effort to get into the mausoleum. From the moment she came in, she felt that this place was different from the previous mausoleum. Although it had the aura of Emperor Qingdao, but it was also mixed with another aura. Why did Emperor Qingdao leave someone else's aura in his mausoleum? She was puzzled, but continued to walk inside. Squeak dash. A mechanism was opened, and dozens of short spears flew out from the wall, but stopped beside her, as if hesitating. After a few seconds, it flew back. Sima Yu continued walking on without much surprise. She had encountered such a scene more than once in the previous mausoleums before. She encountered this situation several times, until she reached the depths. To her surprise, there was no coffin like the previous mausoleums and there was nothing in the entire room. Without a coffin, how should she get his power? She frowned slightly and walked to the center of the mausoleum where the coffin should have been placed. No, nothing. She turned around and determined that there was nothing here, and wondered to herself, could it be that this place had been discovered and the coffin was removed? But there were no traces of anyone entering. It seems that no one has come in except her since it was built. Was it different from the others? She came to the middle of the mausoleum and sat down, closed her eyes and began to sense, to see if she could enter the previous state. You don't have to waste your effort, you can't find Qingdao here. A woman's voice sounded. Sima Yu opened her eyes, a woman who looked exactly like her was standing in front of her, and the environment around her was no longer the mausoleum. You are Samsara. Sima Yu gasped. I am you. Samsara smiled. Samsara is just a name. You are me? Sima Yu was not too surprised, after all, she had guessed this possibility. I am a trace of your soul left behind by you. I've been here, waiting for you to come back. Samsara smiled. Isn't this the mausoleum of Emperor Qingdao? I feel his aura here, how is it that it's you waiting for me here? Where is Emperor Qingdao? Sima Yu asked. This is what I asked him to build for me. Samsara said, I only had this soul left at that time. What about the other mausoleums? Sima Yu asked again. Don't be in such a rush, let me tell you slowly. Samsara waved her hand, and the two appeared in a pavilion, and the surrounding area was white and the surroundings could not be seen clearly. Why don't you make a pot of tea? Samsara requested. Sima Yu was speechless, she was a soul, could she still drink tea? But she still took out the teapot and started making tea for the two of them. The pleasant fragrance the tea wafted, and after sniffing it, Samsara seemed to enjoy it very much. After so many years, your craftsmanship is still as good as ever. Didn't you say that you are me, and I am you? If my craftsmanship is good, it means that yours is good. Sima Yu replied, the tea has been brewed, tell me what happened before. I know about Emperor Qingdao. It was you who introduced him to cultivation, and you helped him to eliminate those distracting thoughts. He doesn't know much about the rest. Nothing else. Samsara picked up the teacup and sniffed lightly, then held the teacup to play with it, almost exactly the same as Sima Yu's usual movements of playing with the teacup. He and I only met those 2 times. The third time was here. Only 3 times? Yes. Back then, I was just waiting for you here, and I met him who had already become very powerful. He knew that I was waiting for you here, and he also knew my thoughts and said that to repay me for helping him out that year, he was able to become who he was. He wanted to do something for me, which was why he built this mausoleum and did the others as well. You are my reincarnation, so you have a causal connection with him, so you can inherit his strength. After he arranged everything, he came back here and stayed with me for a few days before he passed away. So there is also his aura here, but there is no soul left behind by him. So that's what happened. Sima Yu understood, no wonder there was no coffin here, because it was not built for him at all. Samsara waved her hand, and a pair of jade coffin appeared outside the pavilion. There was no need to guess that the one lying inside was the Emperor Qingdao. When they were alive, they only saw each other a couple of times, but when they died, they were with each other for so many years. This could be considered as fulfilling his wish. After so many years, I have finally waited for you. You can see me, it means that you have met your own requirements. There was a smile in her eyes. N/O/vel/B//. My own requirements? Sima Yu murmured, you haven't told me why you're here waiting for me? Naturally, it is to tell you about the heavenly Tao. Samsara said. Sima Yu stared at Samsara, her expression stunned, she felt that she needed to be prepared for what she was going to say. Seeing that she was so nervous, Samsara smiled and said, when you were in my life, you traveled all over the world, and finally discovered the reason for the change of heaven. But at that time, you found out in despair that you can't change it at all. Is it because of the chaos world? It seems that you have also discovered that the changes in the heavenly Tao are related to the chaos world. Samsara smiled, at that time, you also discovered it, but you were very desperate, because you could not enter the chaos world at all. But you still wanted to give it a try. So, you left me here to guard, went to chaos world by yourself, and never came out again. So, you are waiting for me here to tell me that the changes in the heavenly Tao are related to the chaos world? Sima Yu didn't think she waited for her all this while just for this. This is only a part. The important thing is to tell you how to change the heavenly Tao. Samsara said, open the chaos world and let the aura of the chaos world be distributed all over the world again. As long as the aura of people's cultivation brings the aura of the chaos world, you will be able to advance as before. Then how do I open the chaos world? Sima Yu asked. She always felt that the chaos world could not be opened by just her, one person. Samsara knew her thoughts and said, this chaos world can only be opened by you. Of course, if someone has the same conditions as you, they can also open it. What conditions? Being able to freely enter and exit the chaos world, possessing the strength of an emperor, you must be a spirit master of all attributes. As long as these 3 conditions are met, the chaos world can be opened. Samsara said. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. It was easy if it was only requiring the strength of an emperor. After all, there were still a lot of emperors in the divine realm. But the first point and the third point, any point was finding one in a million. Not to mention, she had to find someone who had all 3 points. There were only so many emperors in the divine realm, and no one was a full attribute spirit master. No wonder she would say that she was the only one who fitted these conditions. Previous chapter. Next chapter. What do I have to do to open the chaos world? She was a person with great luck, she knew this. She also knew that the better the luck, the greater the responsibility she would have to bear. I want you to go in, and when you come out, use your strength to support the passage. That's it. The method sounds quite simple, but that is the passage of the chaos world. Can I support it with my little strength? Sima Yu asked helplessly. It's up to you to figure it out yourself. Samsara shrugged, I'm just staying here to tell you this method. As for how to do it, you still have to figure it out yourself. But you can go to the underworld to find Hades, he may reveal something to you. Hades? He didn't tell me anything about the heavenly Tao and the chaos world. Sima Yu was surprised. Since Hades knew, why didn't he tell her himself? He may have his own reasons. You will find out if you find him and ask. Samsara said. Well, if I can see him alive, I'll ask again. Sima Yu said. Are you going to die? Samsara stared at her and asked coldly. Cough, cough, Sima Yu's throat was choked by the tea she just drank, and it was enough to cough twice. She wiped the tea from the corner of her lips and said, don't be so straightforward. Isn't it? Samsara said, from what you said just now, it is obvious that you will not survive, so what is it that would cause you your life? I have reasons why I have to do it. Sima Yu sighed. Against Xian Qiuhe, she really had no certainty of winning. But she couldn't not go, she couldn't put their lives at risk. That's your own decision. I'm just a touch of your soul. Samsara was non-committal about her decision. Alright, I've already told you what I should say, and this cup of tea is finished. I should go back. After all, her figure turned into a little starlight and merged into Sima Yu's body. Sima Yu closed her eyes subconsciously, and then felt that she seemed to be different, as if her entire body had sublimated. By the way, the last bit of strength that Qing Dao left you was sealed in his body by me. The voice of Samsara trailed off and then disappeared completely. Sima Yu opened her eyes, she was no longer in the pavilion, she returned to the stone room. But at this time, there was a jade coffin in the stone room. She walked over, rubbing her hands on the coffin. This was the real coffin of Emperor Qing Dao, the one who had been a huge influence ever since she was young, and this was his final resting place. He had always been one of her obsessions and a driving force to move forward. Appearing in front of her like this at this moment, although she was already prepared, she felt a little sad. She let out her aura and opened the coffin lid as soon as she exerted force with her hands, only a pair of bones were brought into her eyes. She reached out and stroked the white bone. When she touched his skull, her fingertips felt cold, and then a force drilled into her body along her. Declivity Palace. The people of the Alliance were gathering here to discuss matters. When they learned that the 4 divine beasts had returned, everyone was very excited and ran out to meet them. It's really the aura of the 4 divine beasts. It's great, they're finally back. After so many years, I finally feel the aura of the 4 divine beasts again. Haha, I can already see our victory. Yes, now that the 4 divine beasts are back, we will definitely win. From now on, we will no longer have to be squeezed by those beasts and the 4 palaces. Fu Shi brought everyone over, bowed to his master and palace master of Declivity Palace, and said, Master, second master, fortunately we brought back Black Tortoise and White Tiger. Good. Good. The palace master was so happy that he almost cried with joy at such an old age. Good boy, you did a good job. Junbai patted him on the shoulder. Seeing that Junbai's improvement was much better than before, Fu Shi said, Master, are you feeling better? With the things that you left behind before she left, my body has recovered a long time ago. It's just that I did a few divinations recently, and I haven't fully recovered from the injury. But it didn't hurt at all, so don't worry about it. Junbai looked around. After a circle, he didn't see Sima Yu and asked, where's she, n/o/vel/b/in.c//in.c/om. When it came to Sima Yu, Fu Shi and the others didn't look very good. He told about Xian Qiuhe's taking her relatives and friends as hostages. This Xian Qiuhe. We were still wondering before why the Dark Dragon guards were gone. It turned out that he went down to catch her relatives and friends. Junbai said angrily. Fu Shi, didn't you say your master is very powerful? How about doing a divination to see where Yu's family members have been held captive? Why don't we rescue them first, so that he can't threaten Yu anymore? Wen Shi said. Yes, master, can you do it? Fu Shi asked. This matter was not heaven's secret, so it should not cause much harm, so Junbai took out the tools for divination and started. Everyone waited for a while. Junbai not only failed to get any results, but almost hurt himself again. Master, how is it? Junbai shook his head and said, I can't get any results from divination. Why is that so? Everyone was surprised. The heavenly Tao. Junbai said with a pale face, her divinations are covered by the heavenly Tao, and nothing can be divinated at all. How could this be? If they couldn't find the location, wouldn't they be able to help her? Even when she went to see Xian Qiuhe, they couldn't support her. Was there any chance if she faced Xian Qiuhe alone? Then Crimson Flame, can you find her? Mo Yusheng asked. She is in retreat now. I think she is absorbing the power of Emperor Qing Dao. Crimson Flame said, as for Xian Qiuhe's position, we will only know when she arrives. But at that time, it will be too late. Crimson Flame's brows were furrowed, obviously they didn't expect the current situation. You don't have time to deal with her affairs now. Junbai said, I didn't divinate her affairs just now, but I did divinate yours. The 4 perils are already on their way. It's just right. We can finally settle the past debts. Black Tortoise slapped his turtle shell angrily. We can't be here. White Emperor said. If they all gathered here and when they fight against the 4 perils, no matter whether they win or lose, this entire place would be devastated. Shishi, you stay here with the children. Palace Master, please take care of my wife and child. After Bai Xiaofei finished speaking, he followed Black Tortoise and the others, opened the space passage and entered. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Wu Lingyu went to the Chan Manor, but learned that Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao had been taken away by Hades. He asked Yu Guang to contact Sima Yuyu, but found that she was in seclusion, so he went to Declivity Palace. By the time he arrived at Declivity Palace, Crimson Flame and the others had already left, and they couldn't contact Sima Yuyu either. I can't contact Yuyu, what should I do? Yu Guang said anxiously. Wu Lingyu was silent for a while, then said, we can't find her, so we have to find someone who can find her. Yu Guang didn't know who he was talking about, but as long as he could contact Sima Yuyu, it didn't matter. Wu Lingyu went to the underworld, and Hades was talking about body refinement to the 2 little guys. Seeing Wu Lingyu coming, Wu Xiaodao ran over excitedly, took his hand and asked, Father, why are you here alone? Where's mother? Your mother is busy with some matters and can't get away for the moment. She told me to come to look for your uncle Hades. Wu Lingyu said. Have Black Tortoise and White Tiger been found? Wu Xiaodao asked. Yes, they've been found. Alright, I have something to talk about with your uncle Hades. You should go to practice first. Wu Lingyu was anxious and urged the 2 children. Go and comprehend the method I just taught you. Hades instructed the 2 little guys. Oh. Wu Xiaodao responded dejectedly, and then said to Wu Lingyu, Father, we're going first, come to us after you have spoken to Uncle Hades. Alright, be good, go on ahead. Wu Lingyu patted his daughter's head, knowing that he was going to break his promise this time. Wu Qiyao glanced at Wu Lingyu, pursed his lips and left. After the 2 little guys left, Hades spoke out first, what do you want? You've come to the door already, tell me. I'm here to ask you, where is Yuyu? Wu Lingyu didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Weren't you with her? Why did you come to ask me about her whereabouts? Hades raised his eyebrows. I can't divinate out her whereabouts. Wu Lingyu wanted to find Xian Qiuhe after Sima Yuyu came out from seclusion, but Junbai and the others couldn't find out her location. I also tried it, but now everything related to her is blank, so I have to come to you. Can't use divination to find? Hades sat upright, closed his eyes and tried, and when he opened his eyes, the usually indifferent face finally changed. You can't find her either? Wu Lingyu asked. No. Hades leaned on the throne and said, leave me alone for a while. Wu Lingyu didn't know why he suddenly acted like this. However, he believed in Hades and would not leave Sima Yuyu alone if she was in danger. Since he didn't panic, things shouldn't be serious. Hades stayed in the room by himself for a while, and rubbed his hand on the arms of the throne for a while, as if deliberating. No one had ever seen this hesitant look before. It should be said that he has never hesitated so much in his entire life. After a while, he disappeared with the throne, and no one knew where he went. After a long time, he appeared in the room, still in the same position as before, still in a tangled state, as if he hadn't left just now. Wu Lingyu has been outside the room waiting. But after waiting for more than half the day, Hades did not come out. He came to the door and wanted to knock on the door, when Hades stepped out. Let's go. Hades' expression was a little heavy, which made Wu Lingyu have a bad premonition in his heart. Sima Yuyu stayed in the mausoleum for 2 months, completely converting the power of Emperor Qing Dao into her own power. What drilled into her body from the Emperor Qing Dao's skull was not the power to enhance her strength, but his remaining thoughts and consciousness. By refining these, she could really use these powers. I don't know what's going on outside. She contacted the Scarlet Bees who she had placed outside to get a general idea of the situation outside. The battle between the dark forces headed by the 4 palaces and the forces headed by Declivity Palace broke out, and the number of people who died in these 2 months was almost more than the previous year. There was no obvious advantage between the people on both sides. The 4 palaces were powerful, but Declivity Palace had gathered many forces over the years. And those who have been oppressed for a long time have also joined this battle. It can be said that as long as the 4 divine beasts win, there will be no suspense in this battle. And it was at the moment when she awoken when the 4 divine beasts had finally met the 4 perils. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and everyone has either inherited or used secret techniques to survive. Now, they finally met again. Crimson Flame, how are you now? She asked through the contract. Are you awake? Crimson Flame used the flames to force Qiong-Chi back and responded to her. Have you already fought? Yes. Crimson Flame replied, I asked Tao Tai just now, and he said that all the people caught by Qian-Chiu he are in the mountains dozens of kilometers north of Obdurate Palace. Qian-Chiu he will know that you are awake, and you should go and save them. But you. It's just the 4 perils, we can handle it. Your battlefield is not on our side. What she had to do now was to save those who were caught by Qian-Chiu he, and completely remove the things from Qian-Chiu he's body. If he really absorbed her power, he would be a more dangerous existence than the 4 perils. I see. I will try to delay the time as much as possible, hoping that it will not affect your battle. Sima Yu said. It was impossible for her to let Qian-Chiu he absorb all her power. If there was absolutely no other way, she could only choose to disperse it with those powers. If the battle between the 4 divine beasts and the 4 perils had not ended when she died, it would fall short because of Crimson Flame's accident. Crimson Flame understood what she was thinking, and after being silent for a while, he said, half a day. In half a day, they can end the battle. All right. The two cut off contact, and Crimson Flame continued to attack Qiong-Chi. Humph, with a wandering mind, he will die very quickly. Qiong-Chi's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Then let's see who is more powerful. Crimson Flame sneered, the attack in his hand was even more ruthless than before. Sima Yu came out of the mausoleum, originally wanting to delay the time, but a teleportation gate suddenly appeared in front of her. When she saw this portal, she was shocked. Qian-Chiu he's strength was already so powerful that he could open the portal from far away. She originally wanted to delay and not go there so quickly, but being invited this way, she couldn't refuse. Yu, I'm waiting for you here, don't make me wait too long. I can wait, but they can't afford it. Qian-Chiu he's threatening voice sounded in her mind. Sima Yu took a deep breath, jumped, flew into the portal, and appeared on the opposite side of the cliff in a short while. Here, all the people on a cliff could be seen clearly. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Qian-Chiu he was still dressed in black, still smiling and looking at her, as if he had not changed over the years. But Sima Yu knew that he was no longer the man he used to be. Sima Lu Xian, Yuko Luo, Sima Qing, Shimen Feng, Shimen Li, Fatty Chu, Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei, Wei Ziki and many more were all hanging on the cliff. She didn't know how long Qian-Chiu he had captured them for. Everyone's condition was not very good, and some of them even had their very badly burnt skin from the sun. I'm here, let them all go. She said aloud. Yu, I knew you wouldn't leave them alone. Qian-Chiu he said, it's alright if you want me to let them go, you can exchange them for yourself. Alright. Sima Yu answered without hesitation. Yu, don't. Yu, don't promise him. Yu, you can't. The people on the cliff were already a little confused, but when they heard Sima Yu's words, they all cried out in agitation. Their lips were dry and cracked, and as soon as they spoke, blood trickled down from the sides of their mouth. Sima Yu was extremely distressed and said to them, don't talk anymore, I will definitely save you today. Her contract beasts appeared behind her, and when they saw the condition of the people on the cliff, they were all angry. I'm going to hold him back, you guys go and rescue them. Sima Yu said, and took the initiative to fly up into the air. Qian-Chiu he didn't care about his hostages. Whether these people lived or died had no effect on him. All he wanted from the beginning to the end was her. Seeing her flying into the air, he immediately chased after her. Yu. Little Seven was worried about her and wanted to fly over to help her. Don't forget the task you gave us. Little Dream grabbed her, it's important to save people now. Little Seven frowned and stomped her feet angrily. We better rescue them as soon as possible so that Yu won't worry. Floey also advised. They went to untie the ropes that bound them. Because they couldn't use spiritual power, they couldn't break free from these ordinary ropes. There was no way to fly in the sky even if they were free now. Her contract beasts rescued them all, flew them to a distance, and saw Qian-Chiu he chase after Sima Yu in the air. Mir, Little Fire, Little Purple, follow me and we'll go assist her. The others should stay here to protect everyone else's safety. Blackie finished speaking and flew towards Qian-Chiu he first. Mir and Little Fire also followed him. The 4 of them were not ordinary spirit beasts, they were all transformed by the aura of heaven and earth, so they wouldn't die so easily. It can be said that as long as Sima Yu does not die, they will not die. Sima Yu was avoiding Qian-Chiu he just relying on her knowledge of space before, and the two did not meet directly. The battle on Crimson Flame's side is not over yet, she could only dodge. Blackie and the rest ran over to surround Qian-Chiu he and attacked him together. It was fire, lightning, and the power of corrosion. Qian-Chiu he didn't dare to be careless, and condensed a protective layer to block their power from the outside. The two sides were at a stalemate like this. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Sima Yu stopped, the chase from just now consumed a lot of her mental energy. Qian-Chiu he's strength was so strong that she was almost caught by him several times. Do you think you can trap me like this? Qian-Chiu he looked at her with red eyes, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sima Yu understood what he meant, cursed that things were bad in her heart, and hurriedly retreated from the place, but she was still a step late, and was struck on the shoulder by the arm that suddenly stretched out from space. If she hadn't just reacted and avoided such a vital point of her body, the power of that palm strike would have killed her. If she was caught under such circumstances, even if she was about to die, he would be able to absorb her power before she died. She used the power of that palm strike to fly forward for a certain distance, turned around while flying, and attacked. Although his hand was chopped off, Xian Qiu he was not hurt. "You can't hurt me." Xian Qiu he jia laughed twice. That voice was not Xian Qiu he's voice, but the hoarse and dark voice of that monster. As he finished speaking, the chopped arm turned into a black mist that dissipated in front of her eyes, and an arm appeared behind her again. Zop! Sima Yu released a bolt of lightning, striking the hand into smithereens. After this time, he didn't continue, just looked at her and smiled. Sima Yu looked at him. He was able to unleash such a powerful attack despite such a defensive situation. Was he really trapped? She was scared, had even oozed out cold sweat by her own thoughts. If that's the case, then Mir and the others. You all. Boom. Before she could finish her words, Xian Qiu he's defense layer exploded directly, and Mir and the others couldn't escape in time, and the four of them were all thrown away by the force. Sima Yu condensed her spiritual skills and attacked Xian Qiu he. Little guy, aren't you hiding? Xian Qiu he grabbed the fire dragon she had transformed into, and when he exerted force, the fire dragon turned into spiritual power and dissipated into the air. Indeed, it was as she had thought. You don't have to be sad. Xian Qiu he suddenly appeared in front of her after speaking, clasped her neck like last time, and said, "You are already very powerful. It can be said that you are the most talented and powerful person I have ever met. If given time, I will definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately, you are only over 200 years old, you are still too young. Even if you have the power to clear the way, you will not be able to. I don't get along. I've outlived Qing Dao by hundreds of thousands of years." Sima Yu was imprisoned by him and could not move. She knew that she couldn't beat him, and she had never thought that she could defeat him. She was just a person who had just been promoted to the ranks of an emperor, but he was a power that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He was already so powerful when Emperor Qing Dao died hundreds of thousands of years ago, not to mention him hundreds of thousands of years later. So, all she thought from the beginning to the end was to hold him back. Seeing his fanatical laughing face, she was extremely troubled. There was no news from Crimson Flame, but if she persists, the power in her body will be taken away, and that guy will be completely integrated with Xian Qiu he, and no one will be able to suppress him in the future. What should she do? What should she choose? Yu, Crimson Flame's weak voice sounded again, which made her gripped heart suddenly relaxed. I'm sorry, my dear beasts. She should have released their contracts in advance. She smiled at Xian Qiu he and began to mobilize the spiritual power in her body to make them go in a reverse direction. It's a pity, you can control me to not be able to use spiritual power, but you can't control my spiritual power flow. If I die, how can you absorb the power of Qing Dao? She smiled charmingly. From now on, the power of Emperor Qing Dao will no longer exist between heaven and earth. You can never be a real human being. Previous chapter. You actually want to blow yourself up? Xian Qiu he hollered out in shock. Wasn't she one who had loads of love and affection for those around her as well as for herself? Why would she choose to blow herself at such a juncture? If she blew herself up, how would he be able to gain the power of Emperor Qing Dao? How could he truly integrate with Xian Qiu he without this? As Sima Yu had a special physique, she couldn't impede the spirit power that was running amok in her body. She could only watch her body swell rapidly. If you blow yourself up, I will kill all your relatives, leaving none alive. He threatened with gritted teeth. Well, take a good look, are they still there? Sima Yu smiled proudly. You were able to catch them before because they were not prepared. If you try again, it won't be that easy. Xian Qiu he looked over and saw that there was no one at the place where there were many people just now, only her few beasts were still there. You actually took people away quietly. He sneered. I wasn't very quiet, I took them away before your eyes, but your thoughts were all on me, so you just didn't care then. If I can catch them once, I can catch and kill them the second time. I'll already be dead by then. Sima Yu let go of all her strength, and soon her body was out of her control. Yu. Urgent cries resounded, and as soon as Sima Yu looked up, she saw Wu Lingyu and Hades who were hurrying towards her. With a wave of Hades' hand, a gentle force calmed the power in Sima Yu's body. Wu Lingyu teleported to Sima Yu's side, hugged her in his arms and hurriedly retreated, only to be relieved when he saw that her chaotic spirit power had calmed down. Are you alright? Wu Lingyu's face was as white as sheet, and when he thought back of the scene that met him when they appeared, as she was just about to blow herself up, his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Up till now, he had yet to recover. I'm fine. Sima Yu smiled at him. Hades glanced at her with a look of disgust. Humph, stupid guts. Sima Yu glanced back at him. If she had other methods to get out of that predicament at that time, would she think of blowing herself up? She wasn't stupid. Hades snorted coldly, looked at Xian Qiu he opposite, and said to Wu Lingyu, go deal with him. Sima Yu grabbed Wu Lingyu and retorted, you are so powerful, why don't you go instead? Hades could do it without much effort, but he loved to instruct them to do things. I still have something to tell you. he explained without any hurry. Don't worry, he is much better than you. Sima Yu pouted, but didn't say anything more. Somehow, she had an idea what he was going to say to her. When Xian Qiu he saw that his opponent was now Wu Lingyu, he knew that this battle was not easy, so he drew his sword out. When Sima Yu saw the sword in his hand, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Sky Splitter Devil Sword. How could it be in your hands? Back then, she watched helplessly as her senior brother took this Sky Splitter Devil Sword out of the Little Black Lotus realm in order not to reveal Little Seven's identity, and then watched it set off a bloody storm on the mainland. It disappeared later, and she had wondered about its whereabouts, but she did not expect it to be obtained by Xian Qiu. Also, at that time there were people in black all over the continent, so it was no surprise that he would get the Sky Splitter Devil Sword. However, Xian Qiu was already powerful, and with the help of the Sky Splitter Devil Sword, his strength was even higher. Don't worry, even if you have it, it will be fine. Wu Lingyu was about to go up after saying that, and Sima Yu grabbed him. She took out a dagger and said, the Sky Splitter Devil Sword is very powerful, but it has something special to restrain it, have you forgotten? As soon as Wu Lingyu saw the dagger in her hand, he smiled. Sima Yu erased the contract between Ling Long and herself, passed it to Wu Lingyu, and said, Sky Splitter Devil Sword, the Divine Sword Ling Long. Go ahead. Wu Lingyu established a contract with Ling Long and turned Ling Long into a long sword, and fought with Xian Qiu. The battle between two powerhouses was on a completely different level. Sima Yu stared at them. Their movements were so fast that she could hardly tell who was who. Hades, would Lingyu be really alright? That guy is very powerful. She asked in a worried voice, with a deep furrow between her brows. Don't worry, there's no need to worry when I've already said so. Hades' mood was a little irritable. Sima Yu looked surprised and asked, what's wrong with you? Hades looked at her and hesitated twice. She saw his hesitation, and she thought, is it related to the opening of the Chaos World, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om? You already know? Hades frowned. I know a little bit, but seeing how hesitant you are, I guess what I know is not enough. Sima Yu You said with certainty, for you to be so hesitant, is it that dangerous? Hades nodded and said, the Chaos World is about to be completely closed. Completely closed? What do you mean? I can't go there in the future. If it's been completely closed, even you will not be able to go in again. It's not possible to open it again. Hades said. When will it close completely? When will the Chaos World be completely closed? She needed to plan and see how long she had left to prepare. It's happening as we speak. It's closing now. Sima Yu looked at him in astonishment, as if she didn't quite believe what he said. Wu Lingyu went to the underworld to find me before, saying that it was impossible to divinate your location. I did the divination for you, but I sensed the changes in the Chaos World. Hades explained, I went to the Chaos World to have a look and found that it was in the midst of closing. And the time was not short. If I hadn't discovered this by chance, we might not have been known until it was completely closed. Is actually happening now? Sima Yu didn't know how to describe her feelings. At this time, she even felt that her mind was empty, as if she couldn't think about anything. I originally wanted to wait for you to grow up and tell you about the Chaos World when you have that strength. I didn't expect that there would not be such a chance at all. If I go now, what's my chance? Sima Yu felt that it was not her who asked this question. Less than 30%. Less than 30%. Sima Yu froze. With such a low success rate, could she do it? What if? I can't do it. Then death awaits. Either she died of exhaustion, or she be crushed to death by the twists and warping of the space of the Chaos World. No matter which one, she had only one result, death. Is that why he hesitated? Is there no other way? Sima Yu looked at him, and when she saw that he pursed his lips, she knew his answer. You can choose not to go. Hades said. If you really thought I would not go, you wouldn't tell me about it. Sima Yu smiled. If she didn't have to go, he would hide the matter directly and tell her when the matter was over. But he didn't, indicating that she couldn't escape this matter. This was her responsibility. She turned to look at Wu Lingyu before she asked Hades, tell me, what do I need to do? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right. Hades looked at her with a solemn tone, are you sure? As long as you take this step, you won't be able to go back. If I don't do it, what will be the implication? Sima Yu asked. Your relatives will be implicated. As for how they would be implicated, it was an obvious answer that she didn't need to ask further. So, tell me, what should I do? Sima Yu was not surprised and asked. I will send you to the Chaos World. When you come out, release all your spirit power. It must be the power of all attributes. Hades explained, you must use all the attributes to build a channel, use this channel to connect the Chaos World with the outside world. If you have enough power to fully build the channel, there is no problem. But if it is not enough. I see. Send me there. Sima Yu said. Do you want to tell them something? Hades asked. Sima Yu opened her mouth and said after a long time, take care of Xiao Dao and Xiao Yao. If she died, she didn't have to worry too much. Alright. Let Lingyu take care of the two children and live well. Alright. Sima Yu didn't say anything else, and said lightly, let's start. Hades nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Sima Yu disappeared. He looked at the place where Sima Yu was just now, and felt a little bit lost. After a long time, he murmured softly, I did as you said after all, Samsara. Sima Yu only felt that her eyes flickered, and the next second she was in a world of vast whiteness. The third time she came to the chaos world, she was very calm. She didn't rush to make a move, but walked for a while in the white fog. Soon, she heard the gurgling sound of water. Last time she and Little Seven and the others walked here for a long time before they saw this river, but this time they arrived so quickly. She stretched her hand into the water, saw her face reflected on the river, and tried to raise a smile to herself. This Hades, I wonder what he has with the chaos world. It doesn't look like he's never been here before, or why would I be sent here so easily? Humph. He let me come here when I was in the ghost realm, it turned out to be intentional. She came to understand a lot of things at this moment. She closed her eyes and felt it, and said, it really is changing. She took her hand back, and the water in her hand left the chaos river and turned into white mist and dissipated in the air. She shook her hand, saw the extra mark on the palm, and knew that this was the passage that Hades left for her to go out. She poured spirit power into her palm, and the channel began to emit a faint golden light, and then she was sucked in by the golden light. It was different from the last time she left the chaos world. At that time, her strength was low, and she muddled through the whole process. This time, she clearly watched herself flying in space. She felt that she was about to exit the passage and stopped. Sure enough, as soon as she stopped, she felt the space squeeze hard against her, making her a little breathless. The bad thing was that she couldn't bear the pressure merely with the strength of her body. If it was an ordinary person, that person would have been squeezed into a puddle after 2 seconds. The closing speed is so fast, no wonder Hades was so restless. She murmured. If they waited for a while more, this space would have been completely closed. According to what Hades had told her, she released the power of all attributes in her body, in addition to gold, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as the dark power in her soul and the power of faith that almost killed her. These forces lingered around her, supporting a stable space for her, and the sense of oppression just now disappeared. She grabbed a handful of elixirs and ate them to prepare for replenishing her spirit power for a while, and then began to expand the space around her little by little. She didn't know how thick the space was, and she didn't think about it, she just expanded the passage to both sides little by little. When she was condensing out the passage, her figure suddenly appeared in mid-air. Although they could see her, they could see that she was not in the same space as them. At this time, Junbai brought a group of people, and Chan Shan also brought people. All of them were wounded, and at first glance, they all rushed over after the battle. Not knowing if they had gotten the news that Sima Yu changed the heavenly Tao. Besides them, many people rushed over, but the ones who came were very strong. When they looked at Sima Yu, they were all nervous. If she succeeds, then they will have the opportunity to advance to a higher level and have eternal life. They didn't know what Sima Yu was doing, they only saw that she was releasing all the power in her body. What is she doing? Someone asked. Can this really change the heavenly Tao? Is the heavenly Tao so easy to change? I think she's just doing everything in vain. Whether it's futile or not, it's better than doing nothing. That's right. Let's take a look then. Wu Lingyu and Xianqiu were fighting on the same level. They were suddenly awakened by this change. The two separated, and Wu Lingyu immediately flew towards Hades. What's the matter? He glared at Hades. What did you ask her to do? n/o/vel/b/jn.c/jn.c/om. Didn't you see it all? Hades saw that Wu Lingyu wanted to rush over to find Sima Yu, and said, it's useless. Since she started to release her spirit power, no one can get close to her anymore. Wu Lingyu didn't believe it, and still flew towards Sima Yu. But when he was about to approach her, he was stopped by a force. The power of heaven. He was startled. She did this, was she actually protected by heaven? At this time, Hades' voice came again. At this time, except for those who can change the heavenly Tao, no one else will be allowed to approach her. Not even you and me. Wu Lingyu attacked and found that it was really useless, so he was grabbed back by Hades. Don't get in the way. Hades glanced at him, and he immediately became quiet. Yes, he just saw that Sima Yu was releasing the power in her body, it didn't mean that she was bound to do something. He couldn't go up like this rashly, it would be bad if it affected her. Lingyu. What is Yu doing? The group of people from the Sima family who had left for some time came back. They originally wanted to come back to help Sima Yu, but they didn't expect to see this scene. Yu Koluo stared at Wu Lingyu, trying to get an answer from him. Seeing that Wu Lingyu couldn't hide it, he had to tell the story that Sima Yu was opening the passage to the chaos world and changing the heavenly Tao. Everyone in the Sima family was terrified. What kind of existence was the heavenly Tao? How dare she touch such a thing? Lingyu, how confident is Yu? Wu Lingyu shook his head, he didn't know it himself. Not good. Everyone's exclamation made Wu Lingyu and the Sima family's faces change greatly. Previous chapter. Everyone looked at Sima Yu and saw that she had released her spirit power steadily just now, but now she looked drained, and she seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. It was fine just now, why did this happen all of a sudden? Wu Lingyu stared at Sima Yu, seeing her hands clenched tightly, her brows furrowed together, his distress could not be measured at all. He knew Sima Yu too well. When she frowned like this, it showed that she was suffering a lot in her body. But he couldn't help her at all. Sima Yu is really in pain right now. She doesn't know a thing about the tunnel she has built. How long or how far was it? She only knows that the power in her body was no longer under her control. Her power seemed to be squeezed out with brute force, and the method was very rough. Those spirit powers were being squeezed out from her meridians and it hurt her. If it goes on like this, not a single drop of her spirit power will be left. Not only that, but she felt that the tunnel she had just constructed was suddenly unstable, as if it was about to collapse. Was it about to fail? Try using your spirit realm. Little Spirit suddenly said. Little Spirit was a space artifact, and he knows a lot about space. Since he said so, Sima Yu released her spirit realm almost immediately without hesitation. She used the realm to touch the newly constructed channel and merged them into one. With the support of her spirit realm, the channel was stabilized. But before she could even let out a sigh of relief, and she felt that the power in her body was more chaotic than before, and the flow rate seemed to be much more than before. Soon, she felt the power in her body being hollowed out. Her strength was hollowed out, and the next step was her vitality. Just when her inner spiritual energy was exhausted, she suddenly felt a warmth in her abdomen. Little Spirit. I can still help you for a while, but looking at the heavenly Tao like this, I'm afraid that my strength is not enough. Little Spirit said. Little Spirit. I'm sorry, I've implicated all of you. Sima Yu had mixed feelings in her heart, and when she first met Little Spirit, he despised her in all kinds of ways, and then he treated her sincerely and managed everything in the spirit pagoda for her. At such a moment, he did not hesitate to use all his strength to help her. If the two of them couldn't survive this disaster, he may not be able to find another master. Yu, I'm very happy. I've been with you all these years. Little Spirit's voice was still so childish, but his tone was very relieved. These years, I haven't been living in vain. However, I'm afraid I can't accompany you anymore. Little Spirit's voice was getting weaker and weaker, because the power in him was about to be depleted. Yu, let's help you. The voices of her contract beasts came together, and then one after another white light flew past everyone and went straight to Sima Yu's body. The beasts returned to her body, and she felt the spirit power injected into her body again. You guys. Yu, don't be afraid, no matter what happens, we will accompany you. Little Seven spoke on behalf of everyone. Yes. Yaguang's strength was the lowest, and when he spoke, his voice was already a little weak. Sima Yu was moved. She didn't need to say more about her gratitude, she just said firmly, if there is an afterlife, we will still be together. Yeah. We'll be together. Sima Yu was trying her best to support herself. Everyone could see that she was very uncomfortable, and could also see that she couldn't support herself for long. Not good. Her strength is exhausted. Heaven is absorbing her vitality. Someone shouted. Wu Lingyu flew over and tried to break through the barrier again, but was devoured by the power of heaven, and he was sent flying off into the distance. He came back again, attacked again, was sent flying, came back again, and continued. After repeating this more than a dozen times, he was completely wounded by the power of heavenly Tao. If it went on like this, he will die. Hades stepped forward and restrained him with a wave of his hand. He was not allowed to toss like this again. Let me go. Wu Lingyu shouted. His face was red, his hair was disheveled, and he was bleeding everywhere, looking crazed. I've already said, you can't open this at all. Hades said that he went to attack, but the final result was the same. I promised her to keep you safe and let you live a good life, so you can't help it. Let go of me. Ah, you let me go. Wu Lingyu struggled in the small barrier, but couldn't break free. Lingyu. Sima Yu also saw Wu Lingyu, she supported her body with difficulty and turned around slowly. It turned out that he was so close to her, but she didn't see him until now. Yu. Wu Lingyu cried out as he felt his heart wrenched the moment he saw her turn around. Seeing her vitality depleting before his eyes so quickly. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lingyu, I'm sorry. Sima Yu felt that her vitality was about to run out, she smiled at Wu Lingyu, and wanted to leave with a smile. Wu Lingyu wanted to touch her. But was blocked by the power of heaven. Yu. When the people below saw that Sima Yu was about to disappear, they all screamed. Sima Yu moved her gaze down, seeing Bei Gong Tang and the others crying uncontrollably, and seeing that all the people in the Sima family were crazy and wanted to rush up, but they were controlled by Hades. She looked at Hades again, his eyes were full of pain, but he was the most rational among the people present. Mother. Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao came out of the space and saw that Sima Yu was about to die, so they flew over immediately, wanting to fly over, but after being blocked by the power of heaven, the two attacked together, but were seriously injured by the power of heaven. Under the protection of the two, lives were saved. Hades controlled the two of them. Wu Xiaodao's cry broke, and kept shouting, Uncle Hades, let us go, let us go. The two of you are so weak. You'll die if you run over. Hades didn't let go of them, watching them attack his enchantment, as crazy as Wu Lingyu. At this time, everyone discovered how powerful this man was, and he was able to imprison so many powerful people. When Sima Yu saw Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao appear, her tears couldn't stop flowing down. She reached out to them, wanting to hug them again. Mother, don't leave Xiaodao alone. I will be very obedient in the future, and I won't be naughty anymore. Wu Xiaodao cried softly. Xiaodao has always been good. You are not only good, but also strong. Sima Yu burst into tears, but tried her best to make herself laugh. Xiao Yao Yao, you have to take good care of your father and your sister. No. I don't want it. I want my mother to take care of us, I want my mother. Wu Qi Yao shouted. He doesn't want to be a good child anymore, he doesn't want to be sensible, he just wants his mother to come back. Sima Yu still wanted to talk to them, but she felt that the last bit of her vitality was being pulled away from her body. Did she fail in the end? Her eyes began to wander, and she was almost out of breath. Mother. Yu. Everyone cried out in grief. Hades closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a figure flying towards Sima Yu, flew to her side and hugged her. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Someone was able to enter the heavenly Tao and go to Sima Yu's side. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Because the two are connected, can they go in? Hades murmured softly, will the ending change? Those people also recognized that person. Xian Qiuhe. How did he get in? No matter how he got in, as long as he can save Yu, the rest is not important. Yes, as long as he can save Yu, who care how he's able to enter? Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao no longer cried heartbreakingly, but looked at the situation inside with tears. Wu Lingyu also calmed down, but when he looked closely, he almost couldn't breathe and just stared straight inside. Sima Yu had lost her consciousness, and the last remaining consciousness let her know that her last bit of vitality was about to be drawn out of her body. As long as it was depleted, her body will lose its vitality, and her life will really be gone. Looking back on her life, she didn't have any regrets, but now there was only reluctance in her heart. She was really reluctant to bear to part with her two children, Wu Lingyu, and those dear relatives and friends of hers. It's a pity that she couldn't look at them again. Yu, I won't let you die in front of my eyes again. A voice sounded in her ear, and she couldn't remember who it was. But she knew that her last bit of vitality was left when it was about to leave her body, it was interrupted. She remembered that there was a force that entered her body and her drained body regained a little vitality. Consciousness gradually returned, and she gradually saw the person in front of her clearly. When she saw those eyes, she smiled slightly and whispered, he. It was he, not Xian Qiuhe. At this time, he was himself, her friend, not a monster left by Emperor Qingdao. She thought that Xian Qiuhe's soul had been swallowed up, but she didn't expect to see him again. Xian Qiuhe's smile was as warm as before. He was glad that Sima Yu recognized him at a glance. She never thought of him and that monster as the same person. Yu, go back, leave it to me here, leave the responsibility of the world to me. After that, he greedily touched her cheek, then wrapped her with a force and threw her out, as he reluctantly watched her get farther and farther away from him. Pfft. Although there was a mutual power, Sima Yu was injured by the power of the heavenly Tao that crosses the barrier of the heavenly Tao. Allow in but not out. What a domineering heaven. However, the moment she came out, Hades greeted her and protected her. Without the hard suppression, Wu Lingyu broke free immediately, went up to hug Sima Yu, and imbued spirit power into her body. Mother Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao also broke free and flew to Sima Yu's side. Her life force has been exhausted. If it wasn't for Xian Qiuhe's last step by injecting a little life force into her, sigh, let her eat this first. Hades threw them a jade bottle, then looked at her before his attention rested on Xian Qiuhe. As soon as Sima Yu left, Heavenly Tao's attention all fell on Xian Qiuhe. Whether it was himself or that thing controlling the body, there was no room for resistance at this moment, so he could only bear it obediently. However, everyone could still see that it was Xian Qiuhe who was in control of his body at this time, and he would also take the initiative to release all the power in his body. The channel constructed by Sima Yu immediately expanded a lot. 1 point, when the passage completely opened the space barrier of the chaos world, everyone felt an ancient aura blowing towards them. But that channel was not very stable, it is a little swaying, and it may collapse at any time. With my strength, with my body, solidify the root. Xian Qiuhe's decisive voice came. I don't know if it was a contract with Heavenly Tao, and his body actually began to dissipate from his limbs. All of his spirit power and his body turned into little stars, which merged into the passage and slowly fixed it. Sima Yu maintained her soberness since she came out. Seeing Xian Qiuhe dissipate, she called out subconsciously. Her voice was extremely soft, but Xian Qiuhe seemed to have heard her. He didn't say anything, just smiled at her, just like when the two met in the medicine garden in Cloud Sea City. Sima Yu also smiled at him, seeing his body dissipate little by little, the tears on her face couldn't stop falling. Finally, when Xian Qiuhe disappeared completely, she couldn't hold on any longer, her vision turned black and she fell backwards. Yu. Mother. Yu. Sima Yu knew that she fell asleep again. This time the body was hurt too badly, so when she woke up, decades had passed. She was lying on the bed, thinking about the scene before she fell into a coma, thinking about the dead Xian Qiuhe, and some findings. She sensed it, and there was a hint of chaos chi in the air. Although there are still very few, but over time, it can also change the constraints of not being able to advance. It's all because of you, you did it all. A tear fell from the corner of her eye, and the strands of hair that fell into her ears disappeared. She got up from the bed after being sentimental for a while, looked at the room for a while, and found that it was an unfamiliar place. Once again, her expression changed greatly. There was no joy in waking up, no accident, just deep pain in her eyes. Her strength was gone, she doesn't care. However, she couldn't sense any of her beasts. Even little spirit didn't respond. Sorry. Squeak dash. The door was pushed open. Sima Yu thought it would be Wu Lingyu, but saw a strange man walk in. Are you awake? The man's voice was familiar and cold. Sima Yu was a little surprised. How could Wu Lingyu and the others hand her over to a stranger? If even Hades can't save her, who else could save her? This young master, I don't know. Sima Yu couldn't go on, because she saw the indifferent man who just smiled suddenly at her, and then, ran towards her, hugged her, and laughed. Said, ha ha ha, I just said that you won't recognize me, you all lose dash. The door was completely opened, and Sima Yu saw the people standing outside, and couldn't help but redden her eyes. You, we said we would accompany you. Little Seven's smile was still so bright, full of the aura of life. That's right, we've all woken up for a long time, you are the last to wake up. Little Rock said with a smile. You're all right, it's great. Sima Yu's tears fell and dripped into the arms of the man beside her, and she noticed the man who was still holding her body. Are you Little Roar? You're finally able to transform? You finally recognized me, I'm a beautiful man now. Although Little Roar was smiling, there were tears in his eyes. You guys are all right, why can't I sense your aura? I can't sense the connection with you. I thought. Hades said, it seems that we were punished by heaven for our previous behavior. When you were pushed out, the contract between us was shattered. So we don't have a contract now, and you can't sense us. Little Dream explained. You finally woke up. But now you have no contract and no spirit power. Everything has to start again. Floey said. Sima Yu was not sad at all, she patted Little Roar's head and smiled at everyone. It doesn't matter, as long as everyone is alive, it's better than anything. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the courtyard, and the beasts all stepped aside to make way. Little Roar also quickly dodged, so as not to be beaten later. NOVLB //JNN. Sima Yu was now a cripple, so only when she sees someone walking in from the door did she know that someone was here. Wu Lingyu waved his hand, all the people in the room immediately left, and the door was closed. Before closing the door, Sima Yu also saw Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao who wanted to come in. Seeing Wu Lingyu standing at the door, she opened her arms to him. Wu Lingyu teleported over and hugged her fiercely, filling the empty heart that had been missing over the years, listening to her whispering in his ear. Lingyu, I'm back. Previous chapter. Next chapter. By the time Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao managed to meet with Sima Yu, quite some time had passed already. Father is really annoying. Humph. He kept us outside for so long. Wu Xiaodao pouted and complained coquettishly. Although Sima Yu woke up, she was still very weak. Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao accompanied her to bask under the sun in the courtyard. Wu Xiaodao hugged Sima Yu longingly. The last time, she almost died, and then she was in a coma for decades. This really frightened her. Sima Yu felt the fear in her body, patted her weakly on the back, and said, Isn't Mother doing well now? No, Mother is a person without spiritual power now, so I will have to rely on you to protect me in the future. Don't worry, Mother, we will protect both you and little sister. Wu Xiaodao assured her. Little sister? Sima Yu was taken aback and mustered all her energy and exclaimed angrily, Your father found a second mother for you? What second mother? Wu Qiyao laughed at his mother's words, and said, That's our dear little sister, she has the same parents as us. Xiao Yao, are you trying to fool your mother? Sima Yu said, Mother has been in a coma all these years, how can I have another child? Mother, you were already pregnant for 3 months when you went to rescue everyone. It's just because you had been absorbing the power of Emperor Qingdao before, and you went out to find Xian Xiuhe, so you didn't realize it. Wu Qiyao explained to her patiently with a little twinkle in his eyes. But didn't I almost die at that time? Even if I was pregnant, would the child be fine? Sima Yu was surprised. Speaking of this, worry flashed across Wu Qiyao and Wu Xiaodao's faces, and Wu Qiyao said gently, There was indeed an accident at that time, but Uncle Hades said that your body has been severely damaged and you can no longer have a miscarriage, so he tried every means to save little sister. A few months later, my mother gave birth to little sister preterm. Sima Yu was shocked that she gave birth to a daughter without knowing it. What about the child? Is she alright? After going through such a thing, was the child alright? Not really, little sister almost couldn't survive after she was born, and was taken back to the underworld by Uncle Hades. We went back to see her and she still looks the same as when she was born, and she hasn't grown up for so many years. Uncle Hades said, he doesn't know if she can survive if things are going to continue this way. Wu Xiaodao's voice was low, and he was very worried about this sister of his. She's in the underworld? I'm going to see her. Sima Yu said and was about to get up. Mother, don't worry, father has already brought little sister back. Wu Qiyao comforted her. Father said, no matter if my sister survives or not, I have to let my mother see her. Wu Xiaodao said. Sima Yu thought to herself, no wonder Wu Lingyu disappeared after she came out. It turned out that he was going to bring the child back. By the way, where is this place? Did your grandfather and the others know the news that I woke up? She asked. I have already sent someone back to relay it. Wu Qiyao said, this is a small continent below. Uncle Hades said that the atmosphere of this continent is the most suitable for you to recuperate, so when your condition is stable, we will come here. NOV. Oh. Oh. She was a little happy when she saw her beasts coming in, and when she saw Little Roar walking with Little Dream, she said, "Isn't Little Roar afraid of pain? How did you manage to transform? When did you transform?" "It's what happened after I woke up. When the time was right, I transformed." Little Roar said with a smug look on his face and added, "Crimson Flame is in the divine realm, and we have already told him the good news of you waking up." Obviously, he didn't plan to talk about the events of that day in detail. You are in good health now, when will you contract with us again?" Thousand Resonance asked. Sima Yu shook her head and said, "I won't contract with you again." When she said this, the beasts were anxious. "Why? Yu, don't you want us?" Little Seven squatted beside her and cried anxiously. "Silly girl, it's not that I don't want you, it's just that I don't have a contract." Sima Yu reached out and touched Little Seven's head. "Even if there is no contract, we can still live together, and you can do what you want." "Why?" Crimson Flame's voice came from the air, and soon, not only him, but White Tiger and his party also came. Seeing her, Mo Yusheng ran over first and said, "Master, you finally woke up. You worried disciple to death. Why haven't you returned to your side?" Sima Yu asked. "Master hasn't woken up, how dare the disciple go?" Mo Yusheng blinked cheekily at her. "You haven't said it yet, why?" Crimson Flame came over and said. "This time, I have to rely on myself to cultivate." Sima Yu replied, "When the power in my body was drawn out, I recalled the past, and my power is probably not my own. There is a contract. What you got, some were left by Qing Dao, and some were given to me by my ancestors. Although I was promoted to the rank of an emperor, I didn't cultivate it all by myself. This time round, I want to cultivate by myself from scratch." Everyone seemed to understand what she meant. "Besides, as I said just now, even if there is no contract, are we not a family?" Sima Yu said with a smile, "Our previous connection no longer needs to rely on a contract." She was right, even if there was no contract, they were still a family. And they are all familiar with her. Knowing that she said so, everyone had put down their hanging hearts. She was still relatively weak, and after talking with everyone for a while, she felt sleepy, so she couldn't help yawning a few times. "Mother, you've been out for a long time, go back to rest." Wu Xiaodao saw Sima Yu nod, went up and carried her to the bed in the room. As soon as Sima Yu was next to the bed, she fell asleep with her head tilted. Sima Yu dreamed about that day again, saw that she was going to die again, and saw those eyes, and that smile. Seeing Xian Qiu he dissipate in front of her, she couldn't help but call out, "He." She felt her hand being held, and then woke up with tears in her eyes. Her hand was held by a big hand, and when she looked up, she saw Wu Lingyu's worried face, and in his hand, he was still holding a swaddling baby. When Sima Yu saw the swaddling clothes, the confusion and heartache just now was instantly forgotten by her. She sat up and stared at the child who had just grown into a baby of 2 or 3 months in the swaddle, and tears suddenly fell. "This is our child?" "Yes." Wu Lingyu put the child in her arms and said, "Hades has been protecting her body with secret techniques, so that she did not die, but she hasn't grown up. She has the power of heaven in her body." Sima Yu held her child and felt even more distressed, because she found out that her child was not breathing. "She's not breathing, she..." "Yes." Hades said, "If she can resume breathing, she can return to normal. But after so many years, they tried countless ways, but she still looked like this." Wu Lingyu felt distressed when he thought of this. Thinking that her daughter had suffered so much, Sima Yu felt so distressed. She reached out to touch her body and found that she was cold all over. The temperature was not like a living person would have. "Why is she so cold?" Sima Yu knew that it was because the child was not breathing, so it was so cold. After thinking for a while, she removed all the swaddling clothes, hugged the child close to her body, and wanted to use her body to warm her. Wu Lingyu saw her like this, thought she was provoked, felt sorry for her, and wanted to tell her not to do this, but after seeing her tears, he couldn't say anything. Over the years, when he looked at his child like this, he even cried several times, not to mention that the child was hers. Sima Yu was holding the child, feeling like she was holding an ice cube, her body shivered from the cold. However, she didn't let go of her but hugged tighter. She leaned over to kiss the child's forehead, and tears fell on her forehead. Then she put her face against the child's and said, "Mother is here, don't be afraid." Wu Lingyu kept looking at them, seeing that the little guy actually began to take a shallow breath, and slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned for a while. Yu. He called Sima Yu in surprise. Sima Yu raised her head and saw that the child who had no vital signs just now had opened her eyes and smiled at her. "Awake, she's woke up." Sima Yu hugged the child, extremely elated. She kissed her forehead and face again, crying and laughing, and said, "It's good, you finally woke up." Wu Xiaodao and Wu Qiyao pushed open the door from outside and ran in. While running, they said, Mother said that my sister is awake." After Wu Lingyu went in with the child in her arms, the two of them kept guarding the door, worried that Sima Yu would not be able to bear it. Hearing that Sima Yu said that their baby sister was awake, how could the two of them stay outside? Seeing the child who opened her eyes in Sima Yu's arms, Wu Xiaodao jumped up happily. "Awake. She's woke up, my sister is really awake. Mother, how did you wake her up?" Sima Yu didn't know if she woke up because the child sensed her embrace, but no matter what the reason was, as long as she woke up. Wu Qiyao was also very happy, his arm was so excitedly pinched by Wu Xiaodao that he didn't notice it. He looked at his little sister's gradually rosy face and said, "Little sister hasn't eaten a single thing, will she be hungry?" "Yes, yes, I'm going to boil some beast's milk. Don't let my sister go hungry," Wu Xiaodao said and ran out. After a while, she returned with a milk bottle filled with boiled beast's milk. The little baby's body was already warm at this time. Sima Yu was afraid that she would be cold, so she wrapped her in a swaddle again to feed her, but she burst into tears. Does she still want her mother to hold her like before? Wu Qiyao guessed. Sima Yu took off the swaddle again and held it as before, and she stopped crying immediately. It really seems to. Let me try. Wu Lingyu stretched out his hand to hug his little daughter, but she started crying again just after carrying her away, and she was quiet when she was put back into Sima Yu's arms. She still only recognized Sima Yu alone. Forget it, let me hold her. Sima Yu held the child in her left hand, fearing that she would freeze. She pulled the quilt on the bed to cover her and herself, then took the bottle in Wu Xiaodao's hand and tried to feed her. It was an innate thing for babies to learn to suckle. Most probably the little baby was hungry, so she started sucking from the bottle. When Sima Yu saw that she really started to drink the milk, she finally felt a deep relief. As long as she could drink milk, it means there wasn't a big problem. When the little baby was full, she took out the bottle, held her upright, patted her back lightly, and put her down until she burped, coaxing her to sleep. But even if she fell asleep, she would stick to Sima Yu. As soon as she was placed down, she would not sleep well. Sima Yu had no choice but to put her on the bed, and then lay down with her. "What's your sister's name?" She patted her sister's body lightly and asked Wu Lingyu, who was sitting beside the bed. "She doesn't have a name yet." Wu Lingyu looked at her, beaming with pride. "You can give her a name." Sima Yu thought for a while and said, "How about he-she?" "Wu he-she." Wu Lingyu nodded. "All right, let's call her he-she then." He-she won, he-she, she wanted to commemorate him. Commemorate him. Thinking of what Xianqiu he has done for Sima Yu and this world, he had nothing to worry about. He-she, you have to grow up well, don't let down anyone down. Sima Yu kissed he-she's face, closed her eyes and fell asleep beside her. Wu Lingyu leaned over and kissed the two babies, one big and one small, on the face, and then got up and went out. "Father, my sister's name is he-she, does it really not matter?" Uncle Hades did mention that matter before. Wu Qiyao stood at the door, his voice was low, but serious. "If that's really the case, then it's also fate." Wu Lingyu sighed. Sima Yu felt guilty towards Xianqiu he, since she wanted to, why would he want her to be unhappy for a future that has yet to happen? The two were talking when they sensed the movement in the room and went in again. Hades stood by the bed with his hands behind his back, without looking back at the two of them, and said, "She had already discovered when I appeared like this in the past. Now, even our words can't wake her up." Wu Qiyao heard the self-blame and guilt in his words, and said, "Mother didn't blame you." At the beginning, he probably didn't tell the story that the chaos world was about to be completely shut down, so that she would not have such a catastrophe, almost killed her, and made her what she is now. Therefore, when he saw Sima Yu, he felt guilty in his heart. If you don't tell her, she will find out later and may blame you instead. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yu's sleeping face, felt sorry for her, and knew her well. At this time, he-she's little fist waved, and a bubble popped out of her mouth, which was very cute. "How did she wake up?" Hades asked. He used so many methods to keep her alive to the last, but she did not expect to wake up. Hearing Wu Lingyu's words, he was a little surprised, so simple. Maybe this is the bond between mother and daughter. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason. "Uncle Hades, I think mother must have something to tell you. You might as well go outside with us to soak up the sun and wait for mother to wake up," Wu Qiyao said. Although Hades didn't agree, he turned around and went out first. Wu Lingyu and Wu Qiyao followed, leaving behind the sleeping mother and daughter. When Sima Yu woke up, she saw that he-she had already woken up. She didn't cry, but sucked her little hands on the bed, her big black eyes blinked, quiet and cute. The clouds were high in the sky. Flowers were blooming all around, and the cool breeze was billowing as the warm sun shone down. Sima Yu hugged he-she and basked under the sun in the courtyard. After the little guy was full, she fell asleep peacefully in her arms. Hades came to sit opposite her, even more quiet than before. Sima Yu took a small quilt and carefully placed it over he-she, before she turned to look at Hades and asked, "When did you come?" "Yesterday." Hades replied. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. He had been here for a day, but he only came to see her at this time. After having known him for so long, she knew him well and said, "You just did what you were supposed to do, and I don't blame you. After all, it was my choice in the end." "I know." He knew that she didn't blame him, but he still felt unable to face her. "If you feel ashamed, it's easy to solve it, just answer my question well," Sima Yu said. "All right." Hades knew that she had doubts in her heart, and he also thought that she would ask him directly. Sima Yu had a lot of things she wanted to ask him, and after sorting it out, she asked, "When I was in the passage, I saw Lingyu and the others wanted to come over, but they were all stopped outside. It means that no one was allowed in there. Why could he come in?" Because of the connection between the two of you. Hades leaned on the throne and said, there is a unique connection between the two of you because of Qing Dao. It can be said that you are the bright side of Qing Dao, and he is the dark side of Qing Dao. From the perspective of heavenly Dao, the two of you are one. Since it recognizes you, it naturally recognizes him and will not stop him. No wonder. Can he still go to the ghost realm? As long as his soul was still there, it was equivalent to him having another chance. N/O/vel/B//in. No. Hades answered very directly, and Sima Yuyu's hand holding he she trembled. Has he lost his soul? Her voice trembled a little. If it wasn't for him to push her out, then it would be her who would have dissipated. Sima Yuyu closed her eyes and thought of the smile when he disappeared. Even closing her eyes could not stop the tears in her eyes. You. Hades sighed when he saw her like this. Although he is gone, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's disappeared completely. What do you mean? Sima Yuyu opened her eyes and looked at him incredulously. Although he has dissipated, his soul scattered into the heavens. He made such a great contribution to the world, so heaven should reward him. Although I don't know what form he will appear in, but he has a fate with her. Hades paused momentarily as he looked at the little baby cradled in her arms. With she? Sima Yuyu was surprised. You saved him once, he saved you again. When your power completely dissipated, his body dissipated, the grievances and entanglements between the two of you also disappeared. But even so, there is a fate between the two of them. If she hadn't been born, this fate would not exist, and he would never appear in front of you. But because of you, she survived. This fate was hence established. But you said before, we don't know how or whom he will appear as. That's right, so we don't know what will happen in the future. Hades replied. Sima Yuyu looked down at she with a smile in her eyes, no matter what he becomes, as long as he hasn't completely dissipated. Hades looked at she was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, not knowing what her future would be like. Hades, Sima Yuyu looked up at him again, is there something between you and me? To be honest, do you and Samsara know each other? I saw the soul of Samsara in the mausoleum of Emperor Qing Dao. She asked me to ask you about the heavenly Dao. If she didn't know you, she wouldn't tell me that. Sima Yuyu said, also, you being so good to me is not just because we have lived together in the underworld for more than 10 years, right? She always felt that Hades treated her very special, not like a lover, not like a relative, not like a friend, but he just couldn't not be nice to her, and he would dote on her. Now that she thought about it, I'm afraid it's all because they've known each other before. Hades was silent, he just looked at her like that, with an inexplicable expression. Just when she thought he wouldn't say it, he spoke again, you're right, I know Samsara. Not only do I know her, I know all your reincarnations in every life. Have we known each other in every lifetime? Sima Yuyu was surprised. Didn't you see the black lotus blooming in the Chaos River? Hades said, have you ever seen a small hell flower in black lotus shadow? Sima Yuyu was shocked and looked at Hades' somewhat sad expression in shock. The picture she saw in the chaos world appeared again in front of her eyes. This time she noticed that next to black lotus, there really was a small hell flower. The two of us appeared in this world together, grew together, and intertwined each other's roots. We watched the passage of time together, and then you said you were tired, and you chose to enter reincarnation. Because we are not ordinary creatures, our life and death are not bound by the world. Besides, you enjoyed your life over and over again, and I'll look for you all over the world every time. Sometimes your life is very long, sometimes it is very short, but you are called Samsara in every life. Later, you told me not to call you Samsara, so in the next few lifetimes, you had your own name. After others die, they will enter the ghost realm or dissipate in the world, but she reincarnates again and again. Later, we all felt the change in the way of heaven. I was not the one who changed the heavenly Tao, but you were. At that time, you had no memory of the past, but you still embarked on the road of changing the way of heaven. Later, you remembered the past, but I found that your body can no longer enter and exit the chaos world as before. So you said to me, if you can't come out alive, next time when you have all the attributes of spiritual power, I must tell you about the heavenly Tao. Sima Yuyu was shocked by Hades' words, is there such a deep bond between them? No wonder, his feelings towards her was so strange, the vicissitudes of life, the feelings between them can no longer be described in ordinary words. You've been self-willed for so long, now it's my turn to be self-willed. Hades suddenly changed the conversation. His words startled Sima Yuyu and asked subconsciously, what are you doing? You've been reincarnated for so many years, and it's time for me to experience it. I'm really tired of living for so many years. Hades got up and said. Don't tell me that you want to commit suicide, right? Sima Yuyu called out. How painful is that? I'll go for a few laps and experience life. Anyway, the underworld has been handed over to your son, so I can relax completely. After Hades said, he really left. A few days later, Wu Qiyao came to tell her that Hades had preserved his body and reincarnated his soul. Previous chapter. 15 years later. On a desolate mountain peak. As a series of tribulation lightning fell, the person who passed the tribulation went from actively welcoming them to lying motionless on the ground, black, like a lump of coal. She, who was already 15 years old, hurried over and saw that her mother could only move one eye. She turned around and called to Wu Xiaodao, big sister, have a look at mother, she's seriously injured. Little Shi, don't worry, mother is used to being struck by lightning. She's been struck even more than this before. Wu Xiaodao walked over slowly, not worried about Sima Yuyu at all. It was the first time she saw Sima Yu transcending the tribulation, and she was not as calm as Wu Xiaodao. But after hearing her say that, she wasn't so flustered as before. Sima Yu was lying on the ground, mourning in her heart. Why does she still have to be struck by lightning after retraining? If it wasn't for this body still the same as before, she would probably have lost her life. It seems that other beasts can't be avoided, but this little purple can't do without her. Mother, are you alright? She was so distressed that tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall any moment. She's body was small and weak, and now when she looks like she was about to cry, it made people feel extremely distressed. Sima Yu blinked at her, indicating that she was fine. Wu Xiaodao went up, fed her a medicinal pill and picked her up, muttering, "Father went to the devil realm while Xiao Yao Yao is at the underworld." Sigh. Mother, the two men in your life are not here, it looks like it's time for your daughter to be a man. What a stinky mouth. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at Wu Xiaodao. Wu Xiaodao was now several dozen years old. Because of running around the world, her temperament was on the wild side. Being stared at by her mother, she smiled and said, "Mother, it's useless for you to stare at me. I think, if I have another younger brother, in the future when father and Xiao Yao Yao are not here, there will be a man to protect you." "Big sister, we can protect mother too." She followed and said weakly. "Little Shi, when you grow up, don't you have to go out often? Or one day you get married and run around with your husband, then you won't have time to accompany your mother. What should mother do if I'm not around as well? So it's better to have more brothers and sisters, so that there will always be someone to accompany her." Wu Xiaodao educated she earnestly. She heard what she said, and thought it made sense. After thinking about it for a while, she said, "Mother, big sister is right, why don't you give us some younger siblings? I'm contented to have the three of you." Sima Yu knew that Wu Xiaodao was worried about her. Because her luck was extremely bad, they didn't hide these things from her. And she also knew early on that her life was ill-fated, probably because she was worried that she didn't know when she should lose her life, and that there was no one around her to take care of and protect her. "Mother, you don't have to be shy, we will talk to father about this later," Wu Xiaodao said. "You are kids, what are you talking about with your parents?" Sima Yu reprimanded weakly. "My grandmother said that you once told them about having younger siblings. We learned this from you." Sima Yu. Since then, she and Wu Lingyu have often been caught for discussions by their daughters. Fortunately, the two of them stood firm, and they did not succumb to their soft coaxing for more than 10 years. One day, Shiman Junyi and Sima Zihao came to see Sima Yu, saying that they were going to a blessed land, and they passed by here to have a look. After Sima Yu advanced to the divine rank, they returned to the ancient continent and settled in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. But not many people know about it, so it was relatively quiet now. She heard that they were going to a blessed land, and stared at the two of them with bright eyes, and Sima Yu could see that she was also curious about that place. Seeing her like this, Sima Yu asked, "Would she like to go with uncle and big brother? Can I?" She was startled, "Is mother going too?" "Mother wants to see your grandmother, so I can't go with you. Little Shi, come with us. We will protect you." Shiman Junyi patted his chest and said, "I." She hesitated and wanted to go, but was afraid to take that step. "Let's go, little Shi, don't you want to see what it looks like in the blessed land? I heard them say it's beautiful, and there are many fairies in it." Sima Zihao tempted her. Women loved these beautiful things. She looked at Sima Yu but still didn't dare. "Sheer, how about that, I'll let Little Roar and the others accompany you, alright?" Sima Yu asked. Then, alright. She finally couldn't resist Sima Zihao's temptation and her desire for the outside world, and agreed to go with them. So, the group packed up and set off. In addition to Little Roar, Little Dream and Floey also went, and with them by her side, Yu could rest assured. When Wu Lingyu came back, he heard she went out, nodded and said, "The courage is really too small, it's better to go out more. Anyway, she has a lot of people to protect her, so there's no need to be afraid of any accidents, n/o/vel/be/forward/, well, I think so too." Sima Yu leaned against Wu Lingyu. "Although our family can protect her forever, she still has to be more independent." "Where's Xiao Dao?" "I went out with her friends and said she was going to hunt for treasure." She couldn't help laughing when she thought of Wu Xiao Dao's excited look. She clearly knew that she was unlucky, and every time she was in this situation, she could only get a few scraps and sometimes nothing at all, but she still enjoyed it and wanted to go and see if there was any changes. In her own words, there is always an end to this bad luck, and maybe it will turn around after a while. So when her friends shouted out, "Treasure," she was more active than anyone else. "I brought something back for you." Wu Lingyu handed her a box. Sima Yu opened it, and it was empty. Sima Yu blinked twice. "Empty? This box is a space artifact, try refining it and see if you can wake little spirit up," Wu Lingyu said to her with a charming smile. Sima Yu smiled, took the box and went into seclusion. When changing the heavenly Tao, little spirit lost all his spirit power, causing it to remain dormant. Even if she was advanced to the divine rank, she couldn't wake him up. Now with this, it should be able to wake him up. Only when he wakes up can the people living inside come out, and little Seven can go in and find Qing Yi and Elder White who were inside. 2 months after she left seclusion, she was carrying a little child in her arms. Seeing him, the beasts were very happy, especially little Seven, who hugged him and kissed him fiercely. This guy finally woke up. The first time I saw her, it was when I had been beaten badly by Zhang Shua. These people always beat me, and each time they beat me, it was only when my bones feel as if they were about to break then they'd leave. After this had been happening for a long time did I find the way to minimize damage to the body. This time, I thought I would be beaten until I had to lie in bed for a few days again before they relent for a while. Like usual, I fell to the ground, curled up and held my head with both hands. At this moment, I saw a pair of bright eyes. Those eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the sky, and I was stunned momentarily. Zhang Shua and the others found her and wanted to kill her and another person, but they didn't think that although she looked weak and meek, but she was so strong that she knocked all of them down and even killed their spirit beasts. She pushed Zhang Shua into a desperate situation, and never would I have imagined I'd see the day where Zhang Shua begged someone. He was in a sorry state and begging her desperately to spare his life. Listening to his humbled and miserable tone, I thought back of each time he beat me, thought back of them cursing and insulting my father, and when they were not paying attention, I took out a small dagger hidden in my arms and stabbed Zhang Shua with it straight into the heart. Later, she asked for my name, and I wanted to tell her, but the reason in me told me to ignore these people, so I turned around and walked away. How would I have known that I would faint after walking 2 steps? By the time I woke up again, I was on the back of her servant, who was carrying me and wanted to take me to the inn. How could they possibly find an inn? There were no inns in Ghost City. So, I took them back to father's house. The house was very shabby and I thought that she would dislike it, but I didn't expect her to be calm, as if walking in a fairyland on earth. So, when she asked for my name this time, I told her. Musi, my name is Musi. My name was given to me by my father, but I haven't seen him for many years. Later, she exposed Uncle Yangji's hypocrisy, but I already knew it from long ago. There was no need for her to expose it. It was just that without him, I wouldn't be able to survive. I was hungry, she cooked something for me to eat. She made something so delicious that I had never tasted before, and at that time I thought, how can there be such an amazing person in the world? She didn't even blink her eyes when she killed people, but she spoke to me in such a gentle and pleasant voice, and she even cooked such delicious food. Whoever marries her in the future will definitely be very happy and blessed. Later, she told me that she was just like me, and that her father was not by her side, and I learned that the father she was looking for was actually that person. I wanted to tell her not to go, it was too dangerous, but seeing her bright eyes and confidence, I couldn't say anything. She knew that my father was looking for her father, and said she wanted to help me find him. However, she brought back the news of my father's death. She said that Wu Man saw my father's death personally, hence she asked me if I would like to leave here with her. Leave Ghost City? I never thought about this question before. I've lived in a ghost city for as long as I can remember. This place my father's home and was filled with memories of him. She said that if I followed her, she would take care of me. If I chose to stay, she would let you take care of me. She will not stay here. Thinking of her leaving, my heart was inexplicably irritable, and without even thinking about it, I said I wanted to leave with her. My father was gone, so I no longer had a home. She was the only person who treats me so warmly, so why not follow her out of here? So, after she rescued her father, I followed her out of the ghost city and went to the outside world. Although people outside are very repulsive of dark spirit masters, but with her around, I am not afraid of anything. She accepted me as her disciple, and I changed the way to address her as master. In fact, she didn't know. Every time I called her master, my heart ached. However, as long as I can stay by her side, it doesn't matter what identity it was. She likes Brother Lingyu, and Brother Lingyu likes her. No one can get involved in their mutual feelings. As long as I can protect her, should be satisfied. In the Battle of Sage Pavilion, she exploded and died. When I saw Wu Lingyu coming back with a lifeless body, I was stunned. There was only one thought in my mind, if she died, what is there in this world for me to live for? Fortunately, she wasn't really dead, they rescued her, and her soul went to the ghost realm. I know that Brother Lingyu went to ghost realm with her, and I wanted to go too, but I don't have the strength. So I guarded her body and took good care of her body. I massaged her limbs and turned her body every day, so that when she came back, she would not find her body stiff or had any rashes. I will tell her that my strength has improved again, tell her how much I miss her and how much I like her, and only in this secret room can I tell her my deepest thoughts. Later, her soul came back, but because she was injured in the ghost realm, she was still sleeping after returning. I don't know if she'll hear me, so I don't dare to tell her what I'm thinking, but I can say other things, tell her what's going on in the family, etc. As long as I can talk to her, I feel happy. However, this happiness was also interrupted. I was taken away and left Sima's manor quietly. I was shocked when my captor took off the mask. There was also anger. Xian Qiuhe, how could the person who caught me be Xian Qiuhe? How sad would she be if she found out? However, he ignored my anger and threw me to a few strong people. From then on, I started an inhuman life. They took me to many places, and they told me to find some ancient sacred fire order. They tortured me in various ways on the road, but they didn't let me die. They made me kill a lot of people, many innocent people, some were former insiders, some were just because they offended them, and many were just because they wanted to see me kill. For more than 10 years, I thought I would not be able to endure it, but I managed to endure it. I was guilty and I should have confessed, but I shamelessly survived. Because only if I was alive that I would have the chance to see her again. Especially hearing that she was looking for me everywhere when she woke up made me feel like it was worth living. When I saw her again, she had been awake for 2 years. Seeing her standing in front of me vividly and thinking of who I was now, I suddenly panicked. I wanted to call her master, but after trying for a long time, I still couldn't call her. She said, "I'm sorry, master is late." I shook my head, my eyes were wet. She feels very guilty towards me, but how can I blame her for this? She gave them the ancient sacred fire order without hesitation. She didn't even think about this kind of thing, but she was angry that they wanted to take me away. She was very strong, and in the end she kept me. I should be happy, but I'm not who I used to be. And she no longer was whom she used to be. She had her hair tied up in the style that married women do. That's good. How can someone like me, someone so abhorrent as me, guard her like before? She came over, reached out and touched my head as before, and called my name with distress clearly reflected in her eyes, Mu-Si. She was very apologetic and felt that she should not have taken me out of the ghost city, that she should not have failed to protect me, that it took her so long to find me, that I should have gone through so many things and suffered so much. I felt that my heart was flustered, I couldn't make her sad. So I smiled at her and said, Master, it's alright, I'm fine. I'm really alright. As long as she's doing well, it doesn't matter what I've been through. As long as I can see her doing well, I'm fine. However, I made her cry. She said she wanted to treat me with acupuncture, which I refused, so that she wouldn't see my broken body and wouldn't cry. I told her that these injuries were from the past, and they no longer hurt. The only thing that can hurt me is her tears. But I didn't say that. Later, Hades took her to the underworld and took me with her. That person named Juan took me to recuperate and said that he would not take me to training until I was in good shape. When I was still conditioning my body, I heard that she gave birth to a pair of twins. It turned out that Hades brought her to the underworld to raise children. Standing outside her courtyard, I saw Brother Lingyu crying with joy with the two children. I should have gone to see her, but my feet were rooted and I couldn't go any further. I found time later to see the two children, reached out and touched their hands. Xiao Dao grabbed my finger and giggled. That soft feeling, that crisp laughter, made my heart that had been hurting for so many years suddenly no longer hurt. But I don't know how I should go in the future. I don't know what else can I expect in the future. I went to find Juan and asked him to take me to the training grounds. He said that this place was comparable to hell on earth, and I can't come out if I don't meet the standards after entering. I laughed when I heard his words, and then walked in without hesitation. I want to tell him that I have been in hell for a long time. Maybe, when I get out of here, I can climb out of the hell in my heart. Maybe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The first time I met her, I knew she must be beautiful. I couldn't see it at that time, but I was sure when I heard her voice. Her voice was comforting, as was her clean soul. I couldn't help but want to be closer to her. At that time, in the medicine garden of the Alchemist Guild, because the medicinal materials were stolen some time ago, they asked me to help them set up a barrier. After I arranged the barrier, I absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in it. When I woke up, I felt that a person was passing through the barrier. I could stop her, but I didn't. I wanted to see why she was able to pass through my barrier. Why was she so blatant, swaggering in without a sliver of guilt that she was doing the act of a thief? She went to the stolen Bodhi mushroom, squatted on the ground and dug all around for a while, before she found the Bodhi mushroom. The Bodhi mushroom is very special. Even if it is packed in a box, its aura cannot be completely covered. During this time, everyone was looking for the whereabouts of the Bodhi mushroom everywhere, but to no avail. I didn't expect them to hide it here. There was originally the aura of the Bodhi mushroom here. Even if it is hidden here, no one will know. After the little guy took Bodhi mushroom away, she saw that a medicinal herb next to her was covered with soil. She patted off the soil on the medicinal herb and gently swiped the leaves of the medicinal herb. She is really a person who cherishes life. In her eyes, they seem to be not only medicinal herbs, but have their own lives. Seeing this, I couldn't help but say, that's the place where the Bodhi mushroom was once grown. She seemed to have been startled, but it was only for a moment before she looked at me calmly. She wasn't frightened by my words, nor was she embarrassed or at a loss for being caught at all. Who are you? When did you come? She asked me instead. Her voice was very nice and made me feel very comfortable. I told her that I've been here all this time, meaning that I didn't intend to do anything, and I even told her my name. Because I couldn't see and couldn't walk, she spoke to me with some sympathy involuntarily. We chatted for a while and then she left. Soon, news about her came. Knowing that she had a scarlet bee, I asked her for help, and she readily agreed. She asked if it was a condition for keeping things under wraps, but I said it was a request from a friend. Yes, I want to be friends with her. At first, I just wanted to be friends. But later, after I've been in contact with her time and time again, in the immortal land and the ancient mines, as the time with her became more and more, her position became deeper and deeper in my heart. Later, she said she wanted to heal me, but it would take 5 years. I readily agreed. No one knows what kind of mood I have been in for these 5 years. More than ever, I wanted to be able to see, not to see the world but just to see her. When she came to the family to heal me, I heard the persecution of her father and the clan. They want her to marry me. To be honest, when I heard this, it was the happiest moment in my life, even happier than when I realized my Tao in the immortal land. If I could marry her, just such a thought would make me excited. But she refused without hesitation. Her attitude let me know that I would never be able to enter her heart in that capacity for the rest of my life. I am her friend, and I can only be her friend. Can't ask for more. So, I can only do what I can do as a friend. I helped her get the divine medicine, for which I was punished by my father. It doesn't matter, as long as she's happy. But I'm not happy, my heart hurts like a needle has been stuck in it. Be honest and magnanimous, don't forget my original intentions. This was the Tao that I realized in immortal land. The golden characters took root in my body and accelerated my cultivation, but I gradually deviated from my Tao. I have become less magnanimous, I have forgotten my original intention, I want more. But before I could do anything, I saw her explode and die in front of my eyes. She died and her body was blown into pieces. I was stunned and didn't want to believe what I saw. How could it be possible? How could she possibly die? How could someone like her die? My heart was messed up and my aura was messed up, so I felt more comfortable when I spit out a mouthful of blood that was stuffed in my chest. But I can't take care of my body anymore. I want to go there, but the people around me are holding me back. Fortunately, Wu Lingyu came at this time. In the past, I actually hated him very much, but this time I was really thankful. He used time to go backwards and let her body return to before the explosion, but he still didn't save her life. The patriarch of the Feng clan and Yin Lin came to rescue her. Later, I went to Sima's house and saw her lying lifeless in the secret room. Her soul went to the ghost realm, so she couldn't wake up. I hate Mice Little Sprite so much. If I was stronger at that time and could beat the pavilion master of Sage Pavilion, she would not be like this because of the power of faith. Do you want to become stronger? As long as you become stronger, you can save her. You don't want her to be such a living dead all the time, do you? The voice that had been sealed in this body whispered. I don't know what I said at the time, but in short, I agreed, lifted the already crumbling seal, and let it enter my body. He was in charge of my body for a lot of time afterward. Only then did I realize that it turned out that the black-robed men who had been running rampant around the continent were the ones who commanded the family to do it. He used my body to hurt her, which made me feel like the worst decision I've ever made. But what happened later made me feel that this was the luckiest decision I've ever made. Because he entered my body, I was able to sense her thoughts, who had the same aura as Emperor Qing Dao. It is precisely because the two of us have the aura of one person that we are recognized by Heavenly Dao as a person, and when she opened the Chaos World and was locked by Heavenly Dao, I could enter her side, push her out, replace her, and become the person locked by Heavenly Dao. I am very happy that when her life was about to end, she could recognize me. She called me he. She knew that it was me, and that I regained control of my body. I smiled at her, pushed her out, and dissipated all my strength in her place. She had already constructed a rough outline of the passage. I used the power of the monster to completely open the passage and secure it. I saw my body dissipate, I heard her calling my name, I saw her tears and reluctance. It's good that you're still alive. But, goodbye. My consciousness dissipated, I felt like I was dead, but I didn't seem to be dead, I seemed to be drifting in the white world until I forgot who I was, all the past, and who I was. A drop of warm tears fell on my palm, and my heart that had been drifting for an unknown amount of time finally had a slight fluctuation. I opened my eyes and saw a tearful face. Why are you crying? I asked her. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. I don't know either. I just want to cry when I see you. Little Sprite, what's your name? Little Sprite? Is it me? Turns out I'm a little sprite. I shook my head. What's a name? What's your name? My name is he/she. She said, your name is he, alright? I think the name he is also very kind, but I still asked her, why? My name is he/she and your name is he, so it means that you belong to me. She said with a smile. Looking at her smiling face, I nodded and said, alright. Anyway, I don't know who I am. Since she said I belong to her, then I'm her, It's better than staying in that white world. She smiled even happier, and my heart also became happy. I always feel that something is missing in my heart, and when I see her smiling face, I feel that my heart is filled again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. On this fateful day, Sima Yu was shocked by receiving several news in succession. From the moment she woke up in the morning, she started vomiting. From experience, she felt that she might be pregnant. She didn't have time to share the news with Wu Lingyu. She came back with a person, saying that she had found a little sprite in the blessed land, and it was hers now, so it came back with her. Xian Qiuhe's familiar face, coupled with an unfamiliar expression and transparent figure topped the news of her pregnancy. It was so shocking that she completely forgot about it. Then, Wu Qiyao came back, saying that he had almost dealt with the affairs of the underworld and came back to see her. At the same time, he also brought a piece of news. Mu Si had chosen to go through trials and tribulation more than 10 years ago. As a person from the underworld, one could indeed choose to go through trials and tribulation and make one ponder over life and death, but the news of Mu Si going through the trials and tribulation still surprised her. However, this was also good for him. Since the last incident, he has become very silent, so he can better cultivate his heart after going through all the trials and tribulations. After the mother and son talked for a while, Wu Lingyu came back with a dignified expression, accompanied by Wu Xiaodao's little friends. The two little friends were still injured, and their expressions were not good, which made Sima Yu's heart sink. Sorry, we didn't take good care of Xiaodao. One of the women said apologetically. What happened? Sima Yu felt dizzy, and she hurried up to support her. Xiaodao is gone. Another man replied, we were hunting for treasure at the time, and suddenly a tribulation lightning fell from the skies, tearing the space apart. Xiaodao was right next to it, fell into the torn space, and then disappeared. What? Sima Yu was dazed and dizzy after hearing such news. In addition, she was in her early trimester of pregnancy, her body was a little weak, and she couldn't stand up. Wu Qiyao and she quickly helped her to sit down on the chair. As soon as she sat down, she started to vomit. She vomited so much that she vomited out bile. Wu Lingyu hurried over, patted her on the back and said, don't worry, I looked at the life jade of Xiaodao, but there were some cracks, but it didn't break, which means that she is fine. Sima Yu remembered her conversation with Little Helper. He said that Wu Xiaodao had a huge tribulation, and said that at that time that the position of that person could not be divinated, so she should not be obsessed and not worry too much. They couldn't find that person before, because it hasn't happened yet, so nothing could be divination. Now that it has happened, it's not that difficult to find. Lingyu, you ask the people from the devil realm to find them. Yao Yao, you ask the people from the underworld to find them. I will contact my grandfather and the others in a while and send people from the ghost realm to find them. No matter which continent she goes to or beyond, we can always find her. Sima Yu said calmly. Alright, we'll go back to make arrangements now, don't worry about it. Wu Lingyu thought that her reaction and vomiting was because of the news of Wu Xiaodao. Sima Yu turned her head and threw up a few more times, but this time she couldn't even spit out bile, only retching. Mother, don't worry about big sister, she has so many life-saving things on her body, she will be fine. She saw Sima Yu feeling so uncomfortable after vomiting so much, and tears welled in her eyes. I'm fine, I'm just pregnant. Go ahead. Sima Yu waved to Wu Lingyu and Wu Qiyao. Wu Lingyu and Wu Qiyao were stunned in place. She was actually pregnant? Well, now they weren't leaving. They originally planned to go back and arrange all the matters, but now they called people over and gave instructions instead. Wu Xiaodao's whereabouts were only unknown, and she wasn't in critical danger at this moment. Compared with Sima Yu's pregnancy, it was not so important. Anyway, with her extreme end in her streak of luck, she was more likely to make others unlucky. She should just suffer a little injury, nothing much. Wu Xiaodao didn't know what her father and younger brother thought. She only knew that she was so unlucky this time round that she would be swallowed up by the torn space. At a critical moment, she used the method taught by Hades to protect her body. She didn't know how long she had been in the torn space, and she didn't know in which space she fell out of the hole. All she knew was that she couldn't use her spirit power after she came out. And the most important thing was that she was now at an altitude of 10,000 meters, falling down at an unprecedented speed. It's over, I'm really going to be killed this time. She wailed in her heart. She didn't want to see herself being smashed into minced meat and kept mobilizing the spirit power in her body, hoping to protect herself at the last moment. What she didn't see was that where she fell, there was an intense battle happening right at the moment beneath her. They didn't use any spirit power, they just fought in the most primitive way. Only a few seemed to be able to fly briefly in the air, but were also embroiled in the battle. The battle was locked in a stalemate, and no one noticed that a person was falling from the sky. Fu Mingxiao, you don't have to fight to the death, you should surrender obediently with your army. A bearded man sat on the horse mightily as he looked at a man in his 20s, and sneered, if you surrender, I can still report to the emperor and save your life, after all, you are also the prince of the Eastern Qi Kingdom, and your emperor must have ceded the land for some reason to redeem you back. Fu Mingxiao was injured, but he still stood firmly on the horse. Hearing the other party's words, he sneered, you fought my 20,000 strong army with 100,000 men. Humph, and you've succeeded only after you've used such vile means to stand on the same ground, so tell me, what qualifications do you have to make this prince surrender? The man was provoked by Fu Mingxiao's words, because his words hit his most painful point. He sneered, your reinforcements have been held back, don't be delusional and think that someone can come to rescue you. Since you refused the proffered wine, then you can now only have wine as punishment. The bearded man was preparing to launch an even more violent attack, as long as Fu Mingxiao was killed, they would win the battle. Ah! A scream came from above them, followed by a heavy impact, and the bearded man as well as his unfortunate warhorse were smashed into a meat pie by that figure. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. The soldiers on both sides stopped and looked at the small hole that had been smashed out. Outside the pit, both the horse's head and the general's head were wide-eyed, aggrieved at how they had died so tragically. The opponent's general had died just like that, and the general beside Fu Mingxiao bellowed to the entire battlefield, your general is already dead, those who surrender will be spared. He had deep internal strength and his voice resonated throughout the entire battlefield. Sixth prince, this is. Fu Mingxiao and the people around him looked at the woman in white on the ground, wondering what the situation was. How could someone fall from the sky? And she smashed the general and the warhorse into minced meat, but her body was completely fine. Everything was so strange. NOVLB_JNN. Wu Xiaodao lay on the ground for a while, then struggled to stand up, touched her buttocks and said, fortunately, at the last moment, some spirit power was condensed to protect the body, or else I would really be killed. Hey, who are you guys? Only then did she realize that there were many people around her. When she raised her head, her curious eyes met with Fu Mingxiao's deep gaze. Wu Xiaodao looked at Fu Mingxiao. He donned on a white armor, and although he was handsome, he looked sharp and resolute because of the aura he exuded. He had on an undisguised murderous intent as he looked at her with a piercing and scrutinizing gaze. It seems that he wanted to frighten her with just his gaze and suppress her mentally first. But who was Wu Xiaodao? She had been playing in the ancient continent, divine realm, and the underworld all these years, will she be frightened by a mere glare? So she calmly retracted her gaze, touched the injured part of her body, and grimaced because of the pain. Fu Mingxiao was also studying Wu Xiaodao while she was doing the same to him. The style of clothes were not familiar to them, and they looked a bit ancient. She doesn't seem to be very old, but she had quite the courage. On the battlefield where mutilated dead corpses were sprawled everywhere, she could still calmly check her own injuries, and she was not afraid of his aura one bit. Most importantly, how could someone like her appear on the battlefield? However, in any case, it was because of her appearance that killed the enemy's general and ended the battle ahead of schedule. "What's your name?" he asked. "Wu Xiaodao." "What about you?" she asked back. "Fu Mingxiao." Fu Mingxiao said his name. Seeing that she didn't respond at all, he had some guesses in his heart. His name was known to everyone in the Eastern Qi Kingdom, but she had no reaction at all, indicating that she had never heard of it before. "Why did you appear here?" he asked again. "I was struck by lightning and the next thing I knew I appeared here." Wu Xiaodao told the truth, but they didn't seem to believe it. Report, 6th Prince, the army led by General Mu was ambushed by the enemy in Wind Ridge. A soldier ran over and reported aloud. "Looks like they really made a lot of effort this time." Fu Mingxiao sneered, "Hold these men as prisoners while the falcons follow me." 6th Prince, what should I do with this woman?" a lieutenant asked. Fu Mingxiao glanced at Wu Xiaodao. He originally wanted to imprison her along with the other enemy soldiers, but when he saw her bright eyes, he changed his mind to take her along with him. "Take her with you?" Everyone was stunned. At such a time, should they bring this woman of unknown origin with them? The origin is unknown. It's more reassuring to take her along. Fu Mingxiao explained, "You can deal with those prisoners as you deem fit. There were a lot of such prisoners. If an accident happens, it will be more troublesome for them. It was better to take her along with him and deal with any situation in time." When he spoke, he rode over, grabbed Wu Xiaodao by the shoulders, and with a little force he carried her to his horse and propped her in front of him. Wu Xiaodao didn't resist either. She hasn't figured out what's going on here or what's going on with her body. It was better to follow their wishes. She also wanted to see who these people were and where she had been brought. The most important thing now is to see why she can't mobilize any spirit power. Although she mobilized some spirit power to protect herself at the last moment, the spirit power that could be mobilized was simply rubbish to her. At best, she could exert the level of spirit paragon, not even a divine rank. She has never been so weak since her teens. Her body wasn't seriously injured either, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get up on her own, but her body was somehow unable to use a lot of spirit power. She sensed that the spirit power in the air was also very thin, even worse than the worst continent she had ever been to before. She doesn't know if this had anything to do with her not being able to fully use her spirit power. "Who are you?" The voice above her head interrupted her thoughts. "Isn't it too late for you to ask me who I am?" Wu Xiaodao asked back, "We are so close, if I wanted to kill you, you would be dead long ago." "You don't want my life," Fu Mingxiao said with affirmation. "Why are you so sure?" "The time, the place, the timing, and, you smashed the enemy's general to death. If she was from the enemy, they would probably regret it all. I was just thrown here unintentionally." Wu Xiaodao said, "The person who was crushed to death by me has a high status. He is the strongest general in Western Ridge Kingdom, and has always been a big worry for our Eastern Qi." Fu Mingxiao thought that such a mighty general would end up dying in such a way, and he let out a sigh and lamented that the world was indeed very unpredictable. "So, you have to thank me." Wu Xiaodao raised her eyebrows. "If you're really harmless, you'll be grateful." "Grateful. If you find out, I won't forgive you." Fu Mingxiao's voice was cold, and Wu Xiaodao felt a big ice cube behind her. The warhorse ran ahead with the two of them on his back, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the front. At the moment of falling, Fu Mingxiao took her shoulders and flew up, and finally landed firmly to the side. It turned out that the warhorse fell into a pit covered with snow. It would be fine if a normal horse fell and was pulled up, but this horse was a little unlucky. When it fell, it was punctured by a branch standing in the ditch, and it died directly. Even a layman like Wu Xiaodao knows how important a warhorse is to a general. She looked up, saw Fu Mingxiao's calm face, touched her nose, and said, "You'd better not take me with you anymore, I'm born with bad luck, and everyone with me will be unlucky. See? I even got your precious horse involved." Fu Mingxiao glanced at her and considered the truth of what she said. Is it really as she said, or was it just an excuse for her to get away? "I'm born with good luck, so let's see if you have more bad luck, or if I have more good luck." After that, he glanced at the person next to him, the man immediately dismounted, and he went up with Wu Xiaodao. This time the horse ran for a long time, until they reached a mountain kernel. The sound of fighting could be heard from the mountain kernel. Before anyone could say a word, a long arrow flew from below and shot the leg of the warhorse. As soon as it was hurt, it couldn't help leaning back, and threw off the two people on it and ran away. Fu Mingxiao pulled Wu Xiaodao to the ground steadily, and was not affected by it. "Master, it's General Mu." A man stood on the mountain and looked down, and when he saw the people trapped in the middle, he turned around and said. Wu Xiaodao followed Fu Mingxiao and saw the man surrounded by a group of people struggling to kill the enemy. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Mu Si? Why is he here?" An arrow was shooting towards Mu Si's back vest, and two enemies were also preparing to attack him behind him. And he faced the enemy in front, and did not find the situation behind. Or to say that I found it, and I didn't have the energy to deal with it. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fu Mingxiao turned his head to look at her in surprise, but saw that she threw off her hand and flew towards the place where Mu Si was, ignoring that someone on the opposite cliff was shooting arrows inside. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Looking at Wu Xiaodao's back, the falcons exclaimed, "What powerful light footwork." There was still a long distance from here to the valley. Ordinary people couldn't fly over it all at once. There must be some leverage in the middle. But she actually flew over like this. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Mu Si really felt the danger behind him, but now he was entangled by the people in front of him, and he didn't have the energy to deal with the danger behind him. Just when he thought he was doomed this time, he heard a bang behind him. Obviously someone knocked something out. Pfft. The sound of the long sword piercing his throat came from behind, and Mu Si looked back and saw a woman covered in blood swinging her sword and killing 2 people who attacked her. Who is this woman? Why help him? Mu Si was stunned for a moment, then she grabbed his shoulder and pulled him, avoiding the attack on his left. Can you still hold on? Wu Xiaodao saw that Mu Si was covered with wounds, and her heart became angry. She swung her long sword to kill all the people around them, then stopped Mu Si's waist, jumped up, and moved towards Fu Mingxiao and flew over there. Her movements were too fast, and when she and Mu Si fell to the ground, everyone had yet to react. Fu Mingxiao stretched out his hand and a long bow was handed to him. He aimed at the opposite side, let out the long arrow, and then heard the chaos of the people on the opposite side, and kept calling general. Some from the falcon team stayed on the mountain to shoot arrows on the opposite side, and some went down to kill the enemy. Because the main general was killed, the reinforcements from this side arrived again, and the enemy quickly withdrew. Mu Si was seriously injured, lost too much blood, and was exhausted. The moment he came to Fu Mingxiao, his tense nerves loosened, and he fell to the ground. Hey, Mu Si, are you alright? Wu Xiaodao helped him sit up. Seeing that he was about to fall into a coma, she patted his face and gave him an elixir to treat trauma. Fortunately, this interspatial ring still worked. Mu Si took the medicine pill and his body recovered quickly. He looked up at Wu Xiaodao and frowned. Do you know me? You don't know me anymore. Wu Xiaodao looked at the strangeness in his eyes and blinked. I've never seen you before, so how could I know you? Are you the new recruit? Mu Si was puzzled, he hadn't heard of who Fu Mingxiao recruited. After Fu Mingxiao shot the arrow, he walked over, and when he heard the conversation between the two, he was even more puzzled. Do you know Mu Si? He asked Wu Xiaodao. I know. We've known each other since I was a child. Wu Xiaodao said, but he doesn't seem to know me anymore. Mu Si is the eldest son of the Mu family. He grew up in the capital and has been by my side since childhood. I don't know when he knew someone like you. Fu Mingxiao said. Wu Xiaodao blinked, grabbed Mu Si's hand, and released it after a while, saying, my senses were right. But she really did not expect that Mu Si would choose such a way of trials and tribulation. But what? I know him, but he doesn't know me anymore. Sigh. Wu Xiaodao let out a long sigh. She thought that when she met Mu Si, she could know where this place was from his mouth. Who knew that he would forget all the previous things? Seeing what Fu Mingxiao wanted to ask, she quickly said, don't ask me, I won't say anything now. Seeing her frown slightly, Fu Mingxiao was not as indifferent as before, as if he had been hit. Seeing her like this, he knew that she would never say what was true. Mu Si recovered quickly after taking the medicine pill. He looked like he was going to die just now, but now he is full of energy. He saw Fu Mingxiao go to the side to watch the situation below, and after struggling twice, he got up and followed. Wu Xiaodao sat on the spot without moving. She needed to think about the news she just got from Mu Si's memory. This was an ordinary continent, and there's no such thing as cultivation. People here know martial arts, but they don't cultivate spirit power. In her current situation, she can be considered a top exponent here. Knowing that her life is safe, did not make her happy. She was thinking about when she would be able to regain her strength and break through the void to return to the ancient continent. Otherwise, we can only see when the parents can find themselves. She believed that if she disappeared, her parents and Xiao Yao Yao would not ignore her. Since your own strength is not enough, then wait for them to come here with peace of mind. Take this time as a break for yourself and rest. Well, although she has been resting more than Xiao Yao Yao. And here, Fu Mingxiao saw Mu Si coming, and was a little surprised by his injury. The pills she gave me were very powerful. Mu Si said, Xiao, who is she, why is she here? Could she be sent by the enemy? Although she saved him just now, if it was sent by the enemy, he wouldn't show mercy. No. Fu Mingxiao said affirmatively. He talked about the matter of Wu Xiaodao crushing the other general to death. Hearing that a generation of famous generals were killed by her like this, Mu Si was very surprised, and said with emotion, I didn't expect him to die in this way in the end. But he was relieved, he still didn't want her to be sent by the enemy. But her identity is unknown, and we can't let her leave just like that. Fu Mingxiao said, and the pills she gave you are so good, we can let her go back to the capital to have a look at Wanner. If it's really possible. Who is Wanner? Is she your sweetheart, Mu Si? Wu Xiaodao's voice suddenly came from behind the two of them, if it's your sweetheart, I'll go take a look. Mu Si. Fu Mingxiao. 3 months later, Wu Xiaodao sat on the back of a horse and followed behind Fu Mingxiao, watching the people on both sides of the street cheering and welcoming the victorious soldiers. Her mental strength has not decreased, she could hear the voices of the people clearly. Things such as, who is she, the 6th prince's concubine? The wife of the general? How can she be living with so many men in the army, does she not love herself? She had been listening to such nonsense all the way. These people really knew how to gossip. She murmured in her heart. Feeling a few hatred eyes, she swept around and saw many women glaring at her. She didn't know if it was because of Fu Mingxiao or because of Mu Si. Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si were going to the palace to see the emperor. She, the person who killed the enemy's general, was naturally on the list of the emperor's summons, and now she had nowhere to stay, so she had to go in with them. Entering the imperial study, Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si knelt down. She stood beside them and looked at the emperor, and she had no intention of kneeling at all. Bold, how dare you not kneel down before the emperor? A shrill voice came from the emperor's side. Apart from my parents, no one in the world can bear me kneeling. As soon as Wu Xiaodao said these words, the expressions of the entire imperial study changed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Presumptuous. This time, an angry voice was from a minister in the imperial study, and the emperor seated on the throne was also very angry. Speaking so presumptuously, come here, punish her with 20 strikes of the board. No matter whether she has merit or not, she will be beaten first. TCH, I'm not so bored to play such games with you. Wu Xiaodao shook her head and said to Mu Si, I'll wait for you outside. After speaking, she slowly disappeared from the spot in front of everyone's eyes. What's going on? Everyone in the imperial study was dumbfounded. She suddenly disappeared, was she an immortal? He said just now that she would be punished with 20 strikes of the board, gulp, will she come to him to seek revenge? Father, don't panic, Xiaodao is not a bad person. Fu Mingxiao quickly reassured him, and also explained the matter of Wu Xiaodao in detail. Xiaodao is rambunctious but she isn't bad. As long as she's not provoked, she can still talk very well. NOVLB //JNN. Wu Xiaodao walked around the palace and encountered a lot of things. TSK, she sighed and lamented that this place where one couldn't cultivate, she could also be caught in a bloody storm. What darn luck she had. Fortunately, this spatial technique doesn't require much spirit power. My level is enough to scare these mortals. Wu Xiaodao sighed with emotion. Her skills had always been inferior to Wu Qiyao. If they knew that she used this to deceive these mortals, they would probably be laughing for several months. An hour later, Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si came out of the imperial study, and when they came to the gate of the palace, they saw Wu Xiaodao sitting leisurely on the palace wall, and a group of royal guards surrounded the palace wall, ready to attack. Seeing them, Wu Xiaodao waved to them and said, Why are you two so slow? Let's go. Fu Mingxiao beckoned to her, and she immediately got down from the palace wall, ignoring the people around her, and followed them out of the palace. Are we going to see your sweetheart now? Wu Xiaodao asked Mu Si. Mu Si. A group of people came to a manor and saw no one after they entered. When they went to the backyard, they saw a woman in white basking in the sun, with two maids talking to her. The woman was not particularly beautiful, but she had a very gentle disposition. She spoke softly to the maid, looking frail and someone who needed to be protected. Wanner, why did you come out again? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest in bed? Mu Si walked over and covered her with the blanket on the side, moving very gently. Mu Si, you're here. The woman saw Mu Si, the corners of her lips rose, her eyes were full of smiles, and filled with emotion. There was also a sliver of surprise in her gaze. She reached out and brushed his clothes, and asked, Didn't you go to the palace to meet the emperor? Why did you come out so quickly? Have you returned to the manor yet? Not yet, I brought someone to see you. Mu Si looked at Wu Xiaodao. Wu Xiaodao didn't expect that Mu Si, who looked cold in front of others, would be so gentle to the woman. However, seeing her for the first time, she did give people quite a comfortable feeling and good impression. Wanner looked over and saw Wu Xiaodao and Fu Mingxiao. She wanted to stand up and salute, but was held down by Mu Si, but she still stood up. I have seen the sixth prince. Wanner, he is now Duke Ding. Mu Si said. Wanner had a look of joy on her face, and she said, Congratulations, Your Highness. You're not in good health, so don't be too polite. Fu Mingxiao waved his hand, then said to Wu Xiaodao, go and see Wanner's body. Wu Xiaodao nodded, walked over, asked Wanner to sit down, and reached out to check her pulse. Although Wanner had doubts in her heart, she stretched out her delicate wrist. Wu Xiaodao took a pulse, and then used his spirit power to enter her body to investigate, frowning more and more tightly. Xiaodao, how is it? Mu Si looked at her nervously, have you found out the reason for her weakness? Wu Xiaodao withdrew her hand and said, What did the doctor say before? They can't find the reason, it's just that she has too much on her mind. Wanner's health is still getting worse and worse after taking some medicine. Mu Si replied. I'm very satisfied that you came back. Wanner held his hand and smiled to reassure him. It's enough for her to meet him in her life. Mu Si was very distressed, and Wu Xiaodao was also distressed when she saw this. Xiao Yaoyao had told her before that this apprentice of mother had a very bitter life, so he could survive in a hellish training place like the underworld, and he also asked to go through trials and tribulation. Xiao Yaoyao didn't say it clearly, but she could guess it, even though mother couldn't see it. But since their mother loves this apprentice very much, now that he finally has someone he likes, why shouldn't she help him? And it might be good for her too. So, when Mu Si asked her again, she told the truth. Actually, there's still some hope. Wu Xiaodao said. Do you have a way to save her? Mu Si stared at her with joy. Wu Xiaodao spread out her hands, there is nothing wrong with her body. Before she could finish her words, Mu Si became anxious. How can she be so weak if there is nothing wrong? Because her destiny is limited. Wu Xiaodao said. The destiny is limited? What does this mean? This time it was Fu Mingxiao who asked. It's the heavenly Tao, the heavens only allows her to live for so long, so when the time is up, her body begins to weaken. Wu Xiaodao tried to make himself clear. Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si were both well-informed people. Although they have never seen such a thing before, they understood what she meant very quickly. Since it is destiny, how can we save her? Mu Si asked. It's actually quite simple, but the price is relatively high. Wu Xiaodao said, You. Forget it, there is nothing you can do now. I can help her change her destiny and go against the heavens, but it may lead to the punishment of heaven. What is the punishment of heaven? Lightning tribulation. As for the degree of lightning tribulation, it depends on the heavenly Tao. Wu Xiaodao said. Is it very dangerous? Fu Mingxiao's voice was a little depressed. Wu Xiaodao looked up at the sky, her gaze was a little vague. There is definitely the element of danger, but it may also be a good thing for me. Good thing? Her words made a few people confused. How could such a thing be a good thing? Fu Mingxiao looked at her, pursed his lips slightly, and frowned unconsciously. Although I haven't seen a lightning tribulation before, it sounds scary to hear. If the lightning strikes me, would I still have a life left? Wanner took Wu Xiaodao's hand and said, Since the heavens only allow me to live for so long, how can I ask for more, and also implicate you? She had very soft hands and holding Wu Xiaodao's hand made her feel comfortable. After that, she looked at Mu Si again and said, Mu Si, let's just leave it. Just leave it, as long as she has him in the last moment of her life, that's enough. Mu Si was hesitant. He wanted to save Wanner, but he couldn't put Wu Xiaodao in danger. Actually, I also want to use you to save myself. Wu Xiaodao had to make her words clearer. The good thing I just mentioned was a way for me to save myself. Previous chapter. Next chapter. If she were to lose her life for Wanner, they would not agree. Especially Mu Si, although he doesn't remember the past, he has some inexplicable closeness and love towards Wu Xiaodao. Let him exchange her life for Wanner's life, he would rather choose to die with Wanner. As for Fu Mingxiao, she would not let her die. No one understood what Wu Xiaodao meant. If she doesn't explain it clearly, they probably won't let her do it. I'm not from your place, she said. Wanner and her maid were amazed. Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si had already guessed, but they were still surprised. Fu Mingxiao wanted to interrupt her, but he didn't know why. He was a little annoyed at this thought, so he didn't say anything. There are many continents in this world, and you are merely one of the many. For some unknown reason, the people here cannot cultivate. But in our place, many people can cultivate, and so can I. Later, I appeared here because of an accident. I fell into a spatial crack and when I came to, I was already here. Wu Xiaodao said slowly. Cultivation, what is that? Wanner asked curiously. It's about the same as the internal strength here, but it's more powerful than the internal strength. Wu Xiaodao said, shooting a small fireball, and then took it back. Everyone was startled when they saw the flames suddenly burst out from her palm. Before they understood it, she changed to another spiritual skill. She only mobilized a little spirit power to punch a hole on the side of the courtyard, and the power made people speechless. It's amazing! Wanner exclaimed. After letting them know what cultivation was, Wu Xiaodao continued, when I fell out of the space, I found that I couldn't mobilize my spirit power. Although I finally mobilized some, I still smashed a man and horse to death. What you said about good thing has something to do with this? Mu Si asked. My mother. Wu Xiaodao glanced at Mu Si, my family is very good, if I survive the lightning tribulation here, my mother, they should know my news and come to rescue me. You want to go back? Fu Mingxiao asked. Wu Xiaodao nodded without hesitation, my world isn't here. Seeing her firm attitude, they didn't say anything anymore. She was going home, and they had no objection. Is there anything you need our help with? Fu Mingxiao asked. Wu Xiaodao shook her head and said, just help me find a place where there's no one else. Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si understood that it would definitely cause too much commotion during the lightning tribulation. They knew where the people outside the capital were sparsely populated. Because Wanner could only take a carriage, it took them 3 days to get to that mountain range. They asked people to drive out all the hunters in the mountains, and only after making sure that there was no one in the mountains did they let guards guard nearby. Wanner got off the carriage, Wu Xiaodao waved, and a chaise lounge and a simple table appeared in front of everyone. You go up and lie down. In order to prevent you from hurting yourself, I will have to tie you to this. Wu Xiaodao said, this process is a bit painful, you have to bear with it. Wanner wondered why she suddenly took these out, and she felt novel after lying on the chaise lounge. Hearing Wu Xiaodao's words, she nodded and said, tie me up. Wu Xiaodao took out the rope and asked Mu Si to tie her hands and feet to the chaise lounge, then took out the medicinal pill for her to eat, and then used spirit power to protect her internal organs. For ordinary people, this action was not harmful, but for Wanner, it was torture. She felt that her body was being torn apart by something, not only her internal organs, but it seemed that every part of her body was in pain. And her skin was so itchy that she wanted to reach out and scratch it before she remembered that she was tied up. Ah, the pain and itchiness in her body made her roar in pain, making Mu Si feel distressed. Why is it so painful? Is there any way to relieve the pain? Mu Si asked Wu Xiaodao. It's not a normal thing to go against the heavens. Wu Xiaodao looked at the sky and saw the dark clouds slowly condensing. Mu Si was speechless. Yes, how was such a thing normal? How could it be so easy to succeed? Fu Mingxiao also looked up at the sky and frowned when he saw the clouds appearing under the sunny sky just now. When the time was almost up, she went to check Wanner's pulse again. Wanner had nearly fainted in pain, but now she could feel the pain diminishing. Alright, I have blocked the absorption of your vitality by the heavenly Dao for you, but you can't make up for what you lost before, you'll be fine with it later. Wu Xiaodao said. Mu Si, the pain on her body is still there. It will last for a while, and you will have someone carry her out. The two of you will also follow, and you must not let anyone come into the mountains, or you will be regarded as the people who are undergoing this tribulation together, and you will be struck to death by lightning. Mu Si waved, and several guards stepped forward to lift Wanner and the chaise lounge down together. Fu Mingxiao looked at Wu Xiaodao and said, can you really do it? It should be possible. Wu Xiaodao was not sure. If I've not been struck to death, then I would have to be in your care in the days to come. As she spoke, she took out a few bottles of medicinal pills, put them in Fu Mingxiao's hands, and said, if I don't die, give me all these medicinal pills. She looked at Fu Mingxiao and subconsciously believed that he would not harm her. Fu Mingxiao clenched the jade bottle tightly and said in a hoarse voice, all right. Mu Si and Fu Mingxiao walked out. After 2 steps, he turned around and asked, you said we know each other before, what is the relationship between us? Wu Xiaodao was stunned. He didn't expect him to ask this question at this time. He was afraid that no one would tell him if she died. She thought he really wasn't curious. You are my mother's disciple, I grew up watching you. After Wu Xiaodao finished speaking, seeing the two of them dawdling and not leaving, the tribulation was already locking the person who was going through tribulation. The two were sent far away, and then she jumped into the air. Fu Mingxiao and Mu Si's guards were also well informed, but they were still shocked and they saw her staying in the air. This was different from their light footwork, she was really flying in the air. Was she really a fairy? The dark clouds above on Wu Xiaodao's head were getting thicker and thicker. When she saw Cloud Spirit hiding in the tribulation clouds, she smiled happily and said, Cloud Spirit, you have to be gentle with me and also, can you help me bring a message to my mother please? Can you please let her come here to save me, and I will invite you to drink delicious fruit wine later. When Cloud Spirit heard her, it almost fell off the cloud. This Wu Xiaodao was really like her mother. Wait, did this brat just summon it to bring a message to her mother? Was an esteemed Cloud Spirit their messenger? Thinking of this, it let down the first tribulation lightning without hesitation. Previous chapter. Seeing the lightning hit Wu Xiaodao, everyone couldn't help shivering. If this hit him, he would probably die in an instant, right? Fu Mingxiao pursed his lips tightly, and stared at Wu Xiaodao in the air without blinking, afraid that something would happen to her in the blink of an eye. They had only known each other for 3 months, but she unknowingly entered his heart. Thinking that she would leave, his brows were furrowed. Last time a soldier hid under a tree on a stormy night and was struck by lightning and died, but she could still fly in the air. Mu Si said with emotion. She's injured. Fu Mingxiao looked at Wu Xiaodao's figure swaying a little, his eyes full of worry. Mu Si noticed his emotions and looked at him in surprise. You. Fu Mingxiao didn't deny it, he just glanced at Mu Si, and then turned his attention to Wu Xiaodao. Wu Xiaodao was struck by lightning, and she felt pain all over her body. Looking at tribulation cloud above her head, her scalp felt numb. Now she finally understood what it was like when her mother was struck by lightning. She swore with her fate that she would never laugh at her mother being struck by lightning again. Fortunately, Cloud Spirit still cared about its friendship with Sima Yu and for the sake of the fruit wine, so it went easy on her. So many tribulation lightnings didn't hit her, and the force was not strong, so she survived. However, she was also smashed to the ground and fell to the ground, with less gas coming in and more gas coming out. She also wanted to remind Cloud Spirit not to forget to bring the message for her, but she couldn't even say a word now, so she could only watch it leave without looking back at all. Hope it can send the message back. Fu Mingxiao came to her side immediately and fed her all the medicinal pills she had given him before. After taking the medicinal pills, she felt that her body felt a little bit. How are you? He wanted to hold her up, but her blackened body like coal made him flustered and he didn't know where to hold her. Seeing the pain in his eyes, Wu Xiaodao blinked, this guy cares so much about her. She wanted to say that she was fine, but she had no strength, so she could only wink at him. Mu Si and the guards came over and saw her being struck like this, and they all looked at her sympathetically. The skin was roasted, and it's all charred black. Could she still face others after this? Especially she was a girl, in this way, that there will be no good marriages in the future. Go find a large carriage. Mu Si instructed the people around him. With her like this, it is estimated that she has to lie down and go back. When the carriage came, Wu Xiaodao had recovered a little, at least she could speak. My bones are all broken now and I can't move. You can set up a tent for me. The bones all over the body fell apart, and the flesh was roasted. It was really pitiful. This was what everyone saw. They hurriedly set up a tent for her, so that when she lay on the ground to recuperate, she did not need to be further tortured by the wind and the sun. Fu Mingxiao came in after he was busy, and saw Wu Xiaodao lying on the ground, blowing bubbles in a bored manner, with a smile in his eyes. Where are they? Wu Xiaodao asked with slanted eyes. I told them to go back first. Fu Mingxiao sat down beside her, regardless of whether it was dirty or not, and continued. Such a big movement will definitely attract many people to investigate, he has to make sure to give her a quiet environment to recuperate. I'll go and check on Wanner when I get better, but she should be fine. Wu Xiaodao replied. What about you? Do you really not need a doctor? Fu Mingxiao asked. No, your doctors here can't heal my injury. Wu Xiaodao said, I have done everything I can for this injury, so I just have to wait. The environment here is too bad, it is estimated that it will take a little longer to fully recover. It's good to be able to recover. After Fu Mingxiao finished speaking, he fell silent. When Wu Xiaodao was about to fall asleep, his voice came again. Are you really going back? Of course. My family is all over there. If I want to cultivate, I have to go back. Wu Xiaodao was a little confused and muddled at this time, so she just answered his words, and when she was almost finished, she added in a sentence that made his heart jolt, when I leave, do you want to go back with me? Her voice was getting smaller and smaller, until the last few words were almost inaudible. But Fu Mingxiao had a good hearing and could hear her words clearly. She fell asleep after speaking, but his heart couldn't calm down. Go back with her? Should he follow her to a world where he could cultivate? Leave here and go to that place to cultivate and live? He remembered that on the way back to Imperial Capital, she once took his pulse, and then looked at him in amazement and said that he was a good seedling. At that time, he just thought that he was a good seedling of martial arts, because his martial arts was really powerful. Now it seems that she is talking about a good seedling of cultivation. If he were to go there, maybe there will be a new life. But, was he willing to abandon everything he has now? Wu Xiaodao slept for a long time, and when she woke up, she saw that Fu Mingxiao was still sitting on the ground in the same posture. What are you thinking about? She asked curiously. Thinking of what you said just now. Fu Mingxiao saw her curiosity, smiled, and said, you said that you've been seen by me and so you're mine and I've got to be responsible to you. That's why you told me to follow you to your world. Wu Xiaodao's eyes were wide like full moons. What did she say just now? Now? This was not her style. But she seemed to have said something before she fell asleep, but she was confused and didn't know what she was muttering at all. She blinked at Fu Mingxiao, wanting to see the truth of what she said. With a confused look on his face, she felt that she should have really said such a thing. Ahem, I was in a daze at the time, and I was talking nonsense. Wu Xiaodao coughed twice and said, look at me now, I don't think it matters whether or not I'm wearing clothes. Are you making me an irresponsible person? Fu Mingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression sank, and she could see that he was not in a good mood. I'm thinking for you. Wu Xiaodao said, nothing happened between us, how can I let you be responsible for me, how pitiful will that make you? Besides, will you come with me? Your father and mother are all here, will you leave with me? What if I leave with you? Fu Mingxiao retorted coldly. The words behind Wu Xiaodao were blocked by him like this. Fu Mingxiao was dissatisfied with her stunned appearance, brought his face closer, and said again, what if I would like to leave with you? What would you do? If you are willing to come with me, I will be responsible for you. Wu Xiaodao looked at the enlarged face in front of her, blushing for the first time in her life. Fortunately, she is black as coal now and no one could see her blushing. Wu Xiaodao felt that it would be good if Fu Mingxiao could go back with her. His spirit roots were very good, and if he cultivates, he will definitely have a pretty good life. Although he was in his 20s now, and a few years late, but there is the underworld. There was nothing to be afraid of, he'll be able to make up for it in the next few years. Water flows to lower place, man goes to higher position. If he could go to that world, it would be better for him. She subconsciously ignored the premise that he said to go to that world. But she still felt that he would not go with her. She can't bear her relatives, and he must be the same. But she had forgotten that the royal family was ruthless, even if he had a high status now, it didn't mean that he had a really good life before. As long as he passes by, she will be responsible to him? This is what you said. As long as I pass, you will be responsible for me. Fu Mingxiao's smile deepened, his aura sprayed on her face, and he didn't dislike her being dark and ugly now. After all the words were said, Wu Xiaodao calmed down, saw the smile in his eyes, and blinked, that's right. You won't go with me anyway. She added in her mind. Fu Mingxiao knew what she was thinking, so he smiled and said nothing. Whether to go or not, he still needed to consider. Wu Xiaodao raised her wounds on the mountain for more than 10 days. These days, Fu Mingxiao was by her side, witnessing how her wounds recovered so quickly. Seeing that there was no scar on her skin, she was amazed at that world of medicine pills. The magic. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wu Xiaodao has also told him a lot about that world in the past 10 days. Such a bizarre world really makes people yearn for it. He also asked about Mu Si, and Wu Xiaodao told him everything he knew, so that he could spend a lot of time. So when Mu Si brought Wanner to see Wu Xiaodao, he stared at Mu Si several times. What a poor fellow. Fortunately, he forgot what happened in the past and met another person. When she returned to the imperial capital, Mu Si and Wanner could not hide the shock in their eyes when they saw her again. Xiaodao, you have fully recovered? Wanner excitedly took her hand and looked at it again and again, and when she saw that there was really no scar on her body, she felt relieved and pulled her to sit down on her chair. I also said that I will go to the mountain to see you tomorrow. I didn't expect you to come back today. Your medicinal pills are simply amazing. I'll take your pulse. Wu Xiaodao held her wrist, took her pulse. Mu Si stood beside Wanner and looked at the two nervously. Wanner's condition has indeed improved in the past few days, but since then they have seen Wu Xiaodao once. At that time, she was still unable to move, so this was the first time she had taken her pulse after treatment. They wanted to know what happened to Wanner. After Wu Xiaodao checked her pulse, she smiled and said, "The situation is similar to what I said before, and the connection with the heavenly Tao has been cut off, so it will not continue to be weak. However, this body still needs to be well conditioned, it will take a year or two. Don't worry, you can still have children." Wanner's face turned red, and she gave her a coquettish look. "What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense is this? You have to believe in my medical skills. Although I'm not as strong as my mother, I still have some confidence," Wu Xiaodao said confidently. Wanner looked at Wu Xiaodao with a serious look on her face, thinking that she really didn't know what she meant. When she was about to say something, she noticed the smile in Wu Xiaodao's eyes, and immediately understood that she was doing it on purpose. Suddenly she reached out to scratch the itch of Wu Xiaodao. Wu Xiaodao was ticklish since she was a child, and be careful. Fu Mingxiao's voice sounded from behind. He held her body in his hands and looked down at her with a smile in his eyes. She told him that she could not use spirit power for the time being, and would be similar to ordinary people, but he didn't expect her to be so stupid. Wu Xiaodao sat up calmly. Wanner looked at her apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, it's all because of my carelessness." "It's all right." Wu Xiaodao waved her hand. "I can't give you medicinal pills now, your body is too weak, you need to take care of it slowly. I'll give you some conditioning medicine, and give you some tonic prescriptions, you let the people around you to learn to brew it for you to drink." After all, she waved her hand, and the brush, ink, paper and inkstone appeared on the stone table. She wrote 2 prescriptions, and then wrote a few more prescriptions for food supplements, and gave them to Mu Si. "Take the first prescription for the first 6 months, and the second prescription for the next year. You can take the supplements all the time, and if you are pregnant, don't eat it." Mu Si carefully put away these recipes. Wanner lost the smile she had just now, and there was some worry on her face. "Are you leaving?" "Not yet, but I don't know when it might happen. In the event I leave suddenly, I better write this for you first." Wu Xiaodao put away her things and said casually. Mu Si and the others knew that she was going to leave, so when she said that, they had nothing but reluctance. But Fu Mingxiao took a deep breath and stared at her with deep eyes. She might leave at any time. As soon as the idea flashed in his mind, he felt a little dizzy. "Although you are better now, your body is still very weak, so don't work too hard." Wu Xiaodao saw Wanner's face a little bad, got up and said, "We will go back first, you have a good rest. You just arrived in the imperial capital, do you have a place to go? Why don't you stay in the little courtyard?" Wanner asked. "No need, you need to rest here, and I can't be quiet, so I won't disturb you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Mu Si will glare at me every day." Wu Xiaodao laughed and teased. Mu Si didn't speak, didn't keep her, not because of this, but because he knew that he didn't have to arrange her lodging at all. He glanced at Wanner, and she understood what he meant and did not keep Wu Xiaodao. Fu Mingxiao took Wu Xiaodao to the Prince Manor. This was the first time he brought a woman back. Wu Xiaodao stayed in the Prince Manor for 2 days. After being cooped up in the Prince Manor, she couldn't be idle anymore. She took Fu Mingxiao to go shopping. After walking around for a few days, everyone in the capital knew that there was a beloved woman beside the prince. On this day, Wu Xiaodao went to Fu Mingxiao again, saying that she wanted to go out to play. For the first time, Fu Mingxiao said that he had something to do and would accompany her out in a few days. But Wu Xiaodao was bored in the manor, so she said why not he do his work and she'll go out by herself. Fu Mingxiao couldn't win her in arguments, so he had to agree. Soon, he regretted the decision. Wu Xiaodao didn't like strangers following her, so she rejected the guards of the Prince Manor and went out for a walk. The capital was very big, and Wu Xiaodao has not finished shopping for so many days. Especially those street stalls and juggling, she was very interested, so she drilled into the crowd over here for a while, watched there for a while, and had lots of fun. However, she soon discovered that she was being targeted. At first, she thought it was her own delusion, how could someone be staring at her? But although her spirit power was sealed and her spirit power was weakened, it was not that she couldn't even sense it. She wondered if the guards of the Prince Manor were secretly protecting her, but the idea was denied the next second. The guards of the Prince Manor would not make her feel dangerous, and these people obviously exuded murderous intent. She frowned slightly. Could it be that someone wants to deal with her? It seems that she didn't offend anyone here. She doesn't have spirit power now, nor the internal strength that these people practiced. Soon, Wu Xiaodao, dressed in a different outfit, left through the back door, throwing away the person following her after a few turns. Those people were all wearing black robes and masks, and they exuded evil aura. Such people are not low in strength, nor were they low in battle prowess. She didn't know how she offended these people, but she didn't dare to take it lightly. The other party didn't expect that she could kill them without martial arts, so they all rushed over in anger. Wu Xiaodao thought they were going to chop her up and made the final preparations, but she didn't expect them to sprinkle some powder in front of her, and then she fell down. She felt her body weaken. Damn it, they actually played the drugging card. Those people looked so fierce. Boss, 30,000 taels of silver are in hand. I don't know who this girl is, but she is so valuable. No matter what identity we are, we just need to take it back and return to life. When Fu Mingxiao brought people to the alley, he saw only a few corpses and blood all over the place. Your Highness, this may not be young Miss Wu's blood. Before Fu Mingxiao could speak, a little beggar ran over and handed him a letter. Big brother, someone asked me to give this to you, saying that you would give me a tael of silver. Fu Mingxiao took the letter. The guard gave the little beggar a tael of silver. He turned around and ran out of the alley. The person who followed him came back quickly and said, Master, no suspicious person was found, the other party is very careful. Fu Mingxiao didn't have any hope for this. The other party would send the letter at this time, indicating that this elaborate scheme had been carefully planned. The time the other party gave him was very short. Master, it's easy to get trapped in the woods, it's too dangerous to go like this. Fu Mingxiao also knew the danger, but since the other party would come at him and captured Wu Xiaodao, he knew that he cared about Wu Xiaodao's life. I'll go first and get someone to inform Mu Si. His bodyguards also quickly mounted their horses and followed him, leaving the two to find Mu Si. When Wu Xiaodao woke up, she discovered that she was tied to a tree. Woke up so soon. You want to use me to deal with Fu Mingxiao? Then you don't know him too well. Wu Xiaodao was shocked. Didn't that guy know this was a trap? She struggled for a while, and perhaps it was the punishment for going against the heavens. After the lightning tribulation, her spirit power was completely useless. She didn't know when she'll be able to recover her spirit power. Just when she was about to call out the contracted beast, there was a hurried sound of hooves from outside the grove, and she didn't have to think to know that it was Fu Mingxiao who came with someone. When the people who were guarding here just heard the movement, they all hid in the woods. Fu Mingxiao kept running towards the middle of the grove, came to the center, saw Wu Xiaodao tied to the tree trunk, went straight to untie her. You fool, who asked you to come? This guy doesn't take his own safety seriously. I know. Fu Mingxiao hugged her weak body, preventing her from falling to the ground after she came free. Even if you know, you're still here. Are you stupid? You are here. So I have to come. When Wu Xiaodao heard his words, she stopped rubbing his wrists, looked up at him, but fell into a pair of deep eyes. I won't be in danger. Her scolding voice was much weaker. Your power can't be used anymore. I have other ways to protect myself. I haven't seen it before, don't worry. Follow me closely, and I'll take you out. There were really too many people on the other side, and dozens of them couldn't resist the opponent's wave of hundreds of killers. Previous chapter. Wu Xiaodao raised her head, looked at Fu Mingxiao's resolute chin, tightly pursed lips, and determined gaze. Seeing that he had been slashed again and again to protect her, her eyes became deeper and deeper. Pfft. He was slashed again on the back, and he staggered forward, but he still didn't let go of her. Fu Mingxiao, let me go. These people just want to use me to restrain your actions. Wu Xiaodao cried out. I'll never let go of your hand in my life. Fu Mingxiao looked at Wu Xiaodao, and the emotions in his eyes were no longer concealed. Seeing him like this made her heart move. A smile rose on her face, an alluring smile that he would never forget. As she struggled to stand, she lost her smile as she shouted in desperation, be careful, behind you. Get out of the way. Fu Mingxiao also felt the murderous intent behind him, but he didn't obey, otherwise she would get hurt. Swish dash. A long arrow was shot and it pierced his back and penetrated into his heart. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Wu Xiaodao stared at the arrow that pierced through his chest, and her mind went blank for a moment. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his body softened, and he knelt down on one knee. N/O/vel/B/forward/4. When those people saw that he was pierced by a long arrow and lost his fighting power, they surrounded him and did not go forward immediately. Fu Mingxiao. Wu Xiaodao's body knelt down with him, seeing his pale face. For the first time in her life, she was weeping for someone else other than her mother. Why are you so stupid? Didn't I tell you to get out of the way? Fu Mingxiao held her hand and smiled weakly. If I get out of the way, you will be hurt. Stupid, stupid, you stupid fool. Wu Xiaodao reached out and held his face. There is no one more stupid than you in the world. Be content even in the face of adversity. Fu Mingxiao smiled at her, but the light in his eyes were diminishing. I won't let you die. Wu Xiaodao took out an elixir and fed it to his mouth, then stepped forward and kissed his lips. I saved your life, you are mine, remember to use your body to repay me. Fu Mingxiao's scattered consciousness slowly recovered under the effect of the medicinal pill. Hearing her words, he wanted to say yes, but he couldn't say anything. Seeing that Fu Mingxiao seemed to be getting better, those people stepped forward and tried to kill them, but they were bounced off by a force. They saw the air flow around Wu Xiaodao, and the long hair and skirt draped behind it danced without any wind. Those people were blown away by the aura emanating from her body. She snapped the arrow, then pulled out the remaining arrow from the back, and sealed his wound with spirit power. The spirit power entered his body along the wound and repaired his injury. Fortunately, she was so stimulated by Fu Mingxiao that she was able to mobilize the spirit power in her body unexpectedly. Arcane, kill these people for me, and leave none of them. She supported Fu Mingxiao to stand up, and as soon as she finished speaking, a majestic dragon appeared in the air, and with a single breath of the dragon, all the people around her were eliminated. In order to facilitate Arcane's actions, she hugged Fu Mingxiao's body and flew into the air, stood firmly on Arcane's head, and watched as it eliminated all the people in the woods, leaving only the ones brought by Fu Mingxiao alive. Those people were already injured, and when they saw this scene, they were all frightened. Mu Si and his people who came to the rescue were also stunned by the sudden appearance of the dragon. There really are dragons in this world. On the dragon's head are the prince and young Miss Wu. Someone shouted incredulously. When Mu Si saw Wu Xiaodao, she exuded an intimidating aura at this time, and the small forest turned into a barren land with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, the image of a woman standing on the back of a big flaming bird overlapped. He shook his head and smiled. When Arcane came to him with Wu Xiaodao, only then did he see clearly that Fu Mingxiao was seriously injured. I want to take him back for treatment, I'll leave it to you to bring the others back. After that, she wanted to go back to the Prince Manor. You will be in trouble if you go back like this. Mu Si looked at Arcane beneath her. If the real dragon appears, he was afraid that there will be unprecedented chaos in the royal family. Wu Xiaodao came back to her senses, put away arcane, opened the spatial tunnel, and walked in with Fu Mingxiao in her arms. It was the first time that Mu Si's people saw such a situation, and they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak coherently. General, young Miss Wu, she. Don't say a word about today's affairs. Mu Si frowned and instructed. Yes, General. Go and see the situation in the grove and send back the wounded in the Prince Manor. Yes. Soon, those injured were sent back for treatment, and the dead bodies were also sent back. As for the bodies of the other party, they were all dug on the spot and buried. General, it's the second prince. A guard found the body of the second prince from under a tree trunk. His eyes widened, and there was still frozen fear in his eyes. Bring his body back to the emperor. A prince died just like that, and he must let the emperor know. However, the emperor did not dare to investigate the cause of his death. The identity of Wu Xiaodao was not revealed, but the emperor knew it. The second prince dared to hold Wu Xiaodao hostage. It was a good thing that she didn't go to seek the emperor for an explanation. The emperor was really anxious when he saw the corpse of the second prince, but after listening to Mu Si's story of what happened, knowing that the second prince was killed by Wu Xiaodao, he wished he never gave birth to this son. Can he offend an immortal like Wu Xiaodao? Thinking of Wu Xiaodao's angry appearance, he immediately took someone to the Prince Manor and apologized to Wu Xiaodao in person. When Wu Xiaodao saw the emperor, she didn't get angry at him, she just took him to see Fu Mingxiao. Seeing his son dying on the bed, the emperor was also distressed. I want to take him away. Wu Xiaodao said to the emperor. Take him away? Where are you going to? The old emperor asked. Go to my world. He has hurt his heart. I can only extend his life for him, but I can't heal him completely. I want to go back to my mother, only she can save him. Wu Xiaodao replied. When are you leaving? I originally planned to let someone tell you today and leave tomorrow. Now that you are here, we'll just leave today. Wu Xiaodao said, I don't know when we can meet each other this time, I will let him wake up temporarily, you father and son can talk, but not for too long. She used a needle and unblocked some acupoints and he woke up faintly. She then left, leaving space for both father and son to talk. After a while, the emperor came out and Wu Xiaodao went in. Seeing the man on the bed looking at her with a smile, she glared at him resentfully, still complaining about his previous behavior. Fu Mingxiao stretched out his hand and took her hand, and said weakly, my father has already told me that I will go with you, and you will have to be responsible for me in the future. Since you've saved me, I will promise myself to you. These words sound a bit familiar. Wasn't he in a coma at that time? I want to try it again. What do you want to do again? You should have a good rest now. Fu Mingxiao looked straight at her, as if she didn't give it, he would not rest. Wu Xiaodao was soft-hearted when she saw him, leaned over, and put her soft lips on his. The corners of their lips rose slightly. From now on, you are mine. Yeah. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow.